to adjourn. Okay, please be seated, everybody. All 14 jurors are returned. Thank you very much for coming back, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you had a good weekend. I can report that I did not hide in the basement. I did hand out candy, but only 6 kids came to my house. That's all. I live in kind of a more rural area, so that's what happened. So let's swear in our witness.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am. All right, have a seat, please. And you are still Detective David Schrader, correct? Yes, sir. All right, go ahead.
All right, Detective, when we left off on Friday afternoon, we had made it in our timeline to August 27th. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give me just a really brief kind of summary of what was important between August 23rd and August 26th before we get started back on August 27th?
Sure. Beginning August 23rd, I guess I'll start when both devices appear to leave 1001 Delafield Street the morning of August 23rd. They travel a general route to the Quick Trip at 2001 Gulf Road, and then ultimately over to Orthopedic Associates on Gulf Road. Approximately 10:53 to 10:55 a.m., it appears the devices are moving back east, and both devices appear to return to 1001 Delafield. To my knowledge, Mr. Pahl enters the apartment building, and we do not see Ms. Pavlons return. However, her device appeared to come back to 1001 Delafield or in that area. Later that afternoon, there's 2 outgoing calls made from Ms. Pavlon's cell phone. Both of those calls are to food card request. Moving on to August 24th, there's an outgoing call on Ms. Pavlon's device to the Pick and Save pharmacy. And Mr. Pahl on August 24th messages Desierto indicating that he's worried about something. Moving on to August 25th, Mr. Pahl picks up a prescription at the Pick and Save pharmacy that belonged to Ms. Pavlons. And he again messages...
Judge, I'm going to object to this narrative.
Overruled. You may respond. Go ahead.
And he messages Desierto again, indicating that he's worried. Moving on to August 26th, in the early morning hours, there's an email exchange between Mr. Pahl and Sherilyn Valente. In that email exchange, Mr. Pahl indicates that he can't talk much, something bad happened, and that she should not ask him through text about that. About that same time, there's a message sent from Mr. Pahl to Desierto on Skype, indicating that he woke up with a bad feeling. Evening hours of August 26th, there's, I believe, 3 missed Facebook calls to Ms. Pavlon's Facebook account from Layla. None of those are answered. Immediately following that, there's an incoming call on Ms. Pavlon's cell phone from Layla, and she leaves a voicemail. Generally speaking, she indicates she's in the hospital with a broken leg. About 15 minutes later, there's an outgoing call on Ms. Pavlon's device to check voicemail. And then Mr. Pahl sends a message to Desierto indicating that his niece had a broken leg. To my knowledge, I did not see any contact between Mr. Pahl's device and Layla. Later that night, there's an outgoing call from Matthew Pahl to Marvin Pahl. That outgoing call lasts several minutes. That's the first contact that I saw between their devices in over 2 months. After that call, there's a message to Desierto on Skype that he says, Matthew Pahl says that he had spoke to his father and that he's kind of worried as well.
Okay, thank you for that summary. Up to the point of August 26th, did you see any calls either from Mr. Pahl's phone or Ms. Pavlon's phone calling 911 or making any report to either the City of Waukesha Police or the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
No.
Okay. We can return again to Exhibit 202, please. Start on slide 57. That's in front of you now, Detective. What happens on August 27th?
The morning of August 27th, there's an incoming call on Matthew Pahl's device from Marvin Pahl. That call lasts approximately 1 hour and 23 minutes. During that call, there's some web searches that we recovered on Marvin Pahl's MacBook computer. Those web searches are all made through the Yahoo search engine, and they include Stephanie Pavlons, missing persons, Waukesha, Wisconsin, and Stephanie Pavlons, missing woman.
As of August 27th, had Ms. Pavlons been reported missing by anyone?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Next slide, please. What happens on August 28th?
There's a Skype conversation between Matthew Pahl and Desierto at approximately 7:19 a.m. Matthew Pahl says, in part, "Something happened, hun. I can't explain in text." And Desierto responds, "Was it related to the matter you were worried about?"
Detective, I want to ask you, we've seen a couple messages where Mr. Pahl has indicated he can't talk about this through text. Based on your experience in reviewing hundreds of cell phones and messages from criminal defendants, is it a common theme for individuals to not want to talk about any criminal activity over text message?
I'd agree with that.
Speculate to that form of question.
Hang on. Overruled.
I'd agree with that statement.
Okay. What happens next?
There's some police scanner app usage on Matthew Pahl's device. It's open from approximately 7:22 a.m. to 7:27 a.m. And then later in the morning, there's a Skype call between Matthew Pahl and Desierto. It's at about 9:04 a.m., and that call lasts approximately 2 hours and 16 minutes.
Now, Detective, we had a couple mentions of Mr. Pahl using a police scanner. What types of things occur over a police scanner?
General communications between law enforcement, dispatching to calls for service, any communication on a police radio.
Okay, and so if, say, a body was found or law enforcement was responding to a crime scene, would that be aired over the radio?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. All right, next slide, please. What date are we on here?
August 28th, later in the morning, about 9:55 a.m. to 10:32 a.m. These are internet searches recovered from Marvin Pahl's MacBook computer. Search terms that were made through Yahoo: missing people list in Wisconsin 2021, Stephanie Pavlons, missing woman, and then there's several Facebook searches, mainly for Layla Pavlons. Appears to be Stephanie Pavlons with a spelling error. Stephanie Pavlons photos, again with the spelling error, and Georgianne Pavlons.
Do you know Georgianne and Layla Pavlons to be relatives of Stephanie Pavlons?
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay. Next slide. What happens on August 29th?
Morning of August 29th, the top two are web searches on Matthew Pahl's cell phone. There's a web visit to GM Today, the Waukesha obituaries page. Approximately 1 minute later, there's a search on GM Today for Pavlons.
And at this point on August 29th, has anyone reported Stephanie Pavlons missing or in trouble?
Not to my knowledge.
And at this point, does anyone, even law enforcement, know that Stephanie Pavlons is deceased?
No.
Okay. And what happens next?
There's two instances of police scanner app usage on Matthew Pahl's phone. They occur from approximately 10:34 p.m. to 10:40 p.m. and 11:22 p.m. to 11:27 p.m.
Next slide, please. Turning to August 30th, what did you find on Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlons' devices?
So beginning August 30th, I started to see messages being sent from Ms. Pavlons' device to Matthew Pahl's device. The first two are listed here. The top section is information that I obtained from Matthew Pahl's physical device. It shows that there's 2 incoming messages, both with what appear to be YouTube mobile links. And then the bottom section here is information from Ms. Pavlons' call detail record. Those RCSIM chats are essentially your multimedia messages. So it's showing that there's outgoing multimedia messages from Ms. Pavlons' device to Mr. Pahl's device. The reason I reference Ms. Pavlons' call detail record here is I did not observe these messages in her phone anymore.
So in order for those messages to not be in her phone, what would have to happen?
Either someone would have to delete them or a setting would have to be set to only retain messages for a certain amount of time, and the phone would automatically delete them.
Okay. And I see, is that 8 messages outgoing from Ms. Pavlon's call detail records?
Yes, but that's not necessarily to say there's exactly 8 messages sent from her device. Sometimes you'll see multiple entries. Some of these are the exact same timestamps. So this would be what the network recorded, although they might not be 8 individual messages.
Okay. And in Mr. Pahl's device, you found 2 messages, including those links?
Correct.
So those messages were deleted from Ms. Pavlon's phone, but not from Mr. Pahl's phone?
Correct.
Next slide, please. What else happens on August 30th?
There's an incoming call on Ms. Pavlon's phone from what I believe to be Aurora Medical. What you're seeing in the top there is an incoming call on Ms. Pavlon's device, and then that same call being routed out to voicemail. So the incoming call obviously wasn't answered, and that call was directed to voicemail. Approximately 32 minutes later, there's an outgoing call on Ms. Pavlon's device to check voicemail, and that outgoing call to check voicemail was deleted from her phone.
And these calls and messages that were both sent and received in the outgoing call to the voicemail, did all of those occur at or near 1001 Delafield Street?
At this point, yes. I don't have any indication that the device left that area.
Okay. You also indicated that the voicemail, is it the voicemail itself that is deleted or the call to the voicemail that's deleted?
The call to check voicemail.
Okay. Next slide. Continuing on August 30th, what do we see here?
There's a Skype conversation between Matthew Pahl and Desierto. At approximately 10:30 p.m., Desierto says, "Have you talked with your dad?" And then at approximately 10:36 p.m., Matthew Pahl says, "No, not today. The day before I did, but tomorrow I have to call him again. It's very important."
What happens next?
There's a Skype call between Matthew Pahl and Desierto. It's an incoming call on Matthew Pahl's device, and that call lasts approximately 45 minutes. It occurred at approximately 10:39 p.m.
Okay. Next slide, please. What happens on August 31st that was significant of this investigation?
There's additional web searches on Matthew Pahl's device between approximately 10:26 a.m. and 10:27 a.m. There's a web visit to GM Today, specifically the Waukesha obituaries page. Then there's a search on GM Today for Pavlons, and then an additional search, a web visit on Waukesha obituaries page on GM Today for Richard D. Pavlons.
Okay. What was unusual about these web searches that you've continued to see going forward from August 23rd all the way to now August 31st?
I'm not sure what you mean by unusual. What I did here is sometimes you'll see if somebody leaves a tab open that it's not actually an additional search, rather they just opened that tab again on their phone. So when I put these searches in the PowerPoint, I selected only ones that have different or unique spelling. So in this case, we saw that the search for Pavlons actually has a space after it. That's different than the last search for Pavlons.
So you can say that this is a new search, not just opening a new tab or opening the same tab over again.
Correct.
Okay, so this is a unique and different search from the searches you've seen before.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about those incoming calls on Ms. Pavlon's device?
At approximately 2:39 p.m., there's an incoming call. It's from who I believe to be Delafield Dental, and there's a voicemail associated with that call. Approximately 1 minute later, that same call is routed out to voicemail.
Okay, if we can play the voicemail, please.
This message is for Stephanie. This is Katie calling from Delafield Dental. I was just calling to let you know we look forward to seeing you this coming Friday, September 2nd at 12 p.m. for your new patient appointment. Again, that is this coming Friday, September 2nd at 2 p.m. Thank you, Stephanie. Have a great day.
So, Detective, that message was left on August 31st in reference to an appointment on September 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next page, please. Okay, Detective, what are we seeing here?
So this is going to be another animation. It's on September 1st at approximately 7:13 a.m. This was the first time that I saw obvious movement on Ms. Pavlon's device moving away from the area of 1001 Delafield. The device generally is going to travel from the area, the Waukesha area, down to the area of Frederick Hospital. It does appear that both Matthew Pahl's device is traveling with Ms. Pavlon's device at this time.
Okay. So from August 23rd until September 1st, Ms. Pavlon's device remains at or near 1001 Delafield Street?
It appears to, yes.
Okay. And then on September 1st, when you observed that these devices traveled together away from the apartment, did you also endeavor to make sure that there was no surveillance video of Ms. Pavlon's exiting the apartment around the same time that these devices are leaving?
I didn't specifically do that, but to my knowledge, she's never seen again on the video at 1001 Delafield.
That was done by other detectives in the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, a number of people reviewed that video.
Okay. So you said this is going to be an animation, just like we saw before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And please tell me about what exactly it is that we should be looking for on the map as far as the significant portion of the animation.
Yes, so you're going to see both blue marks pop up on the map. Those would be for Matthew Pahl's device. You're also going to see red marks pop up on the map. That would be for Ms. Pavlon's device. It's important to note, remember, that the tower is going to have that cone shape. But when we're doing analysis of these records, we're looking more so at the arc from that tower, not necessarily the tower being used.
Okay, we can push play, please. Okay, Detective, and based on your review of these records, you believe both devices have traveled together to the area of Frederick Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next slide, please. Why was this significant on September 1st?
These are pictures captured on September 1st by Matthew Pahl's device. Up top, that's some data regarding application usage logs, which shows that the camera applications being brought into focus on his device between approximately 8:11 a.m. and 8:12 a.m. There's two pictures captured on Matthew Pahl's device. These two pictures are both from a building at Frederick Hospital.
Why did you find these to be significant in your analysis of the records themselves? Let me ask you a different question. Do these pictures help you corroborate the records and the analysis that you've made of the records?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell me about that.
I guess it's two-part. First off, these records, we're tracking a device. So I'm not tracking necessarily a specific person, but rather I'm talking about generalized locations for a device. So it's important that we're able to determine who's using that device. Further, these records do have some variance to accuracy. In my experience, they are very accurate, but it's still important that we corroborate our findings with other known facts, such as pictures being taken at a specific location.
Okay, and so this corroborated that Mr. Pahl's device was certainly at Frederick Hospital based on these photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next slide, please. What else happens on September 1st?
There's conversation between Matthew Pahl and Desierto on Skype, including the following message. At approximately 8:11 p.m., Matthew Pahl says, "Other one is called vacay.com or vacay.com. Either one, I'm looking for a one-way ticket from Chicago O'Hare to the Philippines, most likely Manila. Then 2 days before I leave, I will buy a throwaway ticket to go to Thailand or Vietnam. You have to do this if you plan on staying longer than 30 days, but I think you know this."
And important in this message, Mr. Pahl indicates that he's buying only a one-way ticket rather than a round-trip ticket.
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. Next slide, please. What else did you see on the devices on September 1st?
On September 1st, between approximately 8:52 p.m. and 8:53 p.m., I observed more messages being sent from Ms. Pavlons' device to Matthew Pahl's device. So the top section is for Matthew Pahl's device. It shows that there's incoming messages, 2 of them. They each have one attachment, and then the attachment is listed on the far right. The first one is named 1154.heic. The second one is named 1138.heic. And I marked that they're empty because that attachment wasn't necessarily recovered. However, at the not the exact same time, but within seconds of those messages being sent, his phone created thumbnails of images. And in the thumbnail file name, I see the matching. So the first one is THMB, which is typically short for thumbnail, _1154, which matches the file name attachment. And then the second one is THMB _1138, which matches the second attachment. The bottom section on this page, there's some really long file names, but specifically the second line down here where it says images, and then there's a description of a really long file name. That image, it's an image, it's cached by Ms. Pavlon's messaging application. That image matches the thumbnail attachment on Mr. Pahl's device. And then later on, second from the bottom, there's another image with a very long file name. That matches the second thumbnail created by Mr. Pahl's device. In the bottom section, around what we're seeing there is application usage on Ms. Pavlon's phone that shows that the messaging application and the gallery application are being used. I noted that information because the messages on Ms. Pavlon's phone were deleted. So I'm using this evidence to corroborate that that application was in use, and it's likely that a message was sent.
Okay, so you don't actually find the messages sent from Ms. Pavlon's to Mr. Pahl in Ms. Pavlon's phone.
That's correct.
Okay, so you need all of this kind of complicated information to confirm to you that those messages actually were sent?
I guess I don't need them because I see on Matthew Pahl's device that there are incoming messages, but the bottom portion I use to show that they were sent from Ms. Pavlon's device and they were deleted.
Okay, and the next slide, please. This pertains to some of the information you've already testified to, right?
Yes, these are the 2 images that I just talked about. And each image appears twice. The reason being is the very first image, so starting far left, is that very long file name that I talked about that is being cached or modified by Ms. Pavlons' device. And at about the same time, that thumbnail is created on Mr. Pahl's device. And even though they're slightly different based on computer technology, to your eye, they appear the same. And then the same thing for the third and fourth picture. The third one is the very long file name being cached or modified by Ms. Pavlons' device. And at about the same time, that thumbnail on the far right, or the fourth picture, is what is created on Matthew Pahl's device.
Okay, so we have still just 2 photos that are sent from Ms. Pavlons to Mr. Pahl's device, and this tells you how you know it's these particular photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next slide, please. What else happens on September 1st?
There's additional conversation between Matthew Pahl and Desierto on Skype. Beginning at approximately 9:28 p.m., Desierto says, "What time do you prefer to travel and arrived, hun?" At approximately 9:36 p.m., Matthew Pahl says, "Time doesn't really matter, but I think I'm looking for a flight leaving possibly at the end of the month or beginning of next month." Approximately 2 minutes later, Matthew Pahl says, "Last time I checked, this month was September. End of this month to beginning of November is my target date to launch."
Detective, I failed to ask you this when we were talking about the last few messages that were sent from Ms. Pavlon's device to Mr. Pahl. You showed us a mapping earlier in the day of both devices traveling to Freighter. Did you also observe that these devices return back to the residence or are later at the 1001 Delafield location?
Yes, ma'am. There were records that showed Matthew Pahl's device traveling a similar route back to 1001 Delafield. There were no records on Ms. Pavlon's device necessarily to show it traveling back to 1001 Delafield, but it does eventually show back up at 1001 Delafield.
If a device was powered off, would that explain why there are no records for a particular device?
Yes, ma'am. For the timing advance records, I guess a couple situations where those records would not be generated would be if the device is off, if the device is not connected to the network, or lack of record retention by the provider.
Okay. And in this case, you saw records for Mr. Pahl traveling back to the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And they had the same provider?
They're on the same provider, yes.
Okay. So that would rule out that particular scenario for Ms. Pavlon's not having records?
Yes, most likely her device was either powered off or lost connection to the network.
Okay. And the images that were sent from Ms. Pavlon's device to Mr. Pahl's device, those are being sent at or near 1001 Delafield Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to September 2nd. Next slide, please. What did you see on September 2nd?
This is, again, additional messages being sent from Ms. Pavlon's device to Matthew Pahl's device. Same kind of theory here in terms of why there's so much information here. The top section is from Matthew Pahl's device, and we'll see that the first message at approximately 8:23 a.m. has that 382.jpg attachment. A couple seconds later, there's a thumbnail with that 382 being modified on Matthew Pahl's device. At approximately 8:24 a.m., there's the message sent to his device with an attachment of 379.jpg. And a second later, you see the thumbnail, including 379.jpg, being modified on his device. At the bottom, same type of information. These messages were not recovered on Ms. Pavlon's device. So here I'm showing that between 8:23 a.m. and approximately 8:24 a.m., there's the usage for the messaging application. And while there's usage in the messaging application, there are two long file names, one at 8:23:44 a.m. and one at 8:23:58 a.m. Those two long file names being modified by Ms. Pavlon's messaging application match the thumbnails being created on Mr. Pahl's device at this time.
Okay, next slide, please. Same thing here. We're looking at the actual images that were sent from Ms. Pavlon's device to Mr. Pahl's device.
That's correct. So it's 2 images, each displayed twice, one being the modification on Ms. Pavlon's device, one being the thumbnail modification on Mr. Pahl's device, and that's the same for each image.
Okay, and in order for these images to be sent from Ms. Pavlon's device, someone would need to be actually manipulating the phone, going through the photos, and finding these to send through the messaging app?
Yes, ma'am.
Next slide, please. What else did you see on September 2nd?
At the very end of that exchange that I just talked about, there's a snapshot that's created. We saw this previously back on August 24th. We had the same snapshot displayed. This is very similar to a screenshot on your device, but this is the phone doing this automatically, typically when an application is closed. So we just saw 2 pictures that were sent. In this snapshot, you can see that the last text, or appears to be the last text message, is a message to Chewy in which you, or Ms. Pavlon's device, sent a picture, and that very small thumbnail matches one of the pictures that was sent from Ms. Pavlon's device to Mr. Pahl's device.
Okay, we also see in this snapshot a message on Wednesday, 2 messages on Tuesday, and a message on Monday. Were those messages located within Ms. Pavlon's device themselves?
I don't believe any of those were recovered from her physical device.
And so that would mean that they were deleted sometime after September 2nd when this snapshot was created?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and some of those messages are talking about appointments?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, even those messages were deleted. Is that your memory?
Yeah, I believe that's right, yes.
Okay. Next slide, please. Continuing on September 2nd, what else happened?
At approximately 12:09 p.m., there's an incoming call on Ms. Pavlon's device from who I believe to be Delafield Dental. That call goes unanswered and is routed out to voicemail. So that's what you're seeing in those top 2 entries. These were recovered from Ms. Pavlon's call detail record, as these phone calls were deleted from her device. Actually, I don't believe that these ones were deleted.
Okay.
I'm not confident in that. Approximately 7 hours later, at 7:17 p.m., there's an outgoing call on Ms. Pavlon's phone checking voicemail.
Okay, if we can play that voicemail, please.
Hi, this message is for Stephanie. This is Katie calling from Delafield Dental. We had you scheduled today for your new patient appointment at 12 o'clock. The time is now 12:10. We're just calling to see if you were on your way or if we do need to go ahead and get that appointment rescheduled for you. We can see you up until 12:15, so if you are on your way, please go ahead and give us a call back here within the next 5 minutes. And if not, then just give the office a call to reschedule. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Now, Detective, whoever listened to that voicemail would know that Ms. Pavlon's missed an appointment on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are these calls occurring at or near 1,000? Let me ask that again. Are these calls occurring while the device is at or near 1001 Delafield?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, September 2nd at 8:52 p.m. What was significant about this timing?
This is going to be another animation. This is the second occurrence that I noted where Ms. Pavlon's device clearly leaves the area of 1001 Delafield. It's going to get messy again with the number of records shown, but the devices appear to be traveling together. Mr. Pahl's will be the blue, Ms. Pavlon's will be the red. They go to the area, kind of the south side of Milwaukee, and then they both return to the area of 1001 Delafield.
Why were you asked to map each time both devices left the area together?
So the initial request to me was to identify any times where Ms. Pavlon's device appeared to leave 1001 Delafield. And if I were to identify any times where her device left, does it appear that Matthew Pahl's device is traveling with it. So this is the second of 3 occurrences where I could tell that Ms. Pavlon's device left the area of 1001 Delafield.
And during each of those 3 occurrences, did both Mr. Pahl's device and Ms. Pavlon's device leave?
Yes, and they appear to be traveling together.
No other times where Ms. Pavlon's device leaves on its own from the residence?
Not that I found, no.
Okay, thank you. If we can play this animation, please. So, Detective, that animation shows the devices both leaving the residence, going to an area of Greenfield and Layton Avenue, and then also returning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I see the time counter on the right-hand side. Is that approximately the times that we are seeing the devices leave and then return?
On the right-hand side of this map?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you said at approximately 8:52 p.m., both devices leave the area of 1001 Delafield. What time do both devices approximately return?
I don't recall specifically. If you played back the animation, I could give you my best approximate based on the speed of this animation.
Right. This is a pretty quick animation.
Yes, ma'am. It's moving very fast.
Okay. We'll start it again.
Based on the speed of that, my best approximation is about 10:05 p.m.
Okay. And this time counter goes all the way to 10:14. So there's some overlap where both devices are back at the residence and remaining there?
At or very near. With this zoomed out, I can't say specifically that they're at 1001 Delafield.
Okay. Next slide, please. Then what happens on September 4th that was significant in your investigation?
On September 4th, these are UTC times, so between approximately 5:05 p.m. and 5:40 p.m., there's activity on what's labeled as Stephanie Hall's Facebook account, which was told to me that that is Stephanie Pavlon's Facebook account. So there's a message from Ms. Pavlon's account to Sherilyn Valente on Facebook. And at 10:05 p.m., that message reads, "What's happened with you and Matt?" Following that, there's a number of messages incoming from Sherilyn Valente's Facebook account to Ms. Pavlon's account.
Okay. And can you tell us what Ms. Sherilyn says at 10:07?
At approximately 10:07 p.m., Sherilyn Valente types, "Hi, I don't know. I'm clueless. I really didn't know what's happening. Do you have any idea? Because I've been worrying so much."
What was significant in your review of the Skype messages between Sherilyn Valente and Mr. Pahl, and any contact you were aware they were having between August 23rd and September 4th?
In reference to Skype specifically, I don't believe there's any Skype contact between Sherilyn Valente and Matthew Pahl between August 23rd and this time. I do believe there was an email exchange between them, though.
Right. We saw an email between Sherilyn Valente and Mr. Matthew Pahl on August 26th.
That sounds right, yes.
Okay. And so it appears that Ms. Pavlon's account is the one that reaches out to Ms. Sherilyn Valente?
Based on this, yes.
Okay. What's the next message Ms. Valente sends?
At approximately 10:08 p.m., Ms. Valente writes, "Please help me."
And the next 2 messages?
The next one at 10:09, those squares are likely from some type of emoji or something that can't be encoded properly. And then at 10:11 p.m., there's a message from Sherilyn Valente reading, "I don't want to lose him, Steph."
And what are the next few messages that she sends on September 4th?
At 10:33 p.m., Sherilyn Valente writes, "He never gave me his real name." At 10:34 p.m., Sherilyn Valente writes, "But I respect him. If he doesn't want to, that's okay with me." And at approximately 10:40 p.m., Sherilyn Valente writes, "Steph, I don't have trusted friends either, and I'm glad I met you. In fact, I'm really getting shy with you because I don't want you to think that I only talk to you when I need something. No, it's not that. One day, I'll make it up to you."
These messages occurred between 5:05 and 5:40. Where was Miss Pavlons' device located at the approximate time of these messages?
I believe at or very near the area of 1001 Delafield.
Okay, next slide, please. The Facebook messages continue. Can you read these messages, please?
Yes, beginning at approximately 10:40 p.m. Ms.
What time
Valente,
and local time?
I'm sorry, 5:40 p.m. local time. Ms. Valente writes like asterisk. At 10:40 p.m. again, Ms. Valente writes, "What made him mad?" At approximately 5:41 p.m., Ms. Valente writes, "I don't want him get mad." At approximately 5:43 p.m., Ms. Valente writes, "I'm sorry, Steph. If it seemed I'm not interested, I don't mean that."
And what does Miss Pavlons, what does her account respond at 5:54 p.m.?
At approximately 5:54 p.m., Ms. Pavlon's account writes, "I have belly ache. I need to find medicine. If he says anything, I'll just tell him you care very much, and I just reached out to you. Sorry, I have to rest, but please take care of yourself. And so you know he always cared very much for you very much."
How does Sherilyn Valente respond to those messages sent from Miss Pavlon's account?
She first reacts with the heart emoji on that message, and then at approximately 5:58 p.m., Sherilyn Valente writes, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You take meds, Steph, and you take care of yourself. I just feel relieved talking to you. I'm so worried about him, and I care for him so much that hopefully we overcome this. And sorry, too, if I don't open my messenger much. I just opened this for work, but I'll surely can receive your messages. Take a rest, Steph. Thank you for reaching out. I really do appreciate it so much. Have a great day."
And that last message is sent at 5:58 local time?
That's correct.
Okay. Going to the next slide, did you observe both devices leaving the residence at approximately 9:27 p.m.?
Yes, they do leave the residence. This is much closer proximity. It's not as obvious that they leave the residence, but they appear to travel south to southeast on Delafield Street to the area where the coop is labeled on this map.
That's pretty close to the apartment based on this map?
Relatively speaking, yes.
And based on your evaluation of these records compared to some of those records where we saw them travel great distances, did you believe that the devices were traveling by some way other than car?
Yes, most likely on foot or on a bicycle, definitely not in a vehicle.
Okay, we can play this animation, please. based on that animation and the arcs of those records, do you believe that the devices remained in close proximity to maybe like the downtown Waukesha area or just on the west side of the river?
Yeah, based on my analysis, they'd be in the area of the Coop or about where Madison and East North intersect, and I can circle that if you'd like.
Sure, that would be great. And how did you make that determination? Just trying to understand how these records work and what exactly you're looking at.
Yeah, so when I analyze these, remember that the shaded area has nothing to do with the record. That shaded area is just for visual. So when the animation started, you saw the blue line or the blue arc slowly moving away from 1001 Delafield, moving south. Eventually, we began seeing records from Ms. Pavlons' device coming into the map, and those are also south of 1001 Delafield. So looking at just the records on our screen here at this time, both devices are in the general area of those arcs, Ms. Pavlons being the red, Mr. Pahl's being the blue, and those are clearly away from 1001 Delafield at this time.
Okay. Next slide, please. I guess I should ask you before we move on. Detective, did you then observe both devices return to the residence?
They do eventually return. I don't have an exact time frame when they return back to the area of 1001 Delafield.
Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, if we could clear the screen. So looking at September 5th, what do we see here on the screen to the right?
So I kind of just talked about this, but this is a list of Skype contacts between Matthew Pahl and Sherilyn Valente. So the top two messages here, one being August 21st, 2022, the next entry being a missed call, missed incoming call from Sherilyn to Matthew Pahl on 8/23/2022, and then there's a gap from 8/23 to September 5th, 2022, where I did not observe any messages between Ms. Valente and Mr. Pahl on Skype. But again, there was that email exchange between them on August 26th.
Okay, and on September 5th at 6:42 a.m., what message does Mr. Pahl send to Sherilyn Valente?
Yes, at approximately 6:42 a.m. on September 5th, 2022, Mr. Pahl sends Ms. Valente a message that reads, "What's the matter? You don't check your emails like your messenger?" And that's followed up with another message that reads, "If you want to know, good. If not, that's fine too."
Why was that message on September 5th about checking Messenger significant based on what we've seen on September 4th?
So, to my knowledge, Stephanie Pavlons is messaging Ms. Valente. I should say Ms. Pavlons' account is messaging Ms. Valente's account through Facebook Messenger. And based on this, it appears Mr. Pahl may have been the one doing that, as he's now questioning Ms. Valente as to why she doesn't check her email like she's checking Messenger. And I take Messenger here to be that of Facebook Messenger.
Okay, and the last message that Mr. Pahl sends at 6:44 a.m.?
At approximately 6:44 a.m. on September 5th, 2022, Mr. Pahl writes, "No, I'm not trying to chat. Read your email."
Then what happens later that morning at 8:56 a.m.?
There's I don't remember if it's incoming or outgoing, but there is a call through Skype between Mr. Pahl and Ms. Valente that lasts approximately 2 hours and 6 minutes.
Okay, and that's the first time that there's any sort of voice call between the two parties dating back through Skype?
At least in the information I reviewed, yes.
Next slide. On September 6th, did you become aware that Mr. Pahl had a appointment at OAW at approximately 10:30 a.m., and based on these records, he checked in or arrived at about 10:34 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Next slide, please. Did you become aware that there was dash camera video obtained from Mr. Marvin Pahl's apartment that depicted some of Mr. Pahl's activity on September 6th?
Yes, ma'am.
What does this depict?
This is a dash cam from Matthew Pahl's truck. Begins at approximately 12:08 p.m. on September 6th, 2022. And it's in the parking lot of Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin.
Okay, and again, this same dash camera has that timing difference that you have to account for.
Yes, ma'am. It's approximately 13 hours ahead of local time here.
Can we play this video, please? Okay, that ends at 12:09:23.
Yes, ma'am.
It appears the vehicle's moving pretty slowly. Did you do anything to alter this video to slow it down, or is this at the normal speed of the video?
I did not alter this video at all.
Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. The next video starts at 12:09:31.
Yes, local time here, 12:09:31
Okay.
on September 6th.
It appears there's a little bit of a gap between the last video that we watched and this video. Did you find any other videos from September 6th?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
Not in this time frame, I should clarify.
this is the video exactly as you found it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll start again, 12:09. Can you pause it, please? Oh. Detective, when we pause the video, could you see a white car coming out of a driveway?
Yes, I did see a white car,
Okay.
yes.
What is that driveway where the white car is coming from? We're just going to skip forward a little bit. There we go.
If you were to turn right, where that white car is, I don't know how far, but that row would be where the first or the beginning of this dash cam started, so where the vehicle was parked.
Okay, so in the first dash cam, Mr. Pahl backs out and heads to the right. If he would have backed out and turned to the left, that would have been the entrance or exit to OAW that he could have exited?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we can push play again. Detective, did you also learn that at about 3 p.m., Mr. Pahl took his car to a car wash at Arcadian Car Wash?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we're not going to review that video, but you were aware that Mr. Pahl went to that location and was at that location for quite some time?
Yes, ma'am, and I believe we established that time frame by me using these records to determine what time about he was at the car wash.
Okay, and so when you obtained the car wash video, you were able to significantly shorten the time frame that you were looking for based on the records?
I believe that's the order that it happened in, yes.
Did that also corroborate, again, that these records were accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. What happens that evening on September 6th?
There's incoming messages on Ms. Pavlons' Facebook account from Ms. Valente. The first one is on September 6th at approximately 8:41 p.m. local time. That message reads, "Hi Steph, how are you? Hope you're okay now and feel better. Matt and I are okay now. Thank you so much for your advice. Hopefully someday I can make it up to you. Thanks, thanks, thanks."
And the next message?
At approximately 10:23 p.m., there's another incoming message from Ms. Valente to Ms. Pavlon's Facebook account, and it reads, "Thanks for the advice, Steph. That's so sweet of you. I'll keep that on mind. Have a good night's sleep."
Did you locate any messages from Ms. Pavlon's Facebook account in between these two records?
Not to my knowledge.
This is exactly how Facebook provided those records to us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next slide, please. What happens on September 7th?
There's conversation between Matthew Pahl and Sherilyn Valente on Skype, including the following messages. At approximately 6:37 a.m., Matthew Pahl says, and this is in part, "You also had more than a year to be friends with Steph. Now, suddenly you want to act like friend. Then back in April, I tell you just leave her alone, but your excuse is she reached out to you. So what?"
I'm going to stop you there. Does this indicate to you that Mr. Paul was aware of messages being sent from Sherlyn to Stephanie's Facebook account on September 6th?
It does appear so, yes.
Okay, next message.
At approximately 6:40 a.m., Ms. Valente says, "I'm sorry about Steph. I just realized that she's been so good to me, and all she needed was a friend, and I failed her." At approximately 6:43 a.m., Ms. Valente writes, "I just thanked her because despite of everything, she still managed to reach out to me. I felt like my conscience bothered me. I should have done better. You're right. It was too late. Sorry, hun." At approximately 7 a.m., Matthew Pahl says in part, "I told you she wasn't being a good friend either, and to just leave it alone. Chat later about that." And at 7:02 a.m., Ms. Valente says, "Okay, hun, sorry again. I just want to show her some respect for being kind to me as well."
Next slide. Then on September 8th, what conversations did you locate?
These are Skype conversations between Matthew Pahl and Desierto on Skype. Beginning at approximately 3:36 a.m., Desierto says, "Are you stressed out with tickets?" At approximately 3:38 a.m., Matthew Pahl says, "No, hun, not tickets. You know what it is." At approximately 3:39 a.m., Matthew Pahl says, "Tickets I have somewhat control over, not others' bad decisions." At approximately 3:42 a.m., Desierto says, "Don't get so stressed about the thing you've been worried."
And then is there a call between Mr. Paul and Desierto?
Yes, there's an incoming call from Desierto to Matthew Pahl at approximately 4:14 a.m. That Skype call lasted approximately 1 hour and 10 minutes.
So Mr. Paul and Ms. Desierto are talking in the middle of the night, 3:36 to 4:14 a.m., 5:14 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am, in that general time frame.
Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. I can tell based on the images you have here on this slide that there's some more images that are sent from Ms. Pavlon's device to Mr. Pahl's phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What time is the first image sent?
So the first image per Matthew Pahl's device was an incoming message at approximately 10:45:35 a.m.
Okay. And this time there are a total of 4 messages sent from Ms. Pavlon's device to Mr. Pahl's device?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Again, did you recover those images on Ms. Pavlon's device?
So the images, yes, I recovered the cached version of that image on Ms. Pavlon's device. I did not recover the actual message on Ms. Pavlon's device.
So you recover the image, but not the message being sent from Ms. Pavlon's to Mr. Pahl?
I guess image is a broad term. I recovered a form of that image, not necessarily the exact image that was sent, but a cached version of that image.
Okay, so if we went on to Ms. Pavlon's device and we looked at messages from September 8th, we would not see messages sent from Ms. Pavlon's to Mr. Pahl in that chat.
That's correct.
Okay, trying to get it in the simple terms. We'll go to the next slide, please. All right, what are we looking at here in these 4 images? I can tell that these 4 images are different than the couple times we've seen something like this before.
Yes, so these are the 4 images, which had we done what I did previously, these images were similar on both devices between what was being cached by Ms. Pavlon's phone and what was being created in thumbnail version on Mr. Pahl's phone. There are 4 individual pictures here. The timestamps at the bottom are the timestamps for which these chats actually occurred. So the first screenshot on the far left, the chats that we're seeing there occurred July 30th, 2022 at approximately 11:45 a.m. The second picture, those chats occurred on August 4th, 2022 at approximately 12:17 p.m. The third occurred August 4th, 2022 at approximately 6:50 p.m. And the last or farthest to the right occurred August 4th, 2022 at approximately 7:55 p.m. It's important that going from left to right, if they're 1, 2, 3, 4, pictures 1, 2, and 4 were all screenshotted on Ms. Pavlon's device on September 8th. So these chats had to have existed on her device as of September 8th. However, I did not recover any of these messages on her device when I conducted my forensic extraction of her device.
And each of these screenshots are of messages sent between a contact listed as Chewy and Ms. Pavlon's?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your review, who is Chewy?
Chewy in Ms. Pavlon's contacts is Matthew Pahl's phone number.
Okay, so these are messages sent between Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlon's going back from July 30th and August 4th, right?
That's correct.
Those messages are not on Ms. Pavlon's device when you extracted and reviewed the device?
That's correct.
So they were deleted sometime after September 18th, before your department takes custody of the device on September 17th.
That's correct.
Okay. Next slide, please. What else do we see on September 8th?
There's an outgoing call on September 8th from Matthew Pahl to Marvin Pahl. It's at approximately 8:33 p.m., and that phone call lasts approximately 41 minutes.
Okay. We can go to the next slide, please. What was significant about September 9th, 2022, in your investigation?
September 9th, 2022 is when law enforcement received notification of a deceased subject in the woods near Orthopedic Associates, and ultimately my department, the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, responded out to begin that investigation.
Prior to September 9th, when your department responds to begin the investigation, has anyone in law enforcement been notified that Stephanie Pavlons is missing?
Not to my knowledge.
Has anyone in law enforcement been notified that Stephanie Pavlons is endangered or has not been seen?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So what are we looking at here on September 9th?
So this is going to be another animation. It generally shows there's not as many records in this one, but it's going to show Matthew Pahl's device, or the blue device, moving from the area of 1001 Delafield in the bottom right of the screen up towards Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, ultimately past Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, and then back to Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin.
And on this day, Mr. Pahl's device travels alone to those locations?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, we can start the animation, please. So, Detective, I want to ask you about what we see on the very last screen here. The last record is at 1:10 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I think this is a good example of what we're looking at and what's important. When I see the tower over by the Cherokee Woods subdivision, what's important about that particular record and where Mr. Pahl's device is located?
So in looking at only this one record right here, yes, the tower is significant because that's the tower and sector that was used. But in terms of finding the physical location of this device, it would again be somewhere along that large arc. I think it's obvious, but if you'd want me to draw a line on that arc, I could.
Nope, that's okay. I think with one particular record, that's helpful. Did you also recover dash camera video from Mr. Pahl's dash camera video that records Mr. Pahl's vehicle and route of travel that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if we can go to the next slide, please. Is that what we're looking at here?
This is the beginning of it, yes.
Okay. And what time does this dash camera video start?
This would be on local time, September 9th, 2022, at approximately 1:01 p.m.
Okay, and what are we going to see on this video?
Judge, I'm object to playing this video. The jury's already seen it. I think it's cumulative.
Judge, it's one video.
Hang on. Go ahead.
It's one video. It's very short, and I think it assists the jury in putting into context all of the events of this day.
This witness is testifying about a summary of information that was testified to about being gathered from other law enforcement officers. And I think his purpose is to relate it to other things that were happening. I'll allow it.
We can push play, please. Detective, what did we see at the very end of that video?
So right before the video stops, it appears the vehicle was in the right lane of travel, and the vehicle moves back over to the left lane of travel.
What are all those vehicles there that we see in the driveway area of OAW?
The ones lined up along the entrance there, the majority, if not all, are law enforcement vehicles.
Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. After Mr. Pahl passes Orthopedic Associates, is this a summary of his direction and location of travel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you review those dash camera videos to determine exactly his direction and route of travel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell me about that.
So where the dot is, right by Orthopedic Associates, that's essentially where the dash cam we just watched stops. If you continue watching the dash cam, he travels west on Gulf Road, southbound on Elmhurst, westbound into Creekside Court. There's a little U-turn in the court. He comes back out, proceeds northbound on Elmhurst, eastbound on Gulf, and then I believe the next slide is going to show you the dash cam of him pulling into Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin.
Okay, so he drives away from OAW and is driving in the opposite direction of OAW for before returning, a total of about 7 minutes?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, next slide, please. And what do we see here? What time does this start?
This is on September 9th, 2022 at approximately 1:09 p.m. And you're seeing we're orientated kind of northeast here, but from eastbound Gulf Road turning north into Orthopedic Associates driveway.
Okay, and play the video, please. Next slide. Once Mr. Pahl is in the parking lot, what does he do next?
About the same time, there's an outgoing call from Mr. Pahl's device to Marvin Pahl's device. That call begins at approximately 1:10 p.m. That call lasts approximately 17 minutes.
Okay. Next slide. Now, did your department obtain video from Orthopedic Associates?
Some video, yes.
Okay. You were able to obtain video of September 9th of Mr. Pahl entering and exiting the doors at OAW.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you learn about this video that maybe other investigators were not aware of?
So coming in, he's on his cell phone, which corresponds with the call that we just talked about and the duration of that call. I think it's the next slide after this. We observe Mr. Pahl walking out, and there's audio on this camera. It appeared he was playing, or there was police chatter, I'll call it. Sounds like a police radio. So I went back into Mr. Pahl's device and located application usage logs that showed that he had the police scanner app open on his phone when he's exiting Orthopedic Associates on this day.
Okay, so we'll play this video first. This is at 1:22 p.m.
Correct.
And that video matches the phone records indicating that Mr. Matthew Pahl is making a phone call or is on the phone with Mr. Marvin Pahl, right?
Correct.
Okay, next slide, please. What are we seeing on this slide?
So this will be, the big portion here is the video of Matthew Pahl exiting Orthopedic Associates. And then what I did is at the top of this video, so at 1:58 p.m. or approximately 1:58 p.m., you can see that the police scanner app is brought to focus on Mr. Pahl's phone. At 2 p.m. is when the video takes place, and at approximately 2:02 p.m., the police scanner app on Matthew Pahl's phone is closed.
Again, what types of things would be happening on a police scanner app or on a police scanner?
general communications, dispatches for calls for service. I'm not too familiar with police scanner apps, but my understanding is it's hard to pick which channel you want to listen to. But in general, police communications.
And you're familiar with police communications. You, as a detective and as a patrol deputy, would use the radio regularly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're going to play this video, please.
They're working on the vision for what they can, what they want.
Now, Detective, based on your familiarity with police radio, dispatch, audio, what did you hear in that video?
So I can't make out what exactly is being said, but it does sound like police communications and a female dispatcher acknowledging that she copied whatever transmission was played.
Okay. Important to note, did that audio stop after Mr. Pahl was outside of the little vestibule area here?
It appeared to, yes.
Okay. And did not continue once that other gentleman walked in?
I didn't hear it, no.
Why is that significant?
So I tried to determine, when I initially watched the video, I tried to rule out that it's possibly not one of our officers standing underneath this camera with his radio playing. So I think it's significant that as Mr. Pahl exits, the audio stops, and at 2 p.m., our radios are pretty much nonstop. There's a lot of communication going on. And then the application usage logs shows that he did have the application open. So I'm just trying to rule out that it's not a police officer off camera here. Just you're hearing his radio playing.
Okay. And could someone use police scanner audio to try and determine what's going on outside OAW there at the crime scene?
I guess they could, yes.
So that occurs at 2 o'clock. Mr. Pahl exits OAW, and fair to say he exits to the and turns kind of towards the west.
Correct. To the right here would be to the west, yes.
Next slide, please. Then based on this dash camera, we know that he's manipulating his dash camera inside his car at about 2:09 p.m.
Judge, you want to object to the form of the motion? He doesn't know what he's supposed to do here with the dash cam.
Well, then we can play it.
All right, hang on a second. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. If we could play this slide, please. Detective, did you see anyone else in the vehicle with Mr. Pahl there?
I saw a hand picking up the dash cam and appears to be sticking it back to the windshield.
Okay, and that's at 2:09 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Next slide, please. This slide, this video starts at 2:14 p.m. There's no video between 2:09 and 2:14, is that correct?
In the PowerPoint, that is correct. I'm not sure 100% if there's any dash cams that we didn't include here.
Okay, and this video is about 1 minute long?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we can play this here. Detective, I want to direct your attention back to slide 93, please. It looks like there's a second outgoing call on 9/9 at 2:06 p.m. Who's making that call?
Yes, ma'am. This is another outgoing call from Matthew Pahl's device to Marvin Pahl's phone number. It occurs at approximately 2:06 p.m., and that call lasts approximately 17 minutes.
Okay, so Mr. Pahl exits OAW at about 2 o'clock p.m. He calls Mr. Marvin Pahl at 2:06 p.m., and then that's where the dash camera video picks up at 2:09 p.m.
Approximately, yes.
Okay, we can go forward to slide 98 now. Thank you. What are we looking at here, Detective?
So this is going to be another animation. It's going to play rather quickly, but we have OAW, or Orthopedic Associates, down towards the bottom left of your screen. This is between approximately 2:15 p.m. and 3 p.m. And it's going to show Mr. Pahl's device take a general route of eastbound I-94 to northbound I-41 to northbound 45 into the area of Jackson. At the top of your map, there's another address. That address was provided to me as Marvin Pahl's address.
Okay, so we're going to see Mr. Matthew Pahl leave OAW and drive up to his father's residence in Jackson, Marvin Pahl's residence. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This happens very fast. This is really just to corroborate that that's where Mr. Matthew Pahl, the direction he travels.
Correct.
Okay, if we can push play, please. So Mr. Matthew Pahl is in the area of Mr. Marvin Pahl's residence around 3 p.m.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I cut this animation off a little early, but it goes until 2:54 p.m. And based on this, I would say he's in the Jackson area by 2:54 p.m. I don't know exactly when he gets to Marvin Pahl's residence.
Okay. Fair to say, though, that he's there after 3, sometime after 3 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next slide, please. Once Matthew Pahl is at Mr. Marvin Pahl's residence, what did you observe in Mr. Marvin Pahl's computer and his web search history?
Yes, so these are web searches recovered from Marvin Pahl's MacBook computer. They occur generally between approximately 3:38 p.m. and 5:56 p.m. They're conducted through the Yahoo search engine. First one, Stephanie Pavlons, missing woman found dead. Waukesha, Wisconsin, police reports. Waukesha, Wisconsin, police reports death. Waukesha, Wisconsin, police today's news, September 9th, 2022, video clips. Today's news, Highway 164 in Waukesha. Waukesha police scanner. Waukesha police scanner patch. News happening today in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Waukesha, Wisconsin, police today's news. Body found in Waukesha field. Stephanie Pavlons. Stephanie Pavlons, missing woman found dead. Stephanie Pavlons, missing woman found dead in apartment. Channel 6 News, live, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Body found by construction worker, dead. And how to take a screenshot on MacBook Pro.
Detective, by 5:56 on September 9th, did anyone in law enforcement know who it was that was found in the woods near OAW?
Not to my knowledge.
Did anyone know in law enforcement that Ms. Stephanie Pavlons had been missing since August 23rd?
At this point, no.
Did these web history searches on Mr. Marvin Pahl's computer appear to be relevant to your investigation?
I would say so, yes.
Why?
Because at this point, we didn't release any information about who was found, simply because we didn't know. Based on these searches, maybe this person knows.
Okay. Next slide.
I tell you what, it's 9:56. Let's take a break till about 10 after, okay? All right?
All right, return.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Anything from the state before we take a break?
No, Judge.
Anything, Mr. Gallery?
Oh, sir, thank you.
All right, take a break, be back at 10 after, ready to go, okay? You can step down. Bring the jurors back from the state.
Not from the state, Judge. I know defense has their witnesses here. I don't know if there's anything the defense wishes to address with the court.
Mr. Gallery?
There's one construction worker, and they're told to be here by 10, so that doesn't begin by 10. I was hoping to call him out of order to get him back to this construction work. I'm not sure, no one wants to take a chance to call him out of order. But he was the one that, what's worse, he told the deputy that he thought it was a woman in the woods.
Ms. Gordon?
I did have a chance to speak with him. He said that he would just need 20 or 30 minutes notice to be here. I don't know if it's going to be a while before Detective Schrader is done. I don't know if the court would want to take him out of order in the middle of another witness's testimony.
How much longer do we have the detective?
I'm on slide 100 of 124, and then there's some a few other things we need to clean up after that. Maybe another hour on direct.
Let's wait, Mr. Gallery's, okay?
Yes, can I just go tell him to go and they'll come back?
Yeah, go tell them to wait, yes, sir. It'll take a minute or two for the jurors to come back, okay? We can bring the jurors back then.
Yes.
No? Yeah, there's been a few typos. Okay, what the heck did I just do to my computer? Thank you. What are those? Oh, and then the okay. Yeah, can you write down those numbers?
All rise for the jury. All right, all 14 jurors have returned. Have a seat, everybody else. Thank you very much. Go ahead, continue.
Thank you. If we can put Exhibit 202 back on the screen, please. Okay, Detective. The last slide showed Mr. Matthew Pahl driving up to the area of Jackson, Wisconsin. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What are we looking at on this slide?
This is going to be another animation between approximately 7:15 p.m. and 8:15 p.m. It's going to show Mr. Paul's device returning to the area of 1001 Delafield. Little different route, but generally speaking, it'll go west on 60 to State Highway 164, then travel southbound on 164 into the city of Waukesha.
Okay, we can play this animation, please. Okay, so again, those records show Mr. Paul returning to the area of 1001 Delafield.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, based on other investigation, including other detectives' review of surveillance video from the Willow Park apartments, did Mr. Paul, Mr. Matthew Pahl, travel back and return to the apartment with anyone else?
On this occasion,
Yes.
I believe his father might be with him, but I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Did you also then, we didn't map it for the jury, but did you also then review records from Mr. Paul on September 10th, returning to the Jackson area and then coming back to the 1001 Delafield area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Indicating that Mr. Marvin Paul came and spent the night with Mr. Matthew Paul?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. He said he didn't see or know about Mr. Marvin Paul coming back.
Okay, next slide, please. What happens on September 10th?
On September 10th, at approximately 9:43 a.m., there's web history from Matthew Paul's cell phone. Visits a GM Today article. The title of that webpage is Dead Body Found by Construction Crew in Delafield, Waukesha County News. There's a snippet here of what that webpage looks like. That is our press release from the Sheriff's Office, summarized by this news outlet. And then at approximately 8:26 p.m., there's a web search from Marvin Paul's MacBook computer through the Yahoo search engine for Stephanie Pavlons.
Important to note that in that news article that's posted and that is reviewed by Mr. Matthew Paul from his phone, that the body is not identified by a name.
Correct.
It's not identified by a gender.
Correct.
And it doesn't even say where at that address a body was located. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That address that is given, is that the address to OAW, if you know, or is that the general area?
I don't recall specifically if that's the OAW address.
Okay. Next slide, please. What happens on September 11th?
So the first message that we see here is actually on September 10th. So there's a Facebook message from Ms. Pavlon's account to Sherilyn Valente on September 10th at approximately 3:36 p.m. That message from Ms. Pavlon's account reads, "Keep in mind, baby, or good spanking, haha." Moving on to September 11th at approximately midnight 04, Sherilyn Valente reacts to that message, and then 2 minutes later at approximately midnight 06, Ms. Valente writes, "You are silly. I just opened Messenger in case you wonder, because I'll do my lesson for next week, okay? Morrissey will accompany me in the grocery store at 3 p.m. He's working with his painting, so I'll do my stuff first." It should be noted there's a number of typos in that message.
Okay, and so on September 10th in the afternoon, someone is accessing Stephanie Pavlon's Facebook account.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anything significant about the message that was sent from Stephanie's Facebook account?
I guess me personally, I don't understand the context of this message. It doesn't seem to make sense to me in terms of why that message was sent from Ms. Pavlon's account.
Okay, next slide, please. What else happens on September 11th?
On September 11th, there's Skype conversation between Matthew Pahl and Ms. Valente. Approximately 7:34 a.m., Matthew Pahl says, "No, just feel sad, hun, and wondering why all this bad shit." At 7:37 a.m., Ms. Valente writes, "Shh, focus. I know how you feel, but you have a life, hun. Fight this negativity and sadness, sweetheart. Remember, you did everything. You cared. You shouldn't be the one feeling like that when you did everything way back, every single time." At approximately 7:40 a.m., Ms. Valente writes, "I know it's sad, but life goes on, and on, and on. Be strong, baby. You can't hold on to this forever. Yeah, I know, it takes time. It's not easy, but time heals too. Be strong, hun." At approximately 7:44 a.m., Matthew Pahl writes, "Yes, thanks, hun. In life, there is a time for many things. Now is grieving time."
Detective, on September 11th, did anyone in law enforcement know that Stephanie Pavlons was the body found in the wooded area?
I don't believe that we knew at this time, and if we did, I know for sure that we would not have released any type of press release with that name at this time.
Okay. Next slide, please. What else happens that morning?
Continuing on in the Skype conversation, at approximately 7:48 a.m., Ms. Valente says in part, "Grieve, baby. It is okay. But after that, remember you have a life of your own." At approximately 7:56 a.m., Matthew Pahl says in part, "Yes, hun, it's just sad all these people and so-called professional couldn't/can't do anything." At approximately 9:02 a.m., Matthew Pahl writes, "Yes, I got feeling I'm going to need help and support this week."
Okay. Next slide, please. What happens that afternoon?
At approximately 2:34 p.m., there's an incoming call on Ms. Pavlon's phone. This call is routed, it's unanswered and routed to voicemail. So those are the two entries you're seeing on top. This call is from a contact in her phone labeled as Mama Mia. I did check that phone number in our information, and that phone number belongs to Georgianne Pavlons. Approximately 20 minutes later, there's an outgoing call on Ms. Pavlon's phone, checking the voicemail, and the outgoing call to check voicemail was deleted from Ms. Pavlon's phone.
So at 2:34, Stephanie's mother attempts to make contact with her device.
It appears so, yes.
And was there then an outgoing call from either Mr. Pahl's device or Ms. Pavlon's device returning that phone call to Georgianne Pavlons?
Not that I observed, no.
And you said the call to voicemail was deleted?
The call to check voicemail was deleted, yes.
What about the call that was made from Georgianne?
The incoming call?
Yes.
That was still on the device.
Okay. Next slide, please. At 3:12 p.m., what happens about 20 minutes after that voicemail is checked?
At approximately 3:12 p.m., there's an outgoing call from Matthew Pahl's device to Marvin Pahl. That phone call lasts approximately 14 minutes.
Okay. What happens next?
At approximately 3:49 p.m., there's Skype conversation from Matthew Pahl to Ms. Valente. It reads, "I'm going to delete this text after I tell you something, but I really shouldn't text it." At approximately 3:50 p.m., so 1 minute later, Matthew Pahl says, can you call me for just 2 minutes, and then I'll let you go after I spank your butt." At approximately 3:53 p.m., so 3 minutes later, there's an incoming call, Skype call, from Sherilyn Valente to Matthew Pahl. That call lasts approximately 14 minutes. The above message that says, "I'm going to delete this text," was in fact deleted from the device.
Okay. Next slide, please. Then at 6:36 p.m., what happens?
At approximately 6:36 p.m., there's an incoming call on Matthew Pahl's device from Marvin Pahl. That call lasts approximately 49 minutes. At approximately 9:02 p.m., there's a Skype conversation between Ms. Valente and Matthew Pahl. In that conversation, Matthew Pahl says, "I had a long talk. Dad, we will be ready." At 9:03 p.m., Ms. Valente responds, "That's great. Remember, if you'll be invited for interrogation or anything, remain calm because you can think better when you are calm." At approximately 9:08 and 9:09 p.m., Matthew Pahl says, "The family called someone and said nobody has seen her or heard. I'm not really worried." In approximately 9:09 p.m., Ms. Valente responds, "Oh God, where she could possibly be."
Detective, based on your understanding of this investigation, had Detective Plennis or Detective Fredericks or any other member of the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department had contact with the Pavlons family on September 11th?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, next slide, please. Now on to September 12th. What happens that day?
In the early morning hours, approximately 8:37 a.m. to 8:38 a.m., there's web history on Matthew Pahl's cell phone. Appears to be visiting Thielen Funeral Services, Waukesha Obituaries, Obituary Search. At approximately 12:55 p.m., there's a incoming call on Miss Pavlon's phone from that Mamma Mia contact, which is Georgianne Pavlon's cell phone number. That call is unanswered and routed to voicemail. Approximately 4 minutes later, there's an outgoing call from Pavlon's device checking the voicemail. The outgoing call to check voicemail was deleted from Ms. Pavlon's device.
And again, after Mrs. Georgianne Pavlons attempts to contact her daughter, Stephanie Pavlons, does Mr. Pahl make a call to Georgianne from his cell phone?
Not that I'm aware of.
Does he return that call from Ms. Pavlon's cell phone?
Not that I'm aware of.
And there's no calls to law enforcement at that time?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Next slide, please.
This is later in the afternoon on September 12th, 2022. These are web searches from Marvin Pahl's MacBook computer. Between approximately 3:12 p.m. and 4:41 p.m., the searches are made through the Yahoo search engine, and some of the searches include Stephanie Pavlons, CCAP, Wisconsin court records, the Freeman newspaper, Waukesha, Wisconsin, September 11th, 2022, dead body found by construction worker, dead body found by construction worker video, and dead body found in Delafield, Wisconsin.
At this point in the investigation, in the afternoon of September 12th, had the Sheriff's Department made it public in any way that they knew who the body was that was located in the woods?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Next slide, please. What did we see here?
On September 12th, at approximately 3:42 p.m., there's an incoming call on Matthew Pahl's device from Marvin Pahl. That call lasts approximately 12 minutes. At approximately 4:13 p.m., Matthew Pahl sends a Skype message to Ms. Valente that reads in part, "No news here yet. I just got off the phone with my dad, and I'm going to go for a bike ride to relieve stress."
Okay, so tell me again, what time does that incoming call from Marvin Pahl happen?
It's at approximately 3:42 p.m.
And if we can go to the previous slide, please. some of those web search histories occur immediately after that phone conversation between Matthew Pahl and Marvin Pahl?
Yes, the phone call that we just talked about would be between the first and second search there.
Okay. Then if we can go to slide 111, please. Again, on September 12th, what do we have here?
More Skype conversation between Matthew Pahl and Ms. Valente, specifically at approximately 8:07 a.m. Matthew Pahl says, "Otherwise, night-night. Just wanted to make sure I saw you in case something bad happens." Again at 8:07 a.m., Matthew Pahl says, "Just remember, if I delete you, I'll be back as soon as the drama is over." At approximately 8:08 a.m., Ms. Valente writes, "Shh, nothing will happen to you. Stop thinking that way, but always be prepared. Be calm. I will, baby."
Next slide takes us to September 13th. What happens on that date?
More Skype conversation between Matthew Pahl and Ms. Valente, including at 7:44 a.m. Matthew Pahl says, "Have to shower, just not feeling the best, was thinking again. If I could have just did something different to help if things turn out bad." At approximately 7:46 a.m., Ms. Valente writes in part, "You did your part, please stop blaming yourself." About an hour or so after that, there's additional web searches on Matthew Pahl's phone, in summary regarding obituaries and memorials and obituaries.
Okay. Next slide. September 14th. What are we looking at here?
An incoming message on Ms. Pavlons' device. The message is from a contact named Sam, phone number 262-757-8558. That message reads, "You still got that pressure washer for sale, ? At approximately 7:34 a.m., Matthew Pahl sends a message to Majin Desierto, which reads, "If you don't hear from me because something happens, I'll get with you ASAP."
Okay, next slide. Later on September 14th.
More Skype conversation between Matthew Pahl and Ms. Valente, specifically at 8:38 a.m. Matthew Pahl says, "I just wanted to say night-night in case something bad happens today." Ms. Valente responds, "Hey, stop thinking that. Any news? ? Approximately 8:39 a.m., Matthew Pahl says, "A lot of chatter about this and that, but nothing concrete." And at 8:42 a.m., Matthew Pahl writes, not texting anymore about this and that, hun."
And then that next message is actually something we've already seen on the previous slide, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Go to the next slide. What else happens on September 14th?
At approximately 4:23 to 4:54 p.m., there's web searches recovered from Marvin Pahl's MacBook computer. Those are all made through the Yahoo search engine, and in summary, they're about the Waukesha Coroner's Office and Waukesha death notices.
Again, by September 14th, are you aware of any press release or information that had been released to the public indicating we knew the identity of the person found in that wooded area?
I don't recall.
Okay. September 15th on the next slide, please.
First one is Skype conversation from Matthew Pahl to Desierto. It's at 2:50 p.m. and Matthew Pahl says, "Driving back from Dad's, got my banking business done for overseas traveling, have one more meeting to finish next week." At approximately 3:01 p.m., or about 10 minutes later, Matthew Pahl sends a message to Ms. Valente through Skype, which reads, "Did banking business for overseas traveling."
What happens next?
At approximately 10:02 p.m., there's an incoming message on Matthew Pahl's device. It's an incoming message from Ms. Pavlons' device, and it's a news article regarding the ATF and Milwaukee criminals.
Was Ms. Pavlons' device located at or near the 1001 Delafield Street apartment when this message was sent?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. All right. The next slide, please. This looks pretty complicated. What are we looking at here?
So we'll start with the table graphic. That's a portion of what's called the SQLite database. Your phone or cell phones store a lot of information in what's called SQLite databases. I'll describe it as an Excel workbook on steroids, but it's a relational database that holds information. So specifically, what we're looking at here is a portion of the MMS SMS database from Ms. Pavlons' device. I've taken some columns out just to clean it up a little bit, but what's important to note is that underscore ID column is what's called a primary key. So each of these tables in this database have what's known as a primary key. Those primary keys are sequential and will never be repeated. So when we're looking here, this is where the text messages in Ms. Pavlons' device get stored. Any gaps in record ID would be indicative of information being deleted. So I took a snip of this because there's a large quantity of messages that have been deleted. And specifically, if we look at the underscore ID columns and the date timestamp columns, which are back to UTC time, so not local time, but 5 hours ahead, we're seeing between record ID 89 and record ID 470 that there's 380 missing record IDs. So that would mean between March 17th and June 17th, 2022, there are 380 deleted messages. Same with the next gap, underscore ID 470 to underscore ID 913. There's 442 deleted messages from Ms. Pavlons' device, which would have occurred between June 17th and August 15th, 2022. The last gap between underscore ID 913 and underscore ID 1007 indicates that there's 93 deleted entries between August 15th and September 14th, 2022. With this information, I'm not necessarily able to tell you what the context of any of those deleted messages were or what time they were deleted.
But you can tell me that a lot of messages are deleted from Ms. Pavlons' device during those time frames, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, previously you, I think, said something about if someone had their messages set to automatically delete after a short time period, that would be a setting on the phone that they would have, I guess, clicked on or set themselves?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. In this case, in reviewing Ms. Stephanie Pavlon's phone, did you see any indication that there was some type of setting that would automatically delete messages very quickly in time?
I don't recall seeing that setting, and I am seeing some older messages on here, specifically ones back to March of 2022.
So would that indicate to you that messages were not automatically set to delete after, say, 7 days or even 30 days?
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to direct your attention to those last two messages, 1007 and 1008. Those messages are from September 14th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and those are the last two records that you observed in this database?
That's correct.
Okay. One of those is a message about the pressure washer that we just saw on one of those previous slides?
Yes, ma'am. Record ID 1007, which is on September 14th, 2022. If we convert that to local time, would be 1:23 a.m. And the message reads, "You still got that pressure washer for sale?" ?
Okay. Now, next slide, please. You've talked a lot about deleted calls to check the voicemail. How did you determine that that was the case, and what are we looking at here?
So similar to the last database that we just looked at, the calllog.db is another SQLite database that keeps track of calls incoming and outgoing on the physical device. This is a query specifically for that voicemail retrieval number, which is 805-637-7243. That number is what the phone is dialing on T-Mobile's network to check voicemail. This was all the ones that I observed. Everything, we'll say from the first 8 entries, so they occur between June 8th, 2022 and August 3rd, 2022. None of those outgoing calls to voicemail were deleted. The next several entries between August 26th, 2022 to September 16th, 2022, that's 8 calls out to check voicemail. All but the very last one on September 16th was deleted.
So 7 of the 8 calls made to Stephanie Pavlon's phone and then routed to check voicemail, right, are deleted.
Correct. These are the user actually dialing out to check the voicemail, not necessarily those incoming and routed calls to voicemail.
Okay, so when I go on my phone and I say I want to check voicemail, your phone creates this database?
Not necessarily. It depends on your network. This database would track all of your incoming and outgoing calls. I only have it displayed here to show the calls to voicemail.
Okay. And you wanted to show the calls to voicemail to see if there was any trends related to voicemails being deleted prior to August 23rd and after August 23rd?
Correct. I'm trying to establish if this is a normal pattern for the user to delete those calls. And it appears to me, based on my analysis, that it's not normal, at least between June, July, and early August, for the user to delete their voicemails or their calls to check voicemail. And then beginning August 26th, moving into the future, it appears the majority of the calls are getting deleted.
Okay. You also compiled a summary of all of the times that the police scanner app on Mr. Pahl's phone was checked or used. Is that correct?
Brought to focus, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you the next slide. What are we looking at here?
So I used the application usage log on Mr. Pahl's device. What I did is I looked specifically for the police scanner app and only occurrences where it's brought to focus. So the app will keep track of, or the database will keep track of bring to focus events, suspended events where maybe it's pushed to background, or closed events where the application's being closed. So what I did is I looked at that database only for when the police scanner app was brought to focus and created this chart of times that the police scanner app was brought to focus.
Can I stop you there? When you say bring to focus, if I have 10 apps open on my phone and I click into the police scanner app, what does that mean?
So bring to focus is when it's displayed as the primary app that the user would see on the phone. So I don't know if you're all familiar, but you can suspend applications and push them to the background. They're still open, but they're not in focus anymore. So bringing to focus would be bringing that application for the user to view on the phone.
Okay, so that's meaning that that's what's on your screen and that is the main application being used by the user at that time?
Yes, that it's displayed to the user.
Displayed to the user, okay. So you're only checking the number of times that it's actually brought to focus and the main application being displayed?
Yes.
Okay. Why use the bring to focus rather than some of those other types that you've described to the jury?
I guess the question that was brought to me and why I did this was how many times does he launch the application? So bringing to focus would be the user launching that application. So in terms of my analysis, the user suspending the application or closing it wasn't part of the investigative request.
Okay. And you also have a timeline at the bottom with showing the numbers in addition to the graph. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so on September 9th, the day that Ms. Pavlon's body was located by a construction worker and then ultimately the sheriff's department was called in, how many times did Mr. Pahl bring the police scanner app to focus?
66 times according to the device.
Was that significantly more than any other day in between August 21st and the date of his arrest on September 17th?
Yes.
Next slide, please. Detective, you're aware that on September 17th, based on your review of Mr. Pahl's phone and this investigation, that Mr. Pahl sent a message to Mr. Kyle Hoback. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what was that message?
It's that top right screenshot. The gray portion, for me, one's gray. The bottom one I will say is a little more blue. But the gray bubble with the black text is a message that Mr. Pahl's device sent to Mr. Hoback. That message reads, "I have your info from one of my workers who wasn't doing her job. There's a note you're interested in a power washer that is for sale yet."
Okay, and you're also aware that a search warrant was executed at Mr. Pahl's residence on September 2nd of 2022, right?
September 17th,
Sorry.
2022, yes.
Thank you for correcting me. September 17th of 2022 is when a search warrant was executed.
Yes, ma'am.
And these are photographs of two of the items, Ms. Pavlon's purse and her water bottle, that were significant in the investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're also aware that Mr. Pahl was interviewed by Detective Fredericks and Detective Seitz on those days.
Yes, ma'am.
Next slide, please. Then tell me what you found on Mr. Marvin Pahl's phone regarding his web search history on September 19th.
So this would be from Marvin Pahl's computer, not the cell phone, but from Marvin Pahl's MacBook computer on September 19th at approximately 2:11 p.m. There's a Yahoo search for Stephanie Pavlons, and at approximately 4:19 p.m. there's a web search through Yahoo for Stephanie Pavlons' obituary death.
Then on September 20th, this is a picture of a note that was left with Willow Park Apartment Management. You weren't necessarily involved in that, but you're aware that that occurred, right?
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay, next slide, please. Then you're aware that the investigation continues between September 19th of 2022 all the way to September 17th of 2023, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that during that time period, Mr. Pahl ultimately left for the Philippines and returned in June of 2023. Is that correct?
That's what I was told, and these are the dates that I was provided, yes.
Okay. Next slide, please. Did you have an opportunity to review Mr. Matthew Pahl's web history on a new device that was obtained in September of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
This is a portion of web history. It's not all inclusive of all the web history on, I'll say, his new device. But this is, it's not in order either, I apologize, but this is some of the web searches made on his new cell phone.
What were some web searches that were significant to your investigation that occurred in September of 2023?
Waukesha County death stats, coroners, postmortems, and inquests. When does the medical examiner get involved? Searches for Pavlons on GM Today.
See also search on August 7th of 2023, moving overseas and abroad, how to move your belongings to a new country.
Yes, he does make that search.
Okay. So a number of searches occurring in August and September, either about the medical examiner's office or obituaries or overseas moves.
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. And finally, the next slide. Detective, ultimately, was Mr. Pahl arrested and a search was conducted at his residence on September 18th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is a picture of a note that was located within Mr. Paul's apartment on that date and time?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You weren't involved necessarily in the search, but that's your understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, that completes our timeline. I want to go back and clean up a few items that might have been a little confusing. I'm going to start with something that we haven't talked about yet. We're going to go back to August 8th of 2022. Were you asked as part of this investigation to review some text messages that were sent from Mr. Paul to Ms. Stephanie Pavlons on August 8th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm going to ask that we review some of the video from August 8th. We're going to start with Defense Exhibit 456. All of these have previously been admitted, Judge, so I'm going to ask to first start with Exhibit 456. Okay, we can pause it here. Detective, what date and time are we looking at here on this video?
It appears to be August 8th, 2022, approximately 2:34 p.m. And this is the camera at the north end or north entry point of Willow Park Apartments.
Okay, and you recognize this to be Willow Park Apartments?
It does appear to be, yes.
Okay, we're going to play this video, please. Did you see Mr. Paul's truck enter the camera there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Exhibit 458 from defense, please. What time are we looking at here?
August 8th, 2022, at approximately 2:38 p.m.
Okay. And this is from a different camera, from Channel 4?
Yes, this is more in the middle of the building.
Okay, we can play this video, please. Then Exhibit 459, please. What time are we looking at on this video, Detective?
Still on August 8th at approximately 2:59 p.m.
Okay, play please. Okay, so Mr. Paul exits the apartment at 2:59, and we saw the truck enter at 2:34. Does that sound right?
That sounds right, yes.
Okay. Now, if we can play Exhibit 461, please. Okay. Sorry. Did you see Mr. Paul walk by? Okay, we can stop it. That was at 3 o'clock. Detective, did you see Mr. Paul walk by on the sidewalk?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then did you see that same orange shirt that he was seen wearing exiting the apartment kind of in the door of that video?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see Mr. Paul jimmying the door to kind of open and stay unlocked?
Yeah, I couldn't tell exactly what he was doing, but it appeared he was messing with the locking mechanism.
Okay. If we can then go to Exhibit 462, please. This is at what time, Detective?
Approximately 3:01 p.m.
Okay, play please. Okay, so Detective, who was that entered at 3:01?
Miss Pavlons.
And far as you can tell, approximately when the truck enters at 2:34 until Ms. Pavlon enters at 3:01, she's not seen on any of those cameras?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And you would agree that Mr. Pahl changed his shirt in that time frame?
Yes.
Okay. Now if we can go to, is it 190? Okay. So, Detective, I'm going to ask you about August 23rd. When we first watched those PowerPoint slides last week on Friday, they're pretty zoomed out, some of those cell hawk mappings that you did. Why are they so far zoomed out for some of those time frames?
Just to show the totality. If I zoom in, you're not going to see the towers being used on the overall route of travel. So zoomed out to show the entire route of travel or the general route of travel.
Okay. I'm going to show first for the witness, Exhibit 190. Sorry, 190.
It's on my screen already.
Oh, I know, but she's got to go over to 190. Okay. What are we looking at in Exhibit 190?
So this is a screenshot that I queried a specific time frame. That time frame was 9:15 a.m. to about 10:53 a.m. This one specifically is zoomed out to see the towers being used for Ms. Pavlon's device during that time frame on August 23rd.
Okay. And did I ask you to specifically make note of the time frame from 10:33 a.m. to 10:53 a.m.?
Yes, you did.
Okay. What was the significance of that time frame?
10:33 a.m. is when Matthew Pahl checks out of his appointment, and then 10:53 a.m. is the approximate time that the devices start to leave the area of Orthopedic Associates.
Okay. And is this a somewhat zoomed in screenshot of that particular time period?
Yes, it's zoomed in enough that we can still see the towers being used during 10:33 to 10:53 a.m.
And for which device are we looking at?
This is Pavlon's device.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 190 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 190 is admitted.
So, Detective, can you please explain to us, based on this screenshot of that animation, what it is that we see during this particular time frame, again, of 10:33 to 10:53?
Yes, so this is a screenshot of that time frame, and I guess of significance. Again, we have two different towers in a 20-minute time frame that are registering the device. So let's say we were doing this to locate a missing person. Where these arcs cross is where we'd want to look. So you're looking at the large arc coming off of what I'll say the left tower, and then you get some smaller arcs off the right tower. But where those lines intersect would be a good indication of where the device is located or in that area.
Now, does the fact that there's a number of arcs mean that the device is making significant moves in distance?
Not necessarily.
What does that mean?
So we talked about it a long time ago, but these records are being generated automatically as long as the phone is on. It's measuring a delay in time from the tower to the device and back, and then it's estimating or inferring a distance based on that delay in time. So even if a device is stationary, you may see some variance to those arcs while the device is sitting still, just depending on those different time measurements that are being taken by the network.
Okay. Then did I ask you to zoom in even further so we could see even closer to OAW for these same records?
Yes, ma'am, you did.
Okay, if I can show just for the witness first, Exhibit 191. Oh, sorry, 193. Detective, what are we looking at in Exhibit 193?
This is very zoomed in on those records, and it's fixated on the area of Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin.
I would move Exhibit 193 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted.
So Detective, is this for that same time period that we just looked at in Exhibit 190, just now further zoomed in?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does this information tell you that's significant to the investigation?
So we can ignore the straight up and down vertical line that kind of goes by the G in Gulf Road. That is actually the sector that's being used. So looking at the curved lines coming across, generally speaking, the ones moving up and down here are the ones from that tower out west. The ones moving kind of left to right are from the tower that's north of Orthopedic Associates. And that's where they're crisscrossing. So in general, in the area either on or just south of Orthopedic Associates.
Indicating that Ms. Pavlon's device was in the area of OAW from 10:33 to 10:53 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Did I ask you to do the same thing for the records of Mr. Pahl?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If we can show just for the witness first. Exhibit 191, is this that zoomed out version of Mr. Pahl's records?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I would move to admit Exhibit 191 and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It's admitted, you may publish.
Okay, Detective, same thing for Mr. Pahl's records. What are we looking at here that's significant?
Actually very similar to Ms. Pavlon's records, but you're seeing two different towers being used in the time frame of 10:33 to 10:53 a.m. There's numerous records here, but again, we're looking at the area in which they cross. So in that time frame from here, it's in the area of Orthopedic or just south thereof.
Okay, and then did you also complete a more zoomed in version of these records?
Yes, ma'am.
First for the witness, please, Exhibit 192. Are these those same records but now zoomed in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, move Exhibit 192 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right. It's admitted and you may publish.
Okay, Detective, once again, please tell us what we're looking at here in this zoomed in version.
So again, we can ignore the up and down vertical line, the perfectly up and down vertical line that kind of goes by the G in Gulf Road. The curved lines moving up and down, coming across are from that tower out west. The lines generally moving left to right are from the tower north of OAW. And again, we're looking at areas where they cross, which would be a good indicator of the approximate area where a device is located.
Okay, and that dark green area right under the N15, is that the wooded area where Ms. Pavlon's body was located?
Somewhere in there, yes.
Okay. Now, based on these records and the records that we've shown previously, what, in your opinion, what time did Mr. Pahl's device and Ms. Pavlon's device leave the area of Orthopedic Associates?
It's right after this time frame, of approximately 10:54 hours
Okay,
that they
so
begin moving east.
From 10:33 a.m. to 10:53, both devices remain in the area of Orthopedic Associates after Mr. Pahl's appointment is complete,
Yes, ma'am.
and they don't begin moving until 10:54. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
Now, Mr. Pahl told investigators in his interview with Detective Seitz and Detective Fredericks that after he left OAW, he was driving up and down the streets looking for Ms. Pavlons. Based upon the records that you reviewed, was there any evidence to support that assertion?
I wouldn't say driving up and down. I mean, I guess it'd be possible that he's within close proximity to OAW, but I don't see any indication that he left the immediate area of OAW.
Okay. Certainly not that he drove west on Gulf Road?
No,
Okay.
I don't see anything moving west.
Okay. And so the first time that you see his device traveling outside the immediate vicinity of OAW is at 10:54, and then those records continue on to 1001 Delafield?
Correct. It's moving east at that time.
And his vehicle arrives at the Willow Park Apartments at about 11:03 on surveillance cameras,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's consistent with the timeline that you've created here with Mr. Pahl leaving and driving directly to Willow Park Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
It's about a 10-minute drive from OAW to Willow Park.
Approximately, yes.
I failed to show you a couple exhibits when we were talking about August 8th. So you saw those videos between 2:34 and 3:01. Did you also locate any evidence on Mr. Pahl's phone related to those videos in that approximate time frame?
There was some messaging from Mr. Pahl's device to Ms. Pavlon's device.
Okay, I'm going to show you. Sorry, can you pull up the different exhibits, please? I'm going to show you exhibit 467. I'm going to show that just for the witness first. We can scroll down a little bit. Detective, what are you looking at here?
I'm sorry, my screen didn't come on right away.
Oh, sure. I'll give you a second. Do you want us to scroll up? Would that be helpful?
Yes, if you could.
Okay, and then scroll down. What are we looking at here?
This is a portion of messages that were sent from Mr. Pahl's device to Ms. Pavlon's device on August 8th.
How can you tell that?
Looking at the source file, as well as prior to today's testimony, I specifically checked for these messages in Mr. Pahl's extraction.
Okay. So do you believe this is a fair and accurate depiction of the messages sent by Mr. Pahl to Ms. Pavlons on August 8th at approximately 3:27 p.m.?
At least these three messages, yes.
Okay. I would move admission of Exhibit 467 and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted, you may publish.
Okay, Detective. So tell me what we're looking at in line 61.
So in line 61, there's an outgoing text message from Matthew Pahl's device. We're looking at his device here, so that from owner is Mr. Pahl's device. And then 2 be 262-893, which is Ms. Pavlon's phone number. The top section in that next column is the body of the message, which reads, "Your piss stain." And then there's some source file information there as to where this information was recovered out of the extraction.
What about the next line, line 62?
That is a attachment that was sent. So it gets resized when it's sent as a message, but that's a thumbnail that we're looking at here. I believe there's a bigger picture of it.
Okay.
Shows what that attachment was.
We can show just to the witness first, Exhibit 468. Detective, is that same photograph that was sent in the messages that you just reviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
This appears to be a true and accurate depiction of that.
Yes, ma'am.
I would move Exhibit 468 into evidence, permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
So you may publish it, it's admitted.
Detective, that's a larger photograph of the thumbnail size that you could see from the messages on August 8th.
Yes, it appears to be.
Okay. There's one other thing I wanted to ask you about some of those deleted messages. So, if you recall the deleted database that you were able to review, you indicated that 380 messages were deleted between March 17th and June 17th. Are you able to recover any of those messages?
No, ma'am. And just to clarify, the actual database isn't deleted, just specific records within that database.
Right. So the actual messages that would have been incoming and outgoing to Ms. Pavlon's phone are deleted in that time frame. You don't know when they're deleted, though, right?
Correct.
Same thing with the time frame between June 17th and August 15th. 442 messages are deleted, but you can't say what messages have been deleted, right?
Correct.
Okay. And what you can say is that they are deleted before you review the phone sometime after September 17th of 2022.
That's correct.
And if there had been messages, say, between Stephanie Pavlons and Mr. Matthew Pahl that were in those deleted sections, you would have no idea what they say, right?
By looking at her device, no, I would not be able to tell you what they said.
All right, Detective, I don't have any other questions for you.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Galaviz.
Detective, on that last subject, when were those messages deleted?
I don't know when they were deleted.
And is that for all three groups? You don't know exactly who deleted them or when they were deleted?
That's correct.
So the ones prior to August 23rd, they were on Ms. Pavlon's phone, true?
The ones that were deleted were on her phone?
Correct.
At some point they were, yes.
So any of those groups that were deleted before August 23rd, 2022, it's fair to say she could have deleted those messages, true?
Except for ones that we saw in other evidence, yes.
Now, had Mr. Paul come from his residence on August 23rd and taken all the digital devices that he had on his person, to include his cell phone, Ms. Pavlon's cell phone, iPad, every digital device that he had on his person or his apartment, and dumped them in a river somewhere, what information could you provide to the jury based upon him dumping those digital devices on August 23rd, 2022?
Am I assuming that I eventually recover those devices
No.
from the body of water?
Never recovered them.
If we didn't recover the physical devices, we would be limited to most likely to call detail records and that advanced time and advance data for generalized locations. We'd likely follow up with the warrants to various providers such as Google, Apple, etc., to try to obtain any information that was backed up from those devices prior to them being destroyed.
So if he would have done that, your job would have been a lot more difficult?
More of a puzzle and missing a lot more information.
Same if you would have dumped the scanner and the dashboard video device, if you would have dumped that in the river on the 23rd of 2022 August, what information could you have gathered out of those devices, the scanner and the dashboard device?
I'm not sure what scanner you're referencing, but if the dash cam was destroyed, same thing. We just would not have that evidence to corroborate maybe their cell phone records.
So you wouldn't have any evidence from the dashboard camera, true? If you would have dumped it or destroyed it on the 23rd of August?
If it was destroyed and we did not recover it, that's correct.
Same for the scanner?
I'm not sure what scanner you're referencing.
Is the scanner inside the dashboard device, or where's the scanner from?
The scanner is an application on Mr. Paul's cell phone.
So if he would have dumped his cell phone in the river, would you have got any scanner information?
Not unless I recovered the physical device.
And clearly he didn't do any of that, true?
I don't have any indication that any physical devices were destroyed.
I'm showing you, it's just for witness only, exhibit number, that's exhibit number 621. Tell me when you can see it.
I can see it now.
You're familiar with that exhibit, true?
Yes, sir.
Those are T-Mobile documents that you obtained, true? Or somebody from your department did?
Yes, this is a T-Mobile time in advance document, yes.
And what is that? What do you do with that?
So all the information that we talked about in terms of tower locations, sectors used, distances from the tower are contained within this document. So this document is what our software is reading and what I've been trained to analyze and map by hand if I had a lot of time.
And how do you, are you able to use your CellHawk device to, in conjunction with document 621 to develop your mapping?
Yes, sir.
Judge, can I publish this to the jury?
Any objection?
No.
All right, yes, you may. You're asking that it be admitted and published. Yes.
Yes, sir. No. I'm going to scroll down on this device. Do you see it? See the scrolling? It says confidence level high. What does that mean?
Yeah, so the first two columns there, end latitude and end longitude, and then the confidence rating, that's proprietary to the provider. That's not anything that's made public or anything that I could study or be taught on unless I worked for T-Mobile's network team. So we follow a scientific working group of digital evidence. They publish a lot of articles related to digital evidence, including historical cell site analysis. And they also indicate that those columns are proprietary. So their recommendation is that we would map tower, sector, and distance from tower and not use any estimated device location.
Is there like any kind of warning or from T-Mobile about the confidence level of this document 621?
Yes, there is.
What's the warning?
I don't know it verbatim. If you have the records, I could read it to you. But basically, it talks about them being based on a number of calculations. It gets assigned a confidence level. Low confidence is like, please don't quote me. I think it's greater than 300 meters. A medium confidence is 200 meters. And then a high confidence would be less than 100 meters. And then sorry.
My fault. I didn't. Did you finish what you were saying?
And then it just goes on to state that caution should be exercised when utilizing these records, and they should be corroborated with other information.
Right. Caution should be used for investigative purposes and prosecutorial purposes. True.
That's correct.
So the confidence level for high is within 100 meters?
I believe that's what they say, but again, it's proprietary. I don't know much about that.
And the confidence level for medium, do you know what, would you know what that was again?
I don't use the confidence in the estimated device locations. I believe medium is 200 meters.
I'm showing you on this exhibit, it's 138 through 1407. It's going to take me a while to get down there.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance. Detective Schrader has just said that he doesn't use these records for the mapping.
Overruled.
I really apologize. Do you see lines 1338 through 1407?
I'm sorry, you said 1338 through
1407.
Yes, I see them as you scroll.
And again, the confidence level is low,
On the estimated device location, yes.
and that's signifies when Mr. Pahl was at OAW during that time that you're testifying to today in front of the jury. True?
Again, for the estimated device locations, yes, those are not included in my map.
So the confidence level while Mr. Paul was at OAW, according to T-Mobile, is low, true?
For the estimated device locations, yes, that is true.
And 300 meters equates to what, 6 football fields?
I think a little more than that, but yes.
And I think you, I think at the end you had exhibit number, and this is a flash drive that I received from the prosecutor, so I'm not sure if it is the same as yours. Or,
We'll put exhibit 202 up.
no, exhibit number, I think it was 193.
193. You would like us to?
Yes, if you can publish, I think.
Madam Clerk, yeah, thank you.
Now, again, you identified that as being, what? What did you say was happening here with this exhibit?
So this is very zoomed in on records for Ms. Pavlon's device between 10:33 a.m. and 10:53 a.m. on August 23rd, 2022.
And Mr. Paul's device was similar, almost, if not exact, true?
Very similar, yes.
So, given that it's low confidence, right now the T-Mobile record is telling you this is low confidence, true?
It's talking about the estimated device locations, which aren't depicted in this map.
So Mr. Paul could have exited his appointment, went to his car, and entered the building looking for Ms. Pavlons, and there wouldn't be a change in this, true?
If you just went back in the building,
Correct.
no, I don't think we'd be able to see a change in this.
So if Mr. Paul would have entered his vehicle and driven around the building looking for Ms. Pavlons, there wouldn't be a change in this, true?
There would or would not be change?
Would not be a change.
Probably not enough to notice the change. There could be a little variance to it, but not enough to say that he left or did anything.
So if Mr. Paul exited the parking lot, drove west on Gulf Road to the end of that slide, there wouldn't be a change to this exhibit, true?
There could be if records are being generated and he's moving west.
But as far as you know, there would not be a change. I mean, you're just speculating. If he drove west partially to look for Ms. Pavlons and drove back.
I feel like I have to speculate when you ask me a hypothetical. If he starts moving west, it depends if records are being generated. If he started to move west, eventually we're going to see a change in that movement.
Yeah, but you don't have any records to show that he didn't do that, true?
That would be true.
And again, during his interview on September 17th, 2022, Mr. Paul told the detectives that he was using his devices and Ms. Pavlon's devices after she disappeared. Your investigative work verifies that, true?
I don't know that he told investigators that, but I do see activity on her phone.
Do you know what the scientific working group on digital evidence is?
Yes, sir, I mentioned that in my testimony.
What is that again?
The Scientific Working Group of Digital Evidence,
Correct.
they establish a litany of documents, but pertaining to digital forensics and different scientific technology, including historical cell site analysis, and they vote and publish documents on best practices or recommendations when conducting this analysis.
So, I mean, it doesn't, with your cell hawk device or mapping, it doesn't pinpoint the exact location of where the person is with the device, true?
That's correct.
It just gives a general location, true?
That's correct.
And that's why you put down on your diagrams approximately, true?
Correct.
I think it's Exhibit 120, the scanner. Could I put that back up for him?
202 is the first one.
Is that what it was?
The chart that shows you.
Correct.
Go to 202, please, and slide number 119, please.
Again, this is the scanner information that you were able to obtain from Mr. Paul's scanning device, true?
That's correct.
And it indicates, starts at August 21st, 2022, true?
That's correct.
And as far as we know, Ms. Pavlons was still alive on that particular date, true?
My understanding is yes.
And again, on August, there's 6 searches or device uses on August 22nd, 2022, true?
Correct.
And as far as we know, Ms. Pavlons is still alive on that particular day, true?
Correct.
And apparently Ms. Pavlons went missing August 23rd, 2022. How many times was this device used on the day she went missing?
0.
And on the 24th?
0.
And on the 25th?
2.
So between the 23rd and 25th, there was 2 times you used the device. 0 on the day she disappeared and 0 on the day the following day, true?
That's true.
And on I think it's the 26th, if I get that right, there's 21?
That's correct.
What's significance of that with anything in this case?
I don't know what exactly happened on the 26th, other than that's the first day I noted that Mr. Paul's device started checking for obituaries. There's communication where he's indicating he's worried about something. I don't know any specific significance to that date as to why there's an elevated number of uses.
So she's missing on the 23rd, and on the 26th, he's scanning the police, true?
That's correct.
And he's checking obituaries, true?
That's correct.
Because she's missing, true? As
We
far as-
didn't know that, but yes.
And he continues to scan the following days, true? The 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30th, true?
That's correct.
What's significance about the 31st into this case?
Again, I don't have anything specific why there would be a spike in activity, for lack of a better way to describe it, on August 31st.
Right, and as far as we all know, she's still missing, true?
Yes,
And he's still scanning, true?
that's correct.
And when you scan police, you can tell by that what contacts police are making with people generally in the public, true?
Generally speaking, yes.
Traffic stops, true?
Yes.
Maybe if they encounter somebody walking down the road, true?
Yes.
Somebody who possibly was arrested, That would be on the scanner, true?
Yes.
Is he still checking the obituaries to see if there's been any mention of Ms. Pavlons during this time from the 26th to the 31st, as far as you know?
I don't remember exact dates, but I know there were searches periodically as time continued on, yes.
Because you indicated that the police so far have not told the public regarding well, strike that. The police didn't recover anything till the 9th as far as body of Ms. Pavlons, true?
Yes, that's when we were notified of, I guess, started this investigation.
But as far as we know, from August 26th to September 8th, he's still scanning, true?
That's correct in general, yes.
And as far as we know, he's still on his pad or internet doing internet searches for obituaries, true?
That's correct.
And on the 9th is the day the police recovered Miss Pavlon's body in the woods, true?
Yes.
And he's scanning 66 times on that day?
Bringing the application to focus 66 times. I don't know specifics for how long the application was open based on this.
And you indicated that that scanning device is able to tell him, if he's listening, what's going on, true?
To some extent, yes.
But we don't know exactly what kind of scanning information is happening, or police chatter that's happening on September 9th, true?
I do not know exactly what he would have heard had he had the app open.
I mean, you didn't obtain that dispatch information or any kind of talk for that particular, as far as what was going on with the talking that was going on during that day between police networks and dispatch. Did you obtain that information?
I did not obtain that information.
So as far as you know, there could have been police talk about a female subject being located in the woods, true? On September 9, 2022.
I'm sure something along those lines was included in the initial dispatch to our deputies that responded out there, yes.
And you indicated that after September 9, 2022, there's more searches in the obituaries, true, from Mr. Pahl?
Yes, sir.
And now his dad, Marvin Pahl, is searching the obituaries, true?
I mean, that began before then, but yes, he is searching.
Him and his dad are both checking the obituaries for Stephanie Pavlons, true?
Yes, that's correct.
When does the public get told? Do you know, if you know, that it was Miss Pavlons in the woods?
I don't recall a specific date for when or if we released that information.
Was it any time in September of 2022, if you know?
I don't recall, sir.
Was the public ever told?
To be honest, I don't know.
Do you know if Miss Pavlons was ever received a funeral?
That I do not know.
Do you know if that funeral was ever, so you don't know if she received a funeral?
I do not know if she had a funeral.
But on September 17th, we know that, based upon prior testimony, that Mr. Pahl was arrested by the police and interviewed, true?
Maybe not arrested, but yes, he was taken into custody and interviewed, yes.
And there's information that the he was released on that particular day, but you wouldn't know, true?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
When he was arrested, he was released. Did you ever get told that?
That he didn't remain in custody on
Correct.
September 7th? I knew he wasn't in custody. That's true.
And after he was released by the police, there's more obituary searches from him and Marvin Pahl after the 17th, true?
Are we still speaking of this device? Because I'm not
No,
sure.
obituary searches from Mr. Marvin Pahl's web, and Mr. Pahl's. They're still searching for the obituaries after the 17th, true?
At least on his new device, yes. I mean, that's a year later. The device that we were talking about here remained in our possession, to my knowledge, so I'm not going to get any new information after he's released on that device.
So on the 17th, his original cell phone device was seized, true?
That's correct.
And he apparently obtained another cell phone, true?
At some point, yes.
And by looking at that second cell phone, you could tell he's still searching for the obituaries, true?
That's correct.
Because on the 17th, the jury heard that him being interviewed, he was never told what happened to Ms. Pavlons regarding her death, true?
I didn't hear the interview.
As far as you know, the police told him that she was still missing, true?
As far as I know, yes.
So after the 17th, he's still checking for the obituaries, true?
On his new device, we did recover searches. So in 2023, when we recovered his new device, there was still internet searches on there for obituaries, yes.
And Marvin Pahl, his father, was also checking the obituaries for Stephanie Pavlons, true?
That's correct.
And again, as far as you know, his devices were never destroyed from August 23rd until you took custody of them, true?
I don't have any indication of things being destroyed.
So after the 17th, after his interview with the police, he still didn't destroy anything, true?
I guess I'm not sure if I would be able to answer that.
And you saw the photographs of, did you take part in the search of Mr. Pahl's residence on September 17, 2022?
I think I was there, yes.
In all of, from the 23rd to the 17th, he had not, obviously you found Ms. Pavlon's property in his apartment, true?
That's correct.
Never threw any of that out, true?
I can't speak to what else may have been there, but we did recover her purse and water bottle, yes.
And you saw that video on August 23rd when he walked into the Willow Park's apartment after returning from his orthopedic appointment, true?
That's true.
It was around 11:03, 11:06, true?
Yes, sir.
And when he's walking into that north entry door, channel 7, I believe it is, he's not hiding that water bottle, true?
The first time he enters at approximately like 11:14, he doesn't appear to be concealing anything at that time.
Now you can see the water bottle right in his hands, true?
That's correct.
And did you continuously look at those videos from the 23rd until the rest of that evening? You yourself?
From Willow Park?
Yes.
I can't say that I watched every video on the 23rd from that day, from Willow Park.
Right, but after he goes into his apartment with the water bottle, and he apparently exits the building again with a different shirt, true?
That's correct.
But prior to exiting, he goes checks his mail in the mail room, true?
I'm not sure.
He doesn't go upstairs, put the water bottle away, and come back down the north door exit, true?
I don't recall.
Do you recall what time he exited the building after he arrived the first time, around 11 o'clock? If you can't, I'll play you the video.
I think it's approximately 12:19 to 12:21 p.m. maybe.
And I'm going to show you, play for you exhibit number 535. I believe this has been published to the jury. Yes, it is. Do you see exhibit number 535 in front of you?
Yes, sir, I do.
And this is what he does prior to exiting the building. True?
Yeah, it appears they thought he left at 12:19, so this would be right before he exits door 4.
And it depicts him checking his mailbox. True?
I'm still watching, but yes, it appears that's what he's doing.
And other than changing his shirt, I mean, he appears to be still in his same pants and socks, shoes, and tennis shoes. True? Or
I guess it appears that way. I'd have to see him coming back to refresh my memory on what clothes he had on.
but as far as that video, you don't see any kind of debris on his tennis shoes or socks or shorts, do you?
Did you say debris?
Yeah, any dirt, grass?
No, I don't.
And let me play you that video again that depicts him entering the building. Isn't it? This is exhibit number 534. Do you see exhibit number 534?
Yes, sir, I see it.
And again, this is him entering the building as soon as he parked his vehicle, shortly after he parked his vehicle, true?
Yeah, about 10 minutes, yes.
And you see the water bottle in his hands, true? It's not concealed, is it?
That's correct.
Do you see his pants and shoes? You can't see any dirt, grass, or anything like you walked in a field, true?
I don't see anything standing out in this video, no.
That's him walking up the stairs, true? The rear of it?
Correct.
I mean, you could see his shirt that he's wearing, true?
I can see his shirt, yes.
You don't see any kind of like sweats or like he had been sweating at all on his shirt, do you?
No, it doesn't appear that way, no.
The back of his shoes seem to be clean, true? The socks?
I mean, to be fair, his shoes are black. It's very hard to see, and his pants are camouflage.
But you don't-
I don't see anything, no.
And it was a hot day that day, August 23rd, 2022, true?
I don't recall what the weather was.
It's in the summer, true? August?
Sure, it's, yes.
And the jury was shown a video, and I'll show it to you just to be fair. exhibit number 574. This has already been published, Judge. You see Mr. Paul on the video, true?
Yes, I do.
And he appears to have shopping bags on that cart, true?
Yes, it looks like groceries.
And did you ever, I mean, if you had gone to Walmart to buy those groceries, you were told that, did you ever check with Walmart with the receipt that would indicate to the jury what he had in the grocery bags?
Did I personally? No, I did not check with Walmart for a receipt.
Did anybody from your department go check with Walmart to see what he had bought in that day?
I do not know the answer to that.
Would that have been possible to check with Walmart to see what was in those bags?
It's probably possible, depends on their point of sale system, but some places, yes, we would be able to get a receipt and see what was purchased.
So if I told you there was food for him and Ms. Pavlons in that bag, you would know any different, true?
I don't know how I would know that.
True. If there was feminine products in those bags, you would know any different, true?
That's true.
But if you would have got the receipt, that might have been able to tell you that he bought feminine products on that day?
Possibly, yes.
Did you check? I mean, we saw Ms. Pavlon's phone where apparently she deleted text messages or information from her phone, true?
I don't know who deleted the information from her phone.
But there was deleted text messages, true?
That's correct.
Did you check Mr. Paul's phone to see if there was deleted text messages on his phone?
To some extent, I don't recall how in-depth that analysis was, though.
But had he deleted similar messages on his phone, you probably would have noted that, true?
I don't recall if that request was made to me. I don't recall specifically analyzing the database on his phone as I did on hers.
Do these cell phones have limited storage?
At some point, yes. I don't know the exact capacity of these devices, though.
So if a cell phone was to reach its capacity, would it be necessary to delete messages?
Yes, if you wanted to store more information, you'd probably get some type of a warning saying that your storage is running out, and it would maybe offer you some guidance into what you could delete.
Now, you indicated that you were given cell phones from Mr. Paul, true?
Mr. Paul, yes?
Ms. Pavlon's, true?
Yes.
Did you ever obtain a Marvin Paul, true?
I don't recall seeing Marvin Paul's cell phone.
So you didn't delete anything from Marvin Paul's cell phone?
I would definitely not delete anything from Marvin Paul's cell phone.
Did you download anything from Marvin Paul's cell phone?
Me personally, no.
How about Mr. Paul's mother, her cell phone?
I don't recall forensically examining those devices.
There's one thing I was going to show you. I think it was slide 82 on your,
You want that up?
yes, I think it's been published already, true? Can you please put it, show it to the witness?
Slide 82.
Correct. Again, yours doesn't match with mine. It was the one where he's in front of the building.
Yeah, that's.
There it is. I'm showing you, it's been marked as exhibit number 81. Can you see that? Exhibit 202, slide 81. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Again, you played this for the jury, true?
Yes, sir, it played.
And
Would you like me to play that video?
yeah, okay. Can you stop it when I tell you to stop it? I can't. Could you start this for the jury again? Again, this is the front of Orthopedics Associates, true?
That's correct.
Heading west, true?
Correct.
Could you stop it there? No, it's stopping it at, my monitor says 10825, true?
I see that, yes.
And you see what's west of Orthopedics. Are those woods?
They appear to be trees, yes.
Can you keep going? Can you stop it there? Those are clearly woods on the west side of Orthopedics, true?
I would agree that that looks like woods, yes.
So there's woods on the west side of Orthopedics and apparently on the east side, true?
Yes, that's true.
Could you keep going, please? Just stop it right there. Now, as far as we know, there's no exit onto Gulf Road on this part of Orthopedics building, true?
I do not believe there is an exit onto Gulf Road on the west end of this parking lot.
So
That is-
the only entry and exit is on the east side, true?
that is correct.
And that's where all the traffic is coming and going from the east side, true?
Yes, that's correct.
On this side, the west side, there apparently is no traffic. Would you say that's true?
I don't see any traffic in this video, no.
Could you keep going? Could you stop it right there? Do you see Orthopedics building on your right?
I do.
On the back end of that building, there appears to be no windows whatsoever, true?
Sure, from what I can see here, I don't see any windows, I guess, in the back half. I see some windows immediately on the right here.
And we're approaching the north part of the building, true?
Correct, the northwest corner is what we're looking at.
And behind the building is more woods, true?
Yeah, I mean, there's a golf course back there, and yes, trees. Maybe you'd call it woods, sure.
Could you keep going, please? Can you stop it, please? So, I mean, you can clear. Okay. This is 109. I think it's, is that 10902? True?
Yes, I see that.
And again, that clearly shows the woods behind Orthopedics, true?
Yes,
Are you aware there's a swamp back there also?
I don't know that particularly. There could be.
Could you keep playing, true? Keep playing, please. Could you stop it right there? Do you see the south side of the building of orthopedics?
I cannot see the south side in this. We're looking at the north wall.
Well, I think it's the north side. You see the north side of the building?
Yeah, this is the north side of the building.
Again, this corner, do you see no windows on that, absolutely no windows on that side of the building, true? On this end of the building?
Yeah, what would be the northwest corner? I see it doesn't appear to be any windows on there.
So on this corner of the building, there's absolutely no windows, true? On the west side and north side of the building, true?
From what I've seen in this dash cam, yes, the northwest corner, I do not see any windows on the building.
And again, this side of the building you don't see anybody walking in the area, true?
In this video, no, I did not see anybody walking.
You didn't see any cars coming in and going down this road, did you?
No, I did not.
So there appears to be no individuals and no traffic on this side of the building, true?
True.
Could you keep playing it, please? Thank you. Would it be safe to say that all the traffic of individuals and vehicles are all on the opposite side of this building, true?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
It's safe to say all the patients coming into orthopedics are coming in from the other side of the building, true?
I guess, yeah, I did probably enter the main entrance on the south side of this building, yes.
And again, the Gulf Road, frontage road is on that other side of the building, true?
That's correct.
Straight ahead is woods and the golf course, true?
That's correct.
Again, I asked you if Mr. Paul is circling around the building looking for Ms. Pavlons, your mapping wouldn't indicate anything different than that, true? Your cell hawk mapping?
Likely not enough to show that he's moving around the building. That's correct.
I have nothing further, Judge.
All right, any redirect?
Yes, Judge.
All right, how much do you think you're going to have?
I have quite a bit.
All right, let's take a break now. It's just before noon, and let's come back at 1 o'clock. Yeah? Everybody okay with that? All right, 1 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you. You can step down, sister. Anything before we break from the state?
No.
Anything from the defense before we break?
No,
Mr. Alves, no?
No, no, sir.
Okay, very good. We'll see you. Please be ready to go at 1 o'clock. Thank you. And hoping that all 14 jurors are back. Is there anything from the state before we start again?
But after Detective Schrader completes his testimony, the state is prepared to arrest. So we can do that on the record immediately after his.
Okay, all right, very good. Anything from the defense before we start?
No, sir.
Okay, and then after the state rests, I presume you want me to address any kind of motions or any issues?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll take, I don't know how long he's going to last, but we'll have the jurors leave after that then, okay? All right, let's have the jurors come back then. All right, all 14 jurors have returned. Have a seat, everybody. Folks, I trust you had a good lunch. Detective Schrader is on the stand, and you finished up with cross-examination, correct, Mr. Galaviz?
Yes, sir.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. Detective Schrader, based on your review of the cell phone records and the data that you obtained, if Mr. Pahl told investigators that he found Ms. Pavlons' phone at the car wash on September 6th, would that be consistent with the information that you obtained during this investigation?
Judge, I object. That's not facts and evidence.
Overruled.
Judge, there's no testimony of a cell phone being found at the car wash. There was a person, a note.
Overruled. You can answer.
No, that would not be consistent with my findings.
Okay, tell me why.
There's information that's occurring in Ms. Pavlon's phone that is consistent with somebody using that device. So if it were to have remained in the truck until the car wash on September 6th, I don't know who would have been using that device near 1001 Delafield.
Okay. Now, you said earlier that you don't know when some of these messages are deleted, but you can say with certainty that Ms. Pavlons didn't delete any messages after 8:23, right?
After 8:23, I do not believe it would be possible for her to have deleted any messages.
And in your review of the cell phone records that were used to map the maps that we've seen on Friday and again today, did you use best practices in making those maps?
Yes, ma'am.
What really do those best practices require?
In terms of the specialized records that were used in the maps that I created, I follow the scientific working group of digital evidence, which indicates that you should, or it recommends that you map with cell site, sector information, and an arc providing the distance from tower.
Okay. Did you also have someone peer review those records peer review the maps that you created to ensure that you were providing accurate information to this jury?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about the records right around 10:53 a.m. and if it was possible that Mr. Pahl drove west on Gulf Road, right? Do you remember that question?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Was there anything in the records that indicated to you that Mr. Pahl's device drives west on Gulf Road past the point of OAW?
I did not see any information that would indicate that.
And in fact, the records indicate that the devices remained in the area of OAW between 10:33 a.m. and 10:53 a.m.
That's correct.
If we can go to Exhibit 202, please. I'd like to start on slide 51. Detective, you were asked a lot of questions from Mr. Galaviz about the police scanner app in particular days. So I want to go back to those days. One of the days that he asked you about was August 26th. So we're going to go to, okay, looking at slide 51, what was happening on August 26th?
There's an incoming call from Brookfield Dental Center. It's an outgoing call on her device, checking voicemail. And both on August 25th and August 26th, there's missed calls from Layla on Ms. Pavlon's device.
Okay, and if we can go to slide 52, please. Also on August 26th, Layla leaves a voicemail, which is ultimately checked. Is that correct?
Believed to be checked, yes.
Okay. That would be consistent with other people in Ms. Pavlon's life reaching out to her, trying to reach out to her, making phone calls to her, right?
Yes, at least attempting contact with her, yes.
Okay. And if we can go to slide 64, please. That's August 31st. That was another day that Mr. Pahl was checking the scanner. What was happening on August 31st?
There's some web searches from Mr. Pahl's phone regarding obituaries. There's an incoming call from Delafield Dental, and there's an outgoing call on Ms. Pavlon's device checking voicemails.
Again, someone else reaching out to Ms. Pavlons, checking in, making a phone call, right?
There is an incoming call, yes.
Okay. So both of these are days that someone outside of Mr. Pahl may be looking for Ms. Pavlons. Fair to say?
That'd be fair.
Okay. Now, on 9/9, we saw that huge jump up to 66 times the police scanner was used, right?
Yes, it was brought to focus, yes.
Okay, thank you. Brought to focus. In your experience as both a patrol deputy and as a detective, is law enforcement careful about what's aired on the radio over a scanner?
Objection, that's speculation. He doesn't know what everybody else is doing on the scanner.
Overruled. In my experience, if we respond to we'll call it a sensitive matter, whether it be a fatal car crash or something where somebody may be deceased, we were always advised not to air that information. We would typically not provide license plates or names over the air, just to mitigate the risk of somebody scanning and providing bad information to an outlet.
It's important for law enforcement to be the first point of contact making a death notification, right?
We try our best to do that, yes.
So that type of information is not aired over the radio to prevent someone from maybe finding out about maybe their loved one being deceased before law enforcement's had an opportunity to do so.
That's correct.
Judge, I'm objecting to all this speculation coming in.
Overruled. That's correct.
If we can go to slide 123, please. Sorry. Oh. Detective, slide 123 is from September 14th. Sorry, can we go back to the left? A couple more, sorry. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I was wrong. Slide 113. We can now display this for the witness. This is a message that's sent to Stephanie from Mr. Hobeg. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and that was also, September 14th was also a day that Mr. Pahl's brings the police scanner app to focus an unusually large number of times, right?
I don't recall how many times September 14th was.
Sure. If we can go back to, I think it's forward. There we go. September 14th. He brings the police scanner app to focus 30 times.
Yes, it does appear that way.
You were asked about some of the obituary searches that you found on both Mr. Marvin Pahl's computer and on Mr. Matt Pahl's devices. Why were any searches prior to September 17th for things like Stephanie Pavlons, obituaries, why were those significant prior to 9/17 in your investigation?
Again, I don't know exactly what was put in our press release, but it's uncommon for us to disclose that information during an active investigation. So with law enforcement not being notified of even the recovery of a body in the woods to releasing that name, I don't believe that had occurred at that point. So any searches prior to that specific to her seemed like somebody that would maybe have additional information.
You would agree that if Mr. Pahl dumped some devices in the river or got rid of devices, you would have no idea that those devices had been destroyed, dumped, taken somewhere else, right?
Correct, unless I got outside information that something was destroyed or where it was placed.
So you don't know that that wasn't done in this case, right?
True.
You know what devices you have and the devices that you were able to extract and provide data from.
That's correct.
You were asked a lot of questions about some of the video from August 23rd about Mr. Pahl's clothing, what he's wearing, what you could observe. You would agree that there's about 10 minutes, 11 minutes between when Mr. Pahl's truck enters the apartment complex and when he actually enters the building.
I believe it's about 10 minutes, yes.
Okay. You have no idea what Mr. Pahl was doing in the truck before he enters the building, right?
I do not know.
He could have brushed off his clothes.
He could have.
We don't know.
That's correct. I do not know.
You were also asked if he concealed the water bottle when he brought the water bottle, the pink water bottle, in on August 23rd, right? You remember that question?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said he didn't conceal the water bottle.
That's correct. He just carries it in.
But he does conceal the purse when he walks in on August 23rd, doesn't he?
Objection, Judge, asked for speculation. Mr. Paul always carried stuff in bags every single time he entered the apartment. This was not anything different.
Overruled. It was carried in a plastic bag. Depending on somebody's interpretation of concealed, it was difficult to see rather than carrying it not in a plastic bag.
Similarly, on August 25th, when he went shopping, he brought in a whole cart full of bags, right? You recall
Correct.
that video? We could go to slide 47. I'm so sorry. And you were asked, well, couldn't Mr. Pahl have been getting groceries for himself and Ms. Pavlons, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, but on August 25th at 8:15 a.m., what is the message that he sends to Ms. Desierto?
At 8:15 a.m., Mr. Pahl says, but I have to go to store today for things I need, and I'm really worried about somebody in my circle.
So he's worried, and he never says that he's getting things for him and someone else, right? Just himself?
This message indicates it's for things that I need.
Now, I want to ask you about some of the questions you were asked about deleted items from the phone. You were asked if someone were to have limited storage on their device, they might have to delete some things, right? Would it be common, based on the size of files, for someone to delete text messages if they needed to create more storage on their phone?
I guess that's tough to say, but text messages, relatively speaking, are very small. I know for my phone personally, it talks about deleting videos in much larger files than thousands of text messages, as those are relatively small in terms of storage.
Aside from Mr. Pahl, were there very many people that Ms. Pavlon was communicating with on her cell phone?
In general,
Yes.
I don't know specifically. I know a large amount of her contacts were with Mr. Pahl.
Okay. And did you locate any messages between Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlons on Ms. Pavlon's device after it was recovered on September 17th?
There was one.
One message between Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlons?
Recovered from Ms. Pavlon's device, that's correct.
And when was that message sent?
I believe it was September 14th. We had talked about it. It was a news article of some sort regarding ATF in Milwaukee.
On after August 23rd?
Correct.
Okay. So there are no messages, no contacts between Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlons prior to August 23rd on her device?
In terms of text messages, no.
Okay. And again, you know that Ms. Pavlons could not have deleted any messages that occurred after August 23rd, right?
I don't believe that would be possible.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right, recross?
I mean, Mr. Paul and Ms. Pavlon, they Skyped a lot, true?
I believe that's true, yes.
So a lot of their messages back and forth were through Skype, true?
I don't know specifics. That's why I answered the state's question regarding text messages. I'm not sure on Skype messages.
And what is Skype?
It's instant messaging. You can video chat, use it as another cell provider, I guess, but it's a messaging application.
Did you see anything on Mr. Paul's device or Ms. Pavlon's device to indicate that they called each other on the telephone and did not Skype or text.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Well, Mr. Paul could have communicated with Matt Pavlons through text, true?
Correct.
Through Skype, true?
It's true.
Through a laptop, true? Email messages, true?
True.
Through just telephone calls, true?
It's correct.
I have no further questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. He is excused. Any other witnesses from the state?
No, Judge, the state rests.
Okay, folks, there's some legal things we need to take up once the state rests, so I'm going to excuse you and ask you to go back to the jury, please, okay?
All rise to the jury.
Then you can leave your notebooks. All right, have a seat, everybody. All right, the jury's left, and the state's rested now. Anything else from the state at this juncture?
I guess I just want to confirm with Madam Clerk that all of the exhibits that were entered and admitted.
Yes.
Thank you. Then nothing else from the state.
Mr. Galaviz or Mr. Wolf?
Your Honor, I'd actually, I would move for a directed verdict at this time.
I think it's
Or motion to dismiss,
motion
I'm
to
sorry.
dismiss at this time. What's the basis?
Your Honor, I believe that the state has not, that a reasonable jury, given the presentation of testimony and evidence from the state, could not support, a reasonable jury could not find beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Pahl committed the charges in the information.
All right, any response from the state?
In the light most favorable to the non-moving party, I think the evidence is circumstantial but significant, and I believe that there is sufficient evidence for a reasonable jury to find the defendant guilty.
So for reasons set out on the record, I'm going to deny a motion to dismiss at this time. The state's case is a circumstantial case. It's a case that indicates, if looking at their evidence in the light most favorable to them, that on August 23rd of 2022, Ms. Pavlons was missing, not seen afterwards until her body was found on September 9th, about 17 days later or so. That she had been in the company of Mr. Pahl upon leaving their apartment that morning, that she was seen on video at a Quick Trip in the proximity to the place where Mr. Pahl had a medical appointment, that Mr. Pahl was seen on video returning to his apartment at approximately 11 o'clock or a minute or two after that on the 23rd of August, 2022, and that Ms. Pavlons was nowhere to be seen at that time. He then was seen bringing in her, what appeared to be her pink water bottle, and if, in a light most favorable to the state, bringing in her purse as well inside a plastic bag. And again, she was not seen any time after that. Her body was subsequently discovered on September 9th. There is unknown manner of death, unknown cause of death, but we have evidence as well that between the August 23rd date and before it was public and before it was known to Ms. Pavlon's family on or about the 12th of September, Mr. Pahl or his father, or I should say on devices electronic devices belonging to Mr. Paul and his father Marvin Pahl. Various searches and not going to use the brand name, but internet searches were made inquiring about Stephanie Pavlons, about death, about people reported missing, and so on. And there's a lot of information about upticks in the use of a police scanner app when certain things happened. When Mr. Paul saw law enforcement at the scene on September 9th, his actions were such that it indicated that he may have known something about her death before it was announced publicly. So I'm going to find that at this juncture, and I'm not including all the other evidence that's out there, but communications with people in the Philippines, acknowledgments about something bad happening, tracking cell phones, contact with his father and Marvin Pahl's device being used to do research or look things up related to Ms. Pavlon's obituaries, death, bodies being found, and so on. I'm going to find that there is sufficient information, again, circumstantially, to believe that the state could meet its burden of proof on both counts, and so I'll deny the motion to dismiss at this time. What's going to happen with the defense? How many witnesses?
2, possibly 3, Judge.
Okay, and is your client going to testify? Do you know at this juncture?
No, sir.
You do not know, or he's not going to?
Do not know.
Okay, all right, then anything before we bring the jurors back?
Did I go see if the witnesses are out there?
They better be out
Yeah,
there.
we had that construction guy come back at 1.
Oh, yeah, so he's 3.
You gonna go check?
Yeah, just double check.
Let's go, let's go.
Does he want one? No. I don't think no. Sorry, I didn't know. Yeah.
Jurors back. All right, all 14 jurors have returned. Have a seat, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the state's rested at this time. Mr. Galaviz or Mr. Wolf, call your first witness.
Defense calls Jason Panelski.
All right. Sir, if you come up to the witness stand to my right here, please. And then once you get up here, I'm going to ask you to step up. And then if you could raise your right hand to be sworn in by our clerk.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. All right, have a seat, sir. Can you tell us your name, please?
Jason Panoski?
Jason, J-S-O-N?
Correct.
Spell the last name, please.
P-E-N-O-S-K-E.
All right, thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Galaviz.
Thank you, Judge. Jason, where do you work?
I work at Findorf Construction.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a carpenter.
And on August 23rd, 2022, who are you working for?
I was working for G.H. Findorf, but we were hired by Pro Health to pound a no trespassing signs that day.
And where was the no trespassing sign supposed to be placed?
Around a couple properties they kind of own around an orthopedic building off Gulf Road, I-94.
And did you go there by yourself to do this project, or were you with
No,
anybody else?
there was three of us.
Who were the other two?
It's Nick Fricano and John Bergeson.
And was anyone there in charge of the project?
Yes, that's Nick Fricano.
And again, you were there on behalf of Pro Health?
That's correct.
And what kind of signs were you posting? What was on the sign?
They were just a basic no trespassing sign. They were putting around the complete perimeter of their properties.
So that would have been on the east side of the building, true?
Yes,
Did you post
east
any?
and west.
So did you post any on the back side of the building?
I believe some of it kind of wrapped back there, but I can't say for sure. There was a number of trespassing signs.
I'm going to show you as what's been marked as exhibit number 14, just the juror, and you could publish it? And published to the jury.
Yes, that's already been admitted, right.
No, exhibit number 400, I mean.
Well, okay, I'm sorry, which number?
400, 400.
400?
Yes, Judge, sorry about that.
All right. That's not been used yet, right? Nope. Okay, go ahead. Wait, you don't have an objection to it?
Don't have an objection.
Okay, very good. Go ahead.
It's going to come on your screen. Let me know when it's on your screen there.
I got it.
Do you see it on your screen?
I do.
Does that appear to be the area that you posted on August 23rd, 2022?
Yes, this was one of the sections.
And you were the one handling the signs?
Correct.
Was it you and
John Bergeson.
John Bergeson were the ones handling the signs?
Correct.
And I take it the other individual was the person telling you where to put them?
That is correct.
And do you recall what time you started the project?
I'm thinking it was earlier in the morning, 8 o'clock maybe. We started pounding signs, 8 or 9. It was somewhere in there, I think.
And where did you commence pounding the signs, you specifically?
Well, it would be the last. It would have been the last one when we pounded in. That in this back of the tree line by the golf course.
And it's safe to say that you guys always stayed together when you did this project?
That's correct. I mean, Nick would take the lead and kind of check out maybe the next spot in a couple areas, but we followed him.
I'm showing you it's been marked, or defense exhibit number 401. Do you see that?
I do.
Does that appear to be an area? Well, in that area you can see the golf course, true?
Yes, true.
And there's a wooded area in front of the
Correct.
golf course?
That's correct.
Did you mark that area?
With, yeah, in the back of it.
Do you see the part of the orthopedic building on the right there?
Say that again?
Do you see part of the building on your right, the orthopedic?
Yes, I
building?
do.
And again, during this time where you're pounding this part of the no trespassing signs, you're all still free, all three of you still together?
That's
too?
correct.
Did there come a point in time that something caught your attention or one of the three's attention about something in the woods?
Yes, it did.
What was that?
We weren't sure at first. Nick's the one who actually went over there and checked it out while Rock and I, John Bergeson, that's his nickname, were pounding it for the last sign.
So Nick got your attention.
Yes,
And did you walk over by Nick?
we both did. Similar time frame. Both at the same time we followed then. Once he said something like, I see a guy or I see something laying. So we followed over there and kind of checked it out and see what was going on.
And when you heard Nick say that, where was he standing in relationship to the woods of the golf course? Was he inside
He went
the woods
in.
or the outside of the woods?
No, we were into the wood frame, probably the woods about, I would say maybe 10 feet. He cut towards the other side, the Gulf Road side. That's where he spotted it.
He cut over to the other side through the woods?
Cut through, but not completely through the woods. It was just on the other sid.
Was there a path going through the woods there? That
It wasn't really a path. I don't remember that.
When you walked in, did you see what he was referring to?
Yes.
How far away were you from what he was referring to?
We all got within about 15 feet, I'd say roughly, of it.
And did you know, or did you ever figure out what that was laying there in the woods?
Well, as time went on, kind of checking it out for a few seconds, we all settled on the fact that we're looking at a corpse here.
Yeah, could you tell did you make any guess or figure or thought as to whether or not to strike that? Did you know whether or not the corpse was a human versus an animal?
I'd say it was pretty evident when you saw shoes and stuff on it, yes.
So your thought was this was a human versus an animal in the woods,
That's correct.
and you had a thought of as to the whether and that was a female or male.
When I approach it, I assumed, I'm not a dead body expert of what gender they are, but I saw what I thought looked like women's shoes on the body.
And so you thought it was a woman.
The coloring is, I think, what sold me on it.
And you thought it was a woman laying there.
I thought, but I couldn't tell by the rest of the body.
Did you exit the woods with the other two?
That's correct.
Do you know, did somebody contact the police?
Yes, Nick Ficano did.
Did the police arrive on the scene?
Yes, they did.
How long did it take for the police to arrive on the scene?
15 minutes?
Did you get interviewed by any of the police officers?
I'm going to say, this was a couple years ago, but maybe a short period of time.
Yeah. Did you tell the police officer what you saw?
We filed police reports, so, yeah.
Did you tell the police officer that you thought it was a woman?
I believe so. I believe that was on the report.
I have no further questions, John.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Mr. Panaski, you were asked some questions. This was on September 9th of 2022, not
Yeah.
August 23rd, right?
Yeah?
That sound right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're there on September 9th with your coworkers to pound in some no trespassing signs. And you said that based on the shoes is what made you believe that this was a female?
That's what I felt, yeah.
Okay. Did you talk to anyone about this other than law enforcement that day at OAW?
No.
Did you go inside OAW?
No.
Did you tell anyone that walked by that you found a woman in the woods?
There actually was somebody that approached us. I believe it was a woman. And she asked what had been found. And I think somebody out of our group might have said we discovered a body.
Okay. So that's all you're sharing with anyone other than law enforcement?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said that you assumed based on the color of the shoes that it was a woman?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Nothing else stuck out to you that made you think that was a woman?
No.
Okay. You said you couldn't tell by the rest of the body because of the condition of the
It was
body?
in poor condition, yes.
Decomposed?
It looked like it had been there for quite some time.
I don't have any other questions.
All right. Any redirect?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Panoski. Appreciate you being here, sir. You're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
Next witness.
Yes, Judge.
Principal Dr. Neal.
If you could come up to the witness stand to my right, please. And if you could step up and then raise your right hand to be sworn in, please.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, please be seated. Could you tell us your name, please?
Yes, my name is Dr. Stacy, Stacey, Hale, Hail, like a hailstorm.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Galaviz or Mr. Galaviz. Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Hill, are you currently employed?
Yes.
And where do you work?
I am an associate professor at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center located in Dallas, Texas, and I staff the emergency department at Parkland Hospital, which is also located in Dallas. It's also where JFK was taken when he was shot, and the single busiest emergency department in the United States.
And at the hospital, what capacity do you work?
Can you repeat that?
At the hospital, what do you do?
I am an emergency physician, and I'm also a medical toxicologist.
I'm showing you what's marked as defense exhibit number 441, and just for the witness. Is that on your screen, Doctor?
That is my CV.
And a CV is what?
A curriculum vitae, kind of like a resume, but more in the academic setting.
I'm going to scroll through it just to double check. And did you draft this purposely for this trial, or is it your CV?
Yes.
It appears to be 33 pages long.
Yes.
Does the CV discuss your qualifications?
Yes.
Does it discuss your background?
Yes.
Judge, you move exhibit number 41 and have it published to the jury.
An objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted and you may publish it.
And just for the record, it's exhibit number 441. Let me go through the CV with you, just and the jury. Now, page 1 of exhibit number 441 lists your education.
Yes.
Could you briefly describe your education to the jury?
Well, I received a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. And that was followed by obtaining my medical doctor degree at the Medical College of Georgia in Augusta, Georgia. And then I returned to Dallas, Texas, where I did my internship and residency at UT Southwestern, and that was at Parkland Hospital. And my residency was in emergency medicine. And then I did a 2-year fellowship in medical toxicology, and that was also through Parkland Hospital and the North Texas Poison Center, which is located at Parkland Hospital.
So you indicated that you're a professor, true?
I am an associate professor in the Department of Emergency Medicine at UT Southwestern.
And you also work with the Poison Center?
Yes.
Now, page 1 also lists your professional work experience, true?
Yes.
Could you briefly discuss that with the jury?
Well, I've been whether a clinical professor all the way up to an associate professor at UT Southwestern since I finished my medical toxicology fellowship or actually my emergency medicine residency. And in the medical toxicology fellowship, you also continue working in the emergency department. So that's been since 2002.
Page 1 also discusses your professional certifications, true?
Yes.
And what are they?
I am board certified by the American Board of Emergency Medicine, and I'm also board certified. It's actually a sub-board of emergency medicine called medical toxicology.
And are you still board certified today in both of those?
I continue to be board certified in both specialties.
Now, page 2 of your CV lists your licenses?
Yes.
And what are they?
I hold a medical license in the state of Texas since 2001, a Texas Controlled Substance registration since 2001, a DEA registration that's to prescribe substances since 2001, and I am from Texas, so I have a concealed handgun license.
Page 2 also lists your honors and awards?
Yes.
And could you briefly outline those to the jury?
Well, the most recent and pertinent awards that I have received, first, fellowship status by the American College of Medical Toxicology, and that is a distinction within medical toxicology when you've practiced for a number of years in that field. And then I received an award by the Organized Crime and Drug Enforcement Task Force. It was a national award, and that's associated with the Department of Justice, and it was for specifically assisting federal agents and federal prosecutors in combating the threat of fentanyl in communities in the Pacific region of the United States.
Now, page 3 through 22 discusses cases that you've worked on or testified to as a medical expert witness, true?
Yes, and this is not my most up-to-date CV because I'm constantly adding to it, but for the most part, yes.
And could you go through some of those cases that you've listed for the jury?
Yes, I have testified in civil matters, basically on both sides, plaintiff and defense. And then I have also testified in criminal matters. The vast majority of cases that I have been asked to work on are at the federal level, largely pertaining to federal drug crime, and for many, many years, the opioid epidemic, and then followed by the fentanyl crisis. But I have also testified at the state level approximately 9 times for the prosecution, and this would be my 3rd time for the defense in a state criminal matter.
So you've testified in a criminal matter at the federal level?
Yes.
And how many times have you testified at the federal level?
Approximately 50 or 60 times for the prosecution.
Have you ever testified for the defense at the federal level?
Not in a criminal matter.
Have any of these cases that you've testified to involved homicides?
Can you repeat that?
Have any of these cases involved homicides?
Yes.
Percentage-wise, how many of the cases that you've testified to involve homicides?
They're a smaller fraction compared to overall federal drug crime, but all of them essentially focus on a cause of death testimony.
When was the last case that you testified to as to the cause of death?
Let's see. That would have been in August in Nebraska for a federal drug crime case.
Were any of these cases that you testified to involved controlled substances and homicide?
Yes.
Approximately how many of those have been controlled substance and homicides?
Most of them. At the federal level with federal drug crime, we are talking about violations of the Controlled Substances Act, and there is a law called the Len Bias Law. Len Bias was a University of Maryland basketball player who got drafted by the Boston Celtics, and the night that he got drafted, he did cocaine in his dorm and developed intractable seizures and had a cardiac arrest and died. So his mom lobbied Congress for stiffer penalties for drug dealers who distribute a controlled substance that leads to death or serious bodily injury. And then another version of the Controlled Substances Act is specifically geared towards bad doctors and the ones that run pill mills. In other words, they are prescribing many controlled substances outside the realm of professional practice and without a legitimate purpose. And so my testimony at this federal level is either regarding death or serious bodily injury as it pertains to a drug dealer but also when there are deaths in a physician's practice pertaining to a controlled substance.
Have you ever testified in any cases involving intentional homicide?
Involving what?
Intentional homicide.
Yes.
How many? And can you describe those?
I have testified in a case here in Wisconsin, in Kenosha, and that was for the defense, and that was pertaining to an ethylene glycol poisoning case. I have been involved in grand jury testimony in Las Vegas pertaining to another ethylene glycol case, but that was obviously for the prosecution since that was grand jury testimony. I was involved in grand jury testimony in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, where a husband killed her wife, or a wife killed her husband with Benadryl and then took him out on Lake Coeur d'Alene and pushed him off the boat. I have had a case of homicide, albeit at the federal level for some reason, that involved the death of a little girl who was kidnapped from a birthday party and was drugged with methamphetamine and other prescription or non-prescription medications and murdered and dumped at a dump. And I testified also at the federal level, even though it was a homicide, about a case in Texas where a nurse stole a drug called etomidate from the hospital.
Judge, I mean, you're going to have to spell that for the court reporter?
Etomidate is ETOMIDATE. This is a drug that we use to give patients before we intubate them or sometimes before procedures. And in this particular case, the individual injected his friend with etomidate to render him unconscious and then shot him in the head and stole some money from him. I think that's the ones on the top of my head right now.
You ever testify in a case involving an accidental homicide? Accidental homicide, any cases?
Well, I don't know what you mean exactly by accidental homicide.
Yeah, accidental death.
There are certainly accidental overdoses, which are many of the drug dealer cases and doctor-related cases that I've seen, where not that it's necessarily an intentional or suicidal overdose of a medication, but someone that has a repeated supratherapeutic ingestion, meaning you keep taking more and more than you should. And of course, most people that are shooting up heroin or fentanyl don't mean to kill themselves.
Are there any kind of homicide cases that you've testified to that I failed to ask you about?
Not that I can think of on the top of my mind right now.
And when you've testified in these cases, were you testifying as a medical toxicologist expert or a medical emergency?
Well, you can't differentiate the two. As an emergency physician, my expertise is in managing all comers to the emergency department. So whether it's trauma, whether it's a heart attack, whether it's a stroke, whether it's an overdose, whether it's a psychiatric problem, so anything that presents to the emergency department, and that is part of my expertise, is being able to not just have tunnel vision, but as a medical toxicologist, as a sub-board of emergency medicine, most people find that confusing, but a medical toxicologist's expertise is in the management and treatment, diagnosis of poisoned patients. And most of the time, those are emergencies. So an overdose, a snake bite, a chemical exposure. And of course, there's things like asbestos exposure and cancer from factories that you work at that is more long-term, and that falls more into occupational toxicology. So my role as a cause of death expert when I am asked to review cases is not just wearing the tunnel vision of a medical toxicologist, but to look at the case as a whole, look for traumatic causes of death, look for natural causes of death, consider an arrhythmia, and look at the toxicology.
So have you ever, in these cases, do you render an opinion as to the cause of death?
Yes.
In what percentage of these cases do you render an opinion as to the cause of death?
Well, with regard to federal cases, there is a standard that I have to meet, which is the but-for cause of death. So typically, medical examiners will render a cause of death, which is, in terms of toxicology cases, they will list all of the substances that are found post-mortem. And it's not very common to find just one substance post-mortem. So therefore, they need, in order to render a but-for cause of death opinion, meaning but for this particular substance, this person would not have died, you need to have a medical toxicologist review that toxicology testing in the context of the totality of the evidence. And about 50% of the time when the federal government asks me to review a federal level death case, I cannot meet that but-for standard because there may be some fact or some hole in the investigation that renders it not possible to render a but-for cause of death opinion.
Have you reviewed, you've testified for the federal level and state level for the prosecution, true?
Yes.
Have you reviewed other cases for the prosecution that it wasn't necessary for you to testify, but you reviewed the case anyways?
I've reviewed hundreds and hundreds of cases where I will write a report and the defendant may plead guilty or the case resolves in some way such that I don't ever have to go to court and testify.
Judge, if I haven't done so, let's keep page on your CV. I'm strolling through all the cases that you've testified. True?
Yes. Or I should say all of these cases are cases where I have rendered a report and been designated as an expert witness. If I actually testified, that is listed on the CV under that case.
Now, page 22 of your CV lists your research experience, true?
Yes.
And could you briefly outline that to the jury?
When I was in high school, I was a science nerd, and I entered the science fair every year. I was working with Dr. Pahl in Milledgeville, Georgia, and I was doing cancer research with him and entered my research every year to the science fair. In my senior year, I won the state of Georgia science fair and got to go to the international science fair. And then this other research includes some of my undergraduate chemistry research that was at SMU.
Same page, your CV discusses your presentations?
Yes.
Could you discuss those with the jury?
Yes. And again, my most recent presentation, which was not on this CV that I gave you, was for the high intensity drug trafficking authority association. I can't think of what the last letter is, and that's involving fentanyl. I speak at my kids' high school festival every year. And then our senator from the state of Texas introduced a bill called the Fight Illicit Pill Presses Act. And I was asked to come present about those findings. And then I have helped to train DEA agents, FBI agents. I've gone to Quantico to teach, and basically teaching them about opioids and other controlled substances.
It appears that most of your presentations have been with law enforcement?
Yes, kind of a parallel universe to my my cases that involve opioids and fentanyl or other controlled substances for the federal government. A lot of cases involve sudden death in custody cases, and these are different kinds of drugs that cause this. These would be things more along the lines of cocaine or methamphetamine or PCP, some of these drugs that cause people to be very agitated, and they will end up dying in police custody. And so I often teach our law enforcement with regard to how to manage these types of very complicated cases, because they, of course, become very high-profile cases in the media.
I think page 29 discusses your publications.
Yes.
You published?
Yes.
Could you outline what you published to the jury?
Some of my publications have involved these death in custody cases and hyperactive delirium or severe agitation. This was part of the American College of Emergency Physicians task force. Again, these kinds of cases are very challenging, and so we're always looking for better ways to restrain patients that are in police custody that are very agitated. The National Association of Medical Examiners position paper was medical examiners and us, the medical toxicologists, that got together to discuss best practices for rendering cause of death opinions in the setting of opioid toxicity, and the other things are not necessarily relevant.
Your CV also discusses your media appearances. Am I getting that right?
Yes.
Could you briefly discuss that with the jury?
Well, I end up doing a number of media-related appearances, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, just because sometimes cases end up in the media and are high profile, and also because a lot of poisoning murder cases are of public interest. So I have been on Dateline NBC. I have been on Snapped, which is a crime show where women snap and attempt murder or commit murder. Not that I was the one that snapped. And Vengeance Killer Coworkers, as well as Court TV and other news broadcasts, kind of warning the public about different new street drugs to keep in mind or watch out for. Of course, for a number of years, the concern was that there were counterfeit pills that contained fentanyl, and so, of course, warning the public.
You, again, testified that you have rendered an opinion in a court of law as to cause of death, true?
True.
Have your opinion under both hats or just one hat?
Say that again?
Under both hats? I mean, you're an expert medical toxicologist, and you're an expert medical in medicine, true?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the form of the question and the labeling of expert.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Well, you've testified as an emergency medicine doctor, true?
Yes.
Have your opinions always been accepted in a court of law?
Yes.
As a result of your medical qualifications, do you use those at Parkland Medical?
Yes.
And describe, typically, what do you do at Parkland Medical?
Well, it depends on the day. If I am working in the emergency department, I would be working as an attending physician, and I may either see patients on my own or I will supervise residents and interns and students that are rotating in the emergency department. When I am on call as a medical toxicologist, the way it works is the first Thursday through the first Monday every other month. I'm on call 24/7 for that period of time, and that involves teaching at the Poison Center academic rounds, because we have a number of different kinds of physicians that rotate to learn medical toxicology, and that is a more academic endeavor. And then covering any poisoned patient that presents to Parkland, our Children's Hospital, or our UT Southwestern Hospital. And then oftentimes we cover phone calls from all over North Texas for healthcare providers that are asking for assistance with management of a poisoned patient. I think a lot of people understand that you can call the Poison Center if your child gets into something under the sink, and it's very common for parents to call. But probably what a lot of people don't understand is that a lot of physicians will also call the Poison Center for guidance on managing poisoned patients at their particular healthcare setting. And since we can't obviously be everywhere at one time, those types of phone calls are managed by phone.
So you have doctors calling you too for poison questions?
Yes.
And parents?
Parents.
Law enforcement?
I have heard that law enforcement might call from time to time for identification of a pill that has a label, the pharmacy label on it. That isn't needed as much anymore because you could probably look it up on the internet now, but before the internet, that was kind of a use that law enforcement might have at the Poison Center.
Again, how long you been working at Parkland?
I started my residency in 1999.
And strictly in the emergency room area?
From 99 to 2002 was in the emergency department as a resident. From 2002 to 2004, I was serving as faculty in emergency medicine, but I was doing a fellowship in medical toxicology, and that was through the North Texas Poison Center and covering Parkland Children's and UT Southwestern Hospital.
Now, when you worked in the emergency room, I take it you saw all kind of patients.
All kinds of patients.
And you indicated that's the most busiest emergency facility in the whole country.
It has held that distinction in U.S. News and World Report for a number of years.
And you've treated, take it, people who have suffered gunshot wounds?
Yes.
And approximately how many have you treated for gunshot wounds?
Objection to the relevance, Your Honor.
It's relevance.
Well, I guess we don't know how Ms. Pavlons lost her life, so there hasn't just covering gunshot homicides, her experience in dealing with them.
There isn't anything on this record that says she died by gun.
I'll take that as a fact then. So have you dealt?
So the objection's sustained. Next question.
No gunshot. Have you dealt with any patients who have been stabbed?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Too numerous to count.
More than 1,000?
I would, probably not 1,000, but in the hundreds.
So have these patients who have been stabbed, have any of them passed?
Yes.
The number, anybody of them who have come in with stab wounds but for the grace of God, did not die?
Yes.
Were these patients like stabbed at one particular location on their body, or was it all over any particular body?
All over the place.
And what kind of With these patients that you saw that were stabbed, did majority of them, or if not, have clothing on?
Well, some might have clothing, some might not.
Were any of those patients that you saw have clothing on their upper body?
Yes.
I take it, exclude men and women?
Yes.
Approximately how many of those patients that were stabbed were females?
I couldn't say.
Is it safe to say that the females that you saw were clothed?
I can't think of anybody in particular right now. I'm just speaking in general.
As far as those that were clothed and only stabbed in the upper area of their body, what kind of injuries would you see, internal injuries?
Well, if somebody is stabbed in the upper part of their body, there's obviously very critical real estate, so to speak, the heart, the lungs, solid organs, and somebody that would die from a stab wound to the upper body would have a significant amount of blood loss if that was what they died from.
Would there be a lot of blood on their clothing?
Yes.
And that's only of those who were stabbed and passed?
Or stabbed and critically injured. The concern would be, I mean, you could stab somebody in the leg and hit a major artery and you would bleed to death and there would be blood all over the pants. Or you could stab somebody in the chest and just happen to miss anything important and they don't die and there's not significant blood loss.
Have you dealt there at the emergency room with patients who were brought in and had overdosed?
Oh, yes.
Approximately how many of those patients had overdosed that were brought into the emergency department while you were working?
It's been too numerous to count over 20 years.
And what was the typical drug or drugs that these patients overdosed on?
Well, it can be a number of things. I think the most common thing to overdose on would certainly be over-the-counter medications, things like Tylenol, which is very toxic to the liver. Aspirin is very toxic. People will overdose on their prescription psychiatric medications frequently. And then, of course, for a number of years, overdosing on prescription opioids or illicit substances is also a very large problem, which is why there's been the opioid epidemic.
Any of these patients that you treated, did any of them come in for seizures?
Yes, I would say I see a patient with seizures at least once a shift.
And what kind of symptoms do you see of these patients with seizures?
Frequently, patients that have seizures, you know that they might either shake uncontrollably, but they can also become very rigid. One of the concerns is them biting their tongue, and that is a finding when someone has had a seizure that lets you know that they probably really did have a seizure. And then another thing that is not uncommon when somebody suffers a seizure is to have urinary incontinence.
What does that mean, what you said?
Urinary incontinence means to basically pee on yourself or lose your bladder. It's not something that that person can control.
Any patients that were brought into your emergency room that dealt with having been suffocated?
Yes.
And what symptoms, if any, did you see on those patients?
Well, there are people that can be suffocated either by strangulation and compression to the neck. And if that's by hands or by significant force, then there's a bone in the neck called the hyoid bone, and that frequently can fracture in a situation like that. Not 100% of the time, but when you see that, that is concerning for some type of neck trauma. And it also has constriction of the arteries that go to your brain. So as soon as the blood is not getting, or the brain is not getting blood and oxygen, you can lose consciousness and pass out. And another thing that you can see with compression is what are called petechiae, which is spelled P-E-T-E-C-H-I-A-E, which are teeny tiny little punctate bruises that you would see from your neck up on the face. And that's not uncommon with compression to the neck.
Now, in this case, I contact you to render an opinion as to the cause of death of Stephanie Pavlons. True?
True.
And did you make an opinion in this case?
Your Honor, I'm going to object based on prior rulings of this court.
I'll overrule the objection at this juncture, but Mr. Galaviz, you're very well aware
Yes, sir.
of my prior rulings.
What materials did you have to rule or strike that review to make that determination?
I not only reviewed the autopsy report, the toxicology testing, the police reports, the photos from the scene, the autopsy photos, text messages, medical records of Stephanie Pavlons. There was some video footage that I reviewed, or still shots of video footage, transcripts of interviews of Matthew Pahl, of other family members. So I am rendering a cause of death opinion with the totality of the evidence.
Are you medically licensed to prescribe prescription drugs?
Yes.
Based upon your review of the medical records of Ms. Pavlons, did you note whether or not Ms. Pavlons was prescribed medication during the year of 2022?
Yes.
Was she prescribed alprazolam?
Yes.
Have you ever prescribed alprazolam?
I have, but we try not to.
Strike that. What's alprazolam prescribed for?
Alprazolam, also known as Xanax, is what's called a benzodiazepine, which is benzodiazepine. And a benzodiazepine is a drug that is prescribed for anxiety, and it is a sedative hypnotic. It works actually very similar to alcohol, the same receptors, very similar. And basically the reason why we don't like to try to prescribe it continuously is because it does have a high addiction potential. And there is also a withdrawal syndrome associated with Xanax. Just like you might have heard of alcohol withdrawal, or DTs, which is delirium tremens. One of the life-threatening consequences of alcohol withdrawal is having these DTs and seizures. Benzodiazepines like Xanax also have a withdrawal syndrome that can cause seizures in patients that don't have epilepsy. It can cause them in anybody, which is why we try not to prescribe them chronically.
Based upon your review of the records, was she prescribed oxycodone?
Yes.
Have you ever prescribed oxycodone?
Yes.
what's the purpose of oxycodone? Why do people get prescribed that?
Oxycodone is an opioid pain medication, and it is used to treat pain.
It's not similar to alprazolam, is it, as far as being addiction?
Of course, you can become addicted to opioids, but opioids work at opioid receptors, whereas Xanax works at a receptor called the GABA receptor. Not necessary to understand all of the complexities of those receptors. Both types of medications are addictive, but oxycodone works at opioid receptors. And part of the toxicity of opioids is it causes something called the opioid toxidrome. Toxidrome is the words toxic plus syndrome mashed together in one, and it's a bread and butter term that we use in medical toxicology, and that is the constellation of signs and symptoms that are unique to a certain substance. So all opioids cause the same kind of toxicity, which is pinpoint pupils, so your pupils get teeny tiny, and then central nervous system depression, which is anywhere from sleepy to comatose, and then finally and most importantly, respiratory depression, which is when you're breathing slower and slower until you stop breathing and die. Now, Xanax, those benzodiazepines, can cause central nervous system depression in an overdose situation, but not specifically respiratory depression like the opioids. The respiratory depression associated with opioids like oxycodone is much different from what you see with the sedatives, which is why there was an opioid epidemic, a fentanyl crisis, because of that respiratory depression.
Was Ms. Pavlons prescribed buprenorphine?
Yes.
Could you spell that, please?
Judge, I'm sorry, I'm going to object again based on the court's prior ruling.
I'm going to have a hearing outside the presence of the jury, okay?
All rise for the jury.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you. You can be seated. So, Ms. Opper, his last question was whether Ms. Pavlons was prescribed a certain substance.
Yes.
The name escapes me right now, and you objected.
So I agree that question on its face is probably not objectionable, but the concern is just like what we just had with the alprazolam, Your Honor. In the report that was authored by Dr. Hale, which I have, the last one I have from her is dated August 7th, 2025. There's no reference to alprazolam. There was no alprazolam detected in Ms. Pavlon's toxicology. Yet, they just asked her to opine, how can alprazolam kill you? There's no buprenorphine found in her toxicology, and he's about to go into how can withdrawal from buprenorphine kill you, or what effects can that have? He's implied to this jury that she knows the cause of death, and yet, based on your earlier ruling, she's not going to be able to provide that opinion to the jury. So this is very confusing and misleading. There's no reason to be discussing these drugs that are not part of the toxicology and specifically referenced in her report.
Ms. Galaviz, your response?
Doctor, based upon your review...
No, your response to me.
Oh, Judge, there was alprazolam, I believe, in Ms. Pavlon's system. So I'm not sure what the objection is about alprazolam. These were things that Ms. Pavlons was described that she was taking during that month of from the summer of 2022. Because of her state, her decomposition, blood was they couldn't take blood from her, so they only could take it out of her liver. So I think, I know Ms. Opper doesn't want the jury to hear this, but it's unknown whether or not this was in her system because of, but alprazolam was because of the decomposition of the body and the lack of blood. But it's,
So I'm looking at Dr. Hale's report, page 14. Do you have your report with you, Doctor?
I don't have it with me, but I would like to.
Put up, so
I could give it to her, Judge.
I'm going to show her, there's page 14, and it says positive findings, and it mentions a number of substances. That's document 156 from our file, and we'll just put up that document. Document 163, I'm sorry. I apologize, Madam Clerk. As always, you're right. Page 14. Should come up shortly, Doctor. It's frozen. All right.
Judge, I could show her if you want me to. I have an exhibit.
All right, bring it up.
It'll be defense exhibit number 442. You want me to go to page 14?
Yes, sir. Doctor, page 14 lists positive findings. Those are the substances that were reported to you to be present in some tissue, correct?
Correct.
From the autopsy report or the toxicology report, correct?
Correct.
All right. Mr. Galaviz, you can ask her where alprazolam is in there or some kind of substance or derivative of that.
Doctor, you're from this NMS report, where is alprazolam connected to those substances found in Ms. Pavlons?
So alprazolam is not on the toxicology findings. It is a medication that was prescribed to Ms. Pavlons.
But you don't dispute that it was prescribed to her, Ms. Opper?
It was prescribed,
Okay.
but,
Right, no, I understand.
okay,
But it wasn't found in her system.
correct.
Right. So, and then oxycodone or its derivative? So what other objections do you have, ma'am?
So that was on there, and that's in her report on the bottom of page 14, that oxymorphone was found.
Right, a metabolite of oxycodone.
Yes.
So your concern was the
The
alprazolam.
alprazolam and then the buprenorphine.
And what is buprenorphine, which was just testified about? What substance is that, doctor? Does it have a common name or generic name?
Do you want me to answer?
Yes, doctor.
Buprenorphine is a medication used for opioid addiction. It does have a brand name Suboxone when it is mixed with Narcan, but buprenorphine is the generic name.
Did she have excuse me for a second, did she have a prescription for it, Mr. Galaviz?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you dispute that, Ms. Opper?
I don't dispute the prescription. I doubt that it was detected.
Okay, all right. So I've previously indicated that the doctor can report about the substances found in Ms. Pavlon's tissue. And we've had other evidence about the tissue or the strength of the findings and so on. So there was a prescription for alprazolam or Xanax, and if there was a prescription for Suboxone and it's some substance in it, I am going to allow that testimony that there may have been a prescription for it. Okay. But I think whether or not it's relevant is a subject for cross-examination. But I want to be really clear here. I've made my ruling about what this doctor can report. She can report about the toxicology findings and the other verbiage about the cause of death, what she believed golfers could see or not see. That is off limits. And I think I've made that very clear previously before. And if you get even close to that, I'm not going to wait for an objection. All right?
Right. To clarify for me, what
Mr. Gallagher should have done that for you already.
Judge, I did, but I think you ruled that she could not testify as to the manner of death, not the cause of death.
She is able to testify about her beliefs about the toxicology. Right?
Right.
Her report sets those things out. She says certain things. In each of the substances, she makes findings about. I'm just going to start looking at page 15. The end of the first paragraph. Acute overdose cannot be ruled out. Death from caffeine toxicity is rare and thus unlikely. Death from cotinine, C-O-T-I-N-I-N-E, toxicity is unlikely, etc. She's made those findings about those substances, and I think I've made it very clear about, in the motions in limine, her ability to testify today. And I've made those findings already.
Correct.
All right, and I presume you've related them to her clearly.
Correct.
It's your responsibility, not my responsibility today.
Right, and again, your ruling was that she was not to give an opinion as to the manner of death, not the cause of death.
She can testify about the substances that she made findings on and whether or not they contributed to or caused the death. I think I made that clear.
So my concern, Your Honor, is that nowhere in this report does she say the cause of death for Stephanie Pavlons is blank.
I understand that.
So I have a lack of notice as to what she's about to say. Absolutely no idea what she's about to say.
But you do. You have her report, and if she says something else, you can impeach her with it.
But I can't because she never says in the report her cause of death is oxycodone overdose or alprazolam overdose, or she doesn't say what the cause of death is. Her ultimate conclusion is suicide must be considered, which is what you
specifically indicated was not to be testified to.
Correct.
Correct.
And suicide is not a cause of death anyway, it's a manner of death.
Right.
But that's what her report says. But my concern again, Judge, and I'm sorry to be repeating myself, but I have no problem if he says to her, was she prescribed alprazolam? Yes, she was prescribed alprazolam. But to allow her to say what are the effects of withdrawal of alprazolam, or can death result from alprazolam, when there's nothing in this record, gives an improper miscommunication to this jury that, boy, there must be something more here. He can, I believe, my request is he can ask what she's prescribed. But if it's not in her toxicology, we don't know if she consumed it or not. We just simply don't know. Nobody knows. Dr. Hale doesn't know. I don't know. Nobody knows unless it's in her tox.
I understand that. And I think that's a proper subject for cross-examination. So I'm going to allow that testimony. All right? As to what she was prescribed, and perhaps what those substances may or may not do. But again, the fact that there isn't any indication in the toxicology report, and that whether or not alprazolam could cause X, Y, or Z, that's a fair and appropriate subject for cross-examination, whether or not it was at all present.
All right, thank you.
All right, we'll bring the jurors back. All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. As I indicated, from time to time, there's going to be a legal issue that has to be taken up between the court and the lawyers. That's exactly what we've done. Mr. Galavis, continue.
Yes, Judge. Doctor, was she prescribed buprenorphine?
Yes.
Have you, for the court reporter, could you spell it, please?
B-U.
She's got it.
Okay.
Have you ever prescribed that medication?
Yes.
What's the purpose of that medication?
Buprenorphine is nicknamed Bup in the medical community, and it is used to treat opioid addiction. And the way that it works is it goes to the opioid receptors and partially binds to those receptors. So it tricks the receptors to having an opioid there. And you may have heard the name Suboxone before, which is a trade name associated with this medication. And we are starting to prescribe this more and more in the emergency department setting to help people with opioid withdrawal.
Was she prescribed sertraline?
Yes.
And just for the record, sertraline.
Yes.
Have you ever prescribed that?
No, we try not to prescribe psychiatric medications from the emergency department. That is something that we would do in conjunction with our psychiatric faculty.
Was she prescribed torpiramate?
Yes.
How do you say that?
Topiramate.
Have you ever prescribed that?
I have, but again, topiramate is a medication that can either treat seizures or it can also treat migraines. And we might prescribe it short term, but our hope would be that that patient receives continuity of care either by their primary care physician or their neurologist to continue that kind of long-term prescription.
Was she prescribed clonidine? Spelled Clonidine.
Yes.
Have you ever prescribed that?
Yes.
What's that for?
Well, clonidine actually has two purposes. The first, most commonly, is to treat high blood pressure. The other reason why it may be prescribed is to treat opioid cravings.
Was she prescribed bupropion?
Yes.
Spelled Bupropion. Have you ever prescribed that?
Again, this is a psychiatric medication, and same thing, we try not to prescribe psychiatric medications for emergency patients because we would want that to be in conjunction with our psychiatric colleagues.
Again, you are a medical toxicologist, true?
True.
And your expertise is in prescription drugs or illegal drugs?
Yes.
And your expertise in this field, how long have you done it?
Since 2004.
Is it dangerous for a patient to mix these drugs?
It can be, yes.
Is it dangerous for a patient who's prescribed any of these drugs to stop taking them?
It depends on which one. Alprazolam is, again, a medication that if you stop it, you can develop a withdrawal syndrome. So part of that withdrawal syndrome that is dangerous is seizure activity. Alcohol withdrawal, benzodiazepine withdrawal is a life-threatening condition, whereas opioid withdrawal, albeit extremely uncomfortable, is not a life-threatening condition. Opioid toxicity is, but not opioid withdrawal.
Now, you talked about the documents you received from the medical examiner. Does that include the NMS report?
Yes.
Prior to this court case, have you ever seen an NMS report?
Oh, almost every day.
I'm showing you it's marked as State Defense Exhibit number 442, and just for the witness, please. Is it? Oh. Let me take. I made a mistake. Exhibit number 443, Doctor. Tell me when it's on your screen.
This is NMS Labs. NMS stands for National Medical Services, and it is the go-to forensic toxicology laboratory in the entire country. It's located in Pennsylvania, and many medical examiners, even from California to New York to Texas, send their samples to NMS Labs, as well as sometimes other types of samples as well, and they are the ones that will do the forensic toxicology testing.
Now I'm going to scroll. Does this appear to be the NMS report from Ms. Pavlons?
Yes.
Do you recognize this as being the report from Ms. Pavlons?
Yes.
It's an 8-page report? 8 pages?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to admit this exhibit and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
Oh, Judge, we had previously stipulated to this exhibit.
Okay, go ahead. It's admitted.
Well, what the jury's seeing now is the initials for NMS too. Is that right, Doctor? Its initials for the NMS lab is at the top page of this exhibit, true?
True.
Ms. Pavlon's name is on there, true?
True.
And as far as you know, this is the report that was generated by the medical examiner.
This report is generated by NMS Labs and then forwarded to the medical examiner.
What does the labs receive from the medical examiner in order to generate this report?
Well,
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll sustain that objection, yes, for that question.
Have you ever submitted samples to the NMS, to the lab in Pennsylvania?
No, I have not.
I'm showing you as marked as, again, page 1. What is the jury seeing right in front of them?
So these are the final results of the toxicology testing that was performed on Stephanie Pavlon. So in other words, they may test for a whole menu. It's actually when you submit samples to NMS Labs, there are different menus that you can choose as far as what to have tested. And in general, they're pretty broad testing of a number of different substances. And they'll test for all of those different substances. And whatever ends up being positive will get reported inside this black box.
Is there anything significant about what you see on these results from Ms. Pavlon?
Well, typically, when the medical examiner sends samples to NMS Labs, it's usually blood or urine. It's not as common to submit liver or muscle tissue, but what has been described is the advanced state of decomposition in this case, where there was not any blood or urine, or oftentimes vitreous, which is the eyeball jelly that can be tested for. Because of the state of decomposition in this case, vitreous was not available, but you can still confirm the presence of substances in other types of tissue, in this case, liver and muscle.
Now, you indicated that Ms. Pavlons was prescribed alprazolam?
Yes.
Based upon your review of her medical records, was it something that she was supposed to take every day?
Yes.
The findings in this exhibit do not have alprazolam listed. Did you note that?
Correct. There's no alprazolam or metabolites of alprazolam. A metabolite is what your body changes one substance into another. All drugs get metabolized, so to speak. And so alprazolam has metabolites that are not present here, nor is alprazolam, the parent molecule, present either.
Would you know that had Ms. Pavlons taken her alprazolam as prescribed, would we have noted a finding for alprazolam in this report?
We should, unless for some reason it was below the level of detection in this tissue.
Was there anything else that you needed to receive from myself, or in this case, to render any kind of opinion?
Can you be more specific?
Do you believe I gave you all the material that you needed to render an opinion in this case?
Yes.
Did you note that on the report?
I did.
I'm going to show you it's marked as exhibit number 442. And again, this is just for the witness. And let me know when you see it.
I see it.
Now, this is a report that you drafted for this case, State of Wisconsin versus Matthew Pahl, true?
True.
And this appears to be the first page of the report?
Yes.
And is this your final draft?
I believe so, yes.
And it's dated August 7th, 2025.
Yes.
Page 1 of the report discusses your qualifications, true?
Yes.
Why did you find that significant to list that on this report?
Why do I put qualifications in a report?
Yes, ma'am.
I put qualifications in every report that I generate just to describe my education, background, and experience.
Page 2 of your report, it's labeled methodology?
Yes.
What's the purpose of that?
Well, methodology is how an expert goes about reaching an opinion. And whether it's somebody in a laboratory who describes the technique that they use to analyze something, or fingerprints or DNA, that's the methodology that they use. When a medical expert is giving or rendering a medical opinion, it is also, there is a certain methodology that we follow, and that is the method of differential diagnosis.
That same page discusses, in general, the cause of death, true?
Yes, in general, yes.
And it lists traumatic causes of death. What does that mean?
Well, part of differential diagnosis, if I may explain, is when somebody comes to the emergency department, let's say, and they are complaining of certain symptoms, physicians generate what's called a differential diagnosis, meaning that we go through this mental flow chart of what could possibly be going on with this patient. And so take, for example, chest pain. Is the chest pain because someone dropped a weight on their chest, or are they having a pulmonary embolism, which is a blood clot to the lung, or are they having a heart attack? And so we ask a series of questions, and we will do a physical exam, and then we will obtain ancillary studies like laboratory, EKG, x-rays, CAT scans, in order to rule in or rule out a diagnosis. And there are some diagnoses in that mental flow chart that are high in the differential, and then there are some diagnoses that are low in the differential. So more likely it's this versus that. And so when you are doing a cause of death opinion, remember, cause of death is a diagnosis. And so the methodology of a medical physician is to go through the same type of methodology for cause of death. And so first you want to rule out traumatic causes of death. Then, in general, you want to look at natural causes of death. And then finally, you will consider the toxicology findings. And then last but not least, you consider an arrhythmia, which is a lethal heart rhythm. And the reason why that is last but not least is because there's nothing that you can see on an autopsy to rule in or rule out an arrhythmia, so it becomes a diagnosis of exclusion. So that is the differential diagnosis or methodology that all physicians would use in rendering a cause of death opinion.
Judge, I'm going to object and move to strike based on prior rulings in the court's earlier discussion with counsel outside the presence of the jury.
I'm going to overrule that objection. You can continue, Mr. Calabrese.
Your report mentions the things you just discussed with the jury. It also talks about toxicological causes of death.
Yes.
What's that?
Well, a toxicological cause of death is a death from a substance or a poison. It can be a prescription drug, it can be an illicit drug, it can be a chemical type of exposure, but specifically when we're talking about a toxicologic cause of death, it involves interpretation of post-mortem drug levels. And typically, if you were to do an autopsy or look at a dead body, there's really not much that you can see to determine whether or not someone died from a toxicologic exposure, illicit or prescription medication. And so what you're left with are these drug levels. And what's very important when you're considering a toxicologic cause of death is not to hang your hat on a specific number. And I will tell you that when I tell lawyers this, and honestly, when I tell a lot of other physicians this, it's like telling them that there's no such thing as Santa Claus, because it's hard to believe that impairment, for example, in a driving while intoxicated case, or intoxication, or cause of death is determined by a blood level alone. And this is true if you have blood. This is true even if the person is still living, because, for example, if someone gets into a car crash and they have methamphetamine present, it is not determined that they are impaired based on that level, and that's living blood. So there are only a handful of substances that we check blood levels on in the healthcare settings. There's just a few. Everything else, you have to correlate the post-mortem or the ante-mortem blood levels, which we don't typically get, with peri-mortem circumstances, with how a person may have been looking around the time of their death. And it is not determined by the level in and of itself. So if it's not something that we can determine from blood, you certainly cannot make a determination based on a level that is in liver or muscle tissue.
In your report, you discuss opioid toxicity and death. You have a page of that discussion, what's that about?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
What's relevant, sir? Mr. Galaviz.
Is inner animus report there's oxymorphine, true?
Oxymorphone.
So I'll sustain the objection. And he's asked another question. Go ahead, next.
In this case, what were the pertinent details that you considered in rendering an opinion?
Can you repeat that?
What pertinent details did you consider in rendering your opinion?
Well, as I was describing earlier, it is
More
important.
specific, Mr. Galaviz. Just a second, Doctor. Go ahead.
Well, you looked at the pertinent details about Miss Stephanie Pavlons, true?
True.
And that's what you took into consideration?
Yes.
And what was pertinent about her that you considered?
All right, let's excuse the jury for a second, okay?
All rise for the jury.
No, I correct.
Have a seat, everybody. The jury's left. Mr. Galaviz, I told you that I would stop without an objection. Your question was, and what was pertinent about her that you considered? The answer to that in the doctor's report is that she considered things that I indicated very clearly in my prior ruling that I would not allow the doctor to testify about. You've been asked, and don't play coy with me, you're asking a far too open-ended question that if she answers truthfully, she's going to get into things that I said she could not testify about. And that's why I asked you to be more specific, Mr. Galaviz. If you can't do that, then the response is going to be farewell to Dr. Hale. You need to be more specific in light of my prior ruling on the motions in limine. All right?
Court,
And you can think about that. We're going to take a break right now for the afternoon. Bring jurors back from the state.
Yes, Your Honor, just continuing on what we've been discussing. I'm not going to object to the admissibility of 442, but to publication I am, because there's so many things. I mean, Mr. Galaviz keeps scrolling through it as he's asking questions. I don't want the jurors to see things that this court has ruled to be inadmissible. And so I'm going to object to just wholesale publishing and scrolling through it in front of the jury and things like that. I guess if there's a particular area of the report that he wants to ask about that the court has allowed, I wouldn't object to that.
I'm
but
very cognizant of that, ma'am, and I have been watching and looking at the report as we go through this, and I'm very cognizant of that. And when and if there's a request, I'll rule appropriately.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else, Mr. Galaviz, before I bring the jurors back?
Yes, Judge, for purposes of my witness, I'm a little confused. I know she's a little confused because I read your motion ruling on the Dauber hearing several times. She's read the transcripts herself. And again, your ruling was she was not to discuss in any shape or form manner of death. And she understands that. We're not discussing any kind of manner of death here thus far. It's just cause of death. You didn't prohibit her to give an opinion as to the cause of death, just the manner of death, that she wasn't qualified to give that opinion.
I understand that, Mr. Galaviz, but I want to be really clear. That question that caused me to stop was when you asked her, and what was pertinent about her that you considered? And that's a very open question, And the things that she considered in her report were some of which I said, no, she doesn't have the ability to testify about it.
Right.
And look,
And she knows not.
Mr. Galvez, let me finish, all right? This is not my first rodeo, okay? The way you asked that question was a very open-ended question that called her to respond with everything that she considered. Ask a question, you can, and this is not your first rodeo. You know what my ruling was. You know what's not to be testified about. You can make a question. You can construct a question that keeps the doctor to those areas that are permitted.
Right.
And if you can't do that, we'll stop.
No, and she knows what she can't testify to. I've instructed her what she cannot say.
Then ask better questions. Anything else? No? Ms. Opper?
Again, Judge, I renew my objection on the grounds of lack of notice to the state of Wisconsin. At no time in this report or at the Daubert hearing did she testify, I conclude cause of death is blank. Now she's going to get up here for the first time in direct examination and tell the jury what she thinks happened. It's nowhere in her report. They've given us no notice whatsoever.
She's testified about, when I look at her report, the way I read it, it says these things did not cause her death. Or that there was inconclusive evidence of the cause or the amount. So that's what I read. And if she strays outside that, then I'll take care of it when I have to. And I think my ruling has been clear from the time we had the motion in limine, what she can testify about. And you're correct. She's stated in her report, the plain language, the plain English says, and again, I'm just going to quote some, inconclusive, whether an overdose of topiramate, not enough evidence to determine whether an overdose of sertraline, not enough evidence to determine whether an overdose of oxycarbazepine contributed to her death, ibuprofen unlikely, cotinine toxicity unlikely. That's what she's tested. That's what she's reported. And I think we're clear where we're going to go, and we're not going to go beyond that. And if she's reported in her report about the manner of death, and I've indicated that that's not to be testified to. And again, I expect that Mr. Gallery's talked to the doctor about that. I'm taking and I'm listening carefully to the questions. We're going to move forward. And again, if I think that there's going to be an attempt to cross the line, given my prior ruling, I won't wait for an objection. All right? Let's bring the jurors back.
All rise to the jury.
All right, all 14 have returned. Thank you very much. Have a seat, everybody. All right, you may continue, Mr. Galaviz.
You indicated that you reviewed the MNS report from Ms. Pavlons. True.
True.
She was on prescribed alprazolam, but you did note alprazolam in the NMS report.
Correct.
She was on seizure medication. Did you note any seizure medication on the NMS report?
There was.
Was there a lot of seizure levels in her lab report?
Well, as I testified earlier, you cannot make any kind of decision based on a post-mortem level.
You indicated for this you reviewed police reports, true?
True.
Did you review any background material for Ms. Pavlons as far as history?
Yes.
And what was that?
I reviewed her medical records from a Dr. Francis McCann at an Aurora Health Clinic. I reviewed medical records from her neurologist, and I reviewed a diary that she kept, and reviewed transcripts of interviews with family members.
In the review of the medical records, did you note anything significant?
Objection vague.
Be more specific, Mr. Galaviz.
In the review of the medical records, did you note anything significant connected to Ms. Pavlon's cause of death?
Objection vague.
Be more specific, Mr. Galaviz.
What did you note did you note anything significant in the medical records?
Objection vague.
I'll sustain it. You have to be more specific, Mr. Galaviz.
What?
I'll let you lead on this question, sir.
Thank you, Judge. In her past medical history, there was a discussion on her being treated for seizures, true?
True.
And convulsions, true?
Convulsions are seizures.
There's reports in her medical records about depression?
Yes.
There's reports regarding her opiate dependency, true?
Objection, Your Honor. Prior ruling.
Hang on a minute, doctor. I'll allow it. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, doctor. You can answer.
Yes, there were indications in her medical records about opioid dependence, which is why she was prescribed buprenorphine.
Your Honor, my objection is not from the September 12th motion hearing, but from the motions earlier in the year regarding motions in limine.
All right. I'll allow this response. So I'll overrule the objection. Continue, Mr. Galaviz.
You indicated that you also reviewed her diary, true?
True.
And in her diary, she had comments about suicide, true?
True.
You reviewed the note discovered, or you don't know where it was discovered, but the note has been testified, a note found in Mr. Pavlon's truck reference to discussing suicide, true?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Don't answer it. Next question.
Did you review the note that was found in Mr. Pahl's truck?
Yes.
Did you consider Ms. Pavlon's physical health?
Yes.
Did you consider her mental health?
Yes.
Dr. Shield ruled cause of death as undetermined.
Is that a question, objection?
Basis?
I'm not sure if that was a question for the witness or just a statement by Mr. Galaviz.
I didn't finish.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Dr. Shield, well, ultimately you saw the autopsy, Dr. Shield's finding after the autopsy, true?
True.
You also saw the final death certificate with Dr. Shields' finding, true?
True.
Do you agree that Dr. Shields' finding is appropriate under the circumstances?
Yes.
Would you agree based upon, again, you're under the totality of circumstances that there are other possibilities?
Yes.
Would you agree that that there's a medical possibility?
Objection, vague.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Was, in this case, a seizure a possibility?
Yes.
In this case, was an overdose a possibility?
Yes.
Do you believe a natural cause of death is a possibility?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. I'm going to start with your work at Parkland. You said it's the busiest ER in the country, right?
It is.
And you're known for having treated President Kennedy after he was shot.
Well, not me personally. I wasn't born yet.
Parkland.
Yes.
There you go. All right. And let me ask you a question, Dr. Hill. Have you ever treated a victim of domestic violence in your ER?
Oh, yes, many, many times.
Many, many times, correct? Very common for a person to present to the emergency room with complaints of domestic violence, or now I think they call it intimate partner violence, correct?
Correct.
And as an emergency room physician, You actually receive training on the dynamics of domestic violence, correct?
Yes.
Helps you know what to look for, things a victim may say or not say to you to obtain, for you to obtain good information and provide treatment, correct?
Of course.
And of course, you want to try and attempt to prevent future acts of domestic violence for the patient, right?
Yes.
If possible.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever, you're aware of the fact that a lot of times domestic violence victims will not report their abuse?
Yes.
That's very, very common, isn't it?
Yes.
They won't tell even their closest friend or family member, correct?
Correct.
Oftentimes they won't call the police.
Correct.
Oftentimes they're very isolated by their abuser, correct?
Yes.
They can be controlled financially, emotionally, correct?
Yes.
You can even have a circumstance where the abuser dictates the movement of the victim. In other words, she's not allowed to leave the house without him, correct?
Yes.
She's not allowed to stay home without him, correct?
Sometimes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that a person could lose control of their bladder when they're confronted with life and death fear, correct?
Sure.
They could also lose their bladder when they are strangled, correct?
Possibly, yes.
In fact, the research shows that even within a shorter period of time as 5 to 10 seconds, a person can lose control of their bladder when they're being strangled, correct?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And death can occur, I think the research says something between like 60 seconds to 157 seconds. Does that sound right?
I don't know. It depends on so many different circumstances.
Sure. But there is research that would support at least in a strangulation case, death can result in a range of 62 to 157 seconds, correct?
Again, I'm not aware of any specific literature on that topic, so I can't speak to that. And yes, it does kind of depend on different circumstances.
Sure. Loss of consciousness can occur in 5 to 10 seconds. That sounds right?
Yes.
And loss of bladder control within about 15 seconds?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that the research that was published in the Journal of Emergency Science indicated that a prior non-fatal strangulation is a very strong predictor of a future fatal strangulation, correct?
I am not aware of which literature you're referring to.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a report that was published, maybe I said the name wrong, the Journal of Emergency Medicine? You've heard of that publication, correct?
Yes.
And it's a very well-respected journal, correct?
Sure.
I'd imagine as an emergency room physician, you probably read it frequently.
Depending on the topic, sure.
Okay. And are you aware that in 2008 they published an article that primary author was a Dr. Nancy Glass, who concluded that prior non-fatal strangulation was associated with greater than 600-time odds of becoming an attempted homicide and over 700-time odds of becoming a completed homicide?
No, because I have not memorized the medical literature.
Okay. You don't dispute that conclusion, though, do you?
I don't know how I can possibly dispute a conclusion of an article that I have not reviewed.
Okay. I'm asking based on your training and experience. Like, if a person presents to you in the ER and says she was strangled by her intimate partner, that sets off a huge red flag for you, correct?
Of course.
It's extremely dangerous behavior, correct?
Sure.
It doesn't take long to kill somebody by strangling them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And because of this conclusion of this finding, it's recommended that doctors, nurses, and other people working in the ER screen victims of domestic violence for non-fatal strangulations, correct?
Again, I'm happy to answer your questions in general, but I am not going to answer a question specific to a study that I have not reviewed.
Sure. So I'm asking you, in your hospital, do you try and screen victims of domestic violence for prior acts of strangulation?
We screen every single patient that presents to our emergency department for domestic violence.
because it's such a dangerous behavior, right?
Of course.
And it's a huge risk to a person's health and safety, correct?
Yes.
You agree with me that through your training in domestic violence, you've learned that when a victim gets close to trying to leave his or her abuser, that's the most dangerous time for that person, correct?
It can be, yes.
And that's why you do safety planning with a victim, right?
Yes.
And that's something you'd even do at the ER, and maybe not you personally, but you may refer a victim to social services or somebody that can help with safety planning if they tell you, I'm in an abusive relationship and I'm trying to get out.
Yes, we would consult what's called BIP at Parkland, which stands for Violence Intervention Prevention, and that would be something that we would do in conjunction together.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Hale. I wanted to ask you about the NMS report. I think it was exhibit, let me see for you, 443. Remember when Mr. Gallivan displayed that?
Yes.
Okay, and I read on there, and if you want, we can put it back up, but I read on there that there were two sources of sample that were provided to NMS lab, correct?
Yes.
There was liver tissue, correct?
Correct.
And skeletal tissue, I'm sorry, pardon me, muscle tissue, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Of the two, do you know the quality of those samples that were presented to the tox lab?
No, I don't.
Okay. If I told you that Dr. Shield testified the other day that the quality of the liver tissue was extremely compromised and that she was very concerned about it because there was a presence of maggots in the liver and maggot droppings in the liver, and she had grave concerns about cross-contamination. As a toxicologist, does that cause you concern as well, ma'am?
It certainly would affect the levels, which is why I've testified before that you can't rely on levels in a vacuum. However, believe it or not, maggots and other insect casings are frequently also tested in postmortem toxicology situations because you can find those substances in the insects and their pupil casings, I think is the word. I am not a bug expert or a forensic entomologist. But as far as confirmation of the substance, the fact that we see prescription medications that Ms. Pavlons was taking and confirmed in this tissue, again, I don't care what the actual number is, but it was confirmed. I feel like there was, just because you have insects present doesn't necessarily affect the sample because you can actually test the insects themselves.
Okay. Did you read anything that told you the insects that were collected in this case were tested at NMS?
No, but your question was, should the fact that there are maggots in the liver tissue affect confirmation of the substance? And the answer is absolutely not.
No, my question was, are you aware that Dr. Shields said she did not put much faith in the veracity of the toxicology findings from the liver tissue because it had deteriorated and decomposed so much? Were you aware that was Dr. Shields' opinion?
I was, and
Okay.
I actually did see her opinion. And again,
thank you. That's all. Okay. Did you do anything, either by contacting Dr. Shield or NMS or what? I'm not sure. My question simply is, did you do anything to try and learn for yourself the quality of the sample that was sent to NMS?
No.
And what about the muscle tissue? Is that a good source? Typically, would you be relying on muscle tissue for toxicology purposes?
You could technically rely on any substance that you're able to test, especially for confirmation. Again, not the levels. I think comparing liver to muscle, liver is better, but of course, blood and vitreous is better than liver and muscle.
Sure. And we didn't have those things either, correct? The vitreous in the blood.
Correct.
Okay. And your testimony, if I understood it on direct examination, is that Ms. Pavlons, you knew from reviewing records, was prescribed a number of medications, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me, Dr. Hale, that looking just at the NMS report, some of these medications don't show up anywhere, correct?
I don't know what you mean.
Some of the medications she prescribed were not found by NMS labs, correct?
Correct.
And you'd only be speculating as to why that may be, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that Matthew Pahl was also prescribed oxycodone?
Yes.
And that Matthew Pahl was also prescribed alprazolam?
Yes.
Were you aware of the fact that Stephanie complained that he would commonly take her alprazolam?
Yes.
Were you aware of any entry in a journal or any other record that you reviewed where Ms. Pavlons wrote that she was going to take herself off of Xanax or alprazolam?
I don't recall that specifically.
She never wrote and said, boy, today's the day I'm just going to stop taking alprazolam, correct?
Correct.
And her doctors would have strongly recommended against that, correct?
Yes.
It's probably even on the pill bottle, isn't it?
Possibly, or within the instructions that you would pick up.
Sure. Okay. From the pharmacy. Okay. There's no basis to believe, based on the record and what the information you have, that alprazolam played any role in Ms. Pavlon's death, correct?
Again, I can't rule that out.
Okay. Can't rule it in, can't rule it out.
Well, and to be more specific, not alprazolam toxicity because it's not confirmed post-mortem. However, as I described before, alprazolam withdrawal, even in individuals without a seizure disorder, can develop seizures.
Sure, but there's no evidence of that. You're just saying, generally speaking, alprazolam withdrawal can kill you.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But we have nothing in this record that says Stephanie Pavlons was withdrawing from alprazolam, correct?
Correct.
Did you review the photographs and the documentation of the crime scene when they found the body on September 9th of 2003?
Well, I would say I reviewed the scene, yes.
Okay, the photographs
Yes.
and the police reports from the detectives who were out there and things like that, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that there was absolutely no pill bottles found anywhere near Stephanie Pavlons, correct?
Yes.
No drug paraphernalia whatsoever, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever hear anything about a really big pink water bottle that she was carrying around that day? Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
That was not found near her body, was it?
No.
Okay. Just 1 second, please. I don't. All right, thank you, doctor. I don't have any other questions for you.
Redirect.
Just a few questions.
Doctor, is it necessary to find pill bottles, or was it necessary to find pill bottles by Ms. Pavlon's body to not consider an overdose?
No, especially in the sense that both of them would carry pills in their pockets.
You were asked that if you were aware that Matthew Pahl would take Stephanie Pavlon's pills. You remember that question?
Yes.
Do you remember, by reading the police reports and interviews, why Stephanie Pavlons wanted Matthew Pahl to monitor her prescriptions.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained. Next question.
I mean, you are aware that Stephanie Pavlons would abuse her prescription medication, true?
Objection.
Sustained. Don't answer it. Next question.
Well, you read her diaries, true?
True.
And you read the police reports, true?
True.
And you read or listened to family interviews, true?
Yes.
And based upon all that information, did you glean anything that Stephanie Pavlons abused her medication?
Objection, Your Honor. This goes to the motion in limine.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
I have no further questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Recross?
No, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you very much, Doctor. You are excused. Take care. Who's next, Mr. Galaviz or Mr. Wolf?
Your Honor, the next witness will be Emily Pescador, our canine expert.
Okay.
Okay.
Ma'am, you come up to the witness stand to my right, and once you get up there, remain standing to be sworn in. That's not her? Come on over here, Sven. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. And if you could, once you get up here, raise your right hand and face her.
Swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, have a seat, please. Can you tell me your name, please?
Alex Pescador.
Tell me, spell the first and the last name.
ALEXPESCADOR.
Okay, very good. And go ahead. Okay, let's go.
Thank you. Can you state your name and spell your name for the record?
Did that already.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Got it. That's okay.
Ms. Pescador, how are you employed?
I own DNA Canine. It's a training company for cadaver dogs.
And generally, what does that company do?
I do consulting and I sell training equipment generally, and I teach seminars for human remains detection or cadaver dogs.
And how long have you been in that business?
Since 2022.
Okay. Where did you go to college?
The University of Southern Mississippi.
And when did you obtain your degree?
This year, 2025, I graduated in May.
Okay, and what was your degree?
I graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science with a concentration in Forensic Anthropology and a minor in Biological Sciences.
Okay, so it's safe to say that a lot of your experience predates your getting your degree, correct?
Yes, that started with dog training in 2008 and cadaver dogs in 2018.
Okay, so let's go back to that. When did you start training dogs?
2008.
Okay, and when did you start training detection type dogs?
2018.
Okay, describe how that, what happened that got you into that?
I met my first mentor, Mr. Don Abney, in Louisiana. He was a retired sheriff's deputy with the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office right outside of New Orleans.
Okay, could you spell that parish name for our court reporter?
Sure. St. Tammany's S-T and Tammany T-A-M-M-A-N-Y.
Thank you.
Sheriff's Department.
And I apologize. The gentleman's name is all his last name?
Abney, A-B-N-E-Y.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, go ahead, sir.
So Mr. Abney was also what could be considered a court expert in canine training and human remains detection canines.
Your Honor, I'm going to object and move to strike that last statement by the witness that was not even in response to a question.
All right, I'll strike the last response. Next question.
Okay, what did Mr. Abney train you in?
He trained me in canine training, which included human remains detection, forensic science generally, canine tracking, canine obedience, canine training.
What methods did he use to train you?
Can you clarify that?
Specifically, what methods did he use to train you? How did you learn?
So that included field training with the dogs and under his instruction. The practical application of that, it included what you might consider classroom training and testing. So I was tested in a traditional sense with pen and paper. I had to take tests on that. And then I had to teach him as if he was a student and I was presenting to him how to do the actual training.
Why were you learning to be simply a dog handler, or was there more to your training?
It was both. It was being a handler as well as an instructor. So the certifications that I obtained from him after a year were as an instructor.
And who issued those certifications?
Mr. Abney.
Was there an organization that gave you certifications?
It was his company, Abcantra.
Okay. And
You have to give us that term again for a court report. Can you spell that?
Abcantra, so A-B-C-A-N-T-R-A.
Thank you.
Is there did Mr. Abney also do other types of dog detection?
Not that I can recall. His main specialty area was search and rescue, search and recovery.
Okay. How is cadaver search different from, let's say, drug search?
It's very, very complex as far as the target odor profile that your dog is searching for because it changes over time based on the stage of decomposition, based on the environment that you're searching in, and based on the training of the dog.
Okay, so would you say that training a cadaver dog takes more or less training than training a drug dog?
It takes consistent training. It takes consistent training. I'm not sure if it would be correct to say more training, as in more often, but it takes more consistent training.
Okay, tell me more about your specific education that you took in this field, or related to this field.
Could you clarify?
What classes in college did you take related to cadaver dog training?
Okay, so at the University of Southern Mississippi, with forensic anthropology, it's very much related to cadaver dog studies, as you might imagine. And I was able to base my education around human decomposition studies with forensic anthropology, and being able to mentor under Dr. Marie Danforth and being able to conduct research under her. I was able to complete my undergraduate thesis, which was canine scent discrimination of human remains. And that was conducted over 2 years, and I was able to do the practical application of that in the field with a dog. Would you like me to explain how that worked?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Witness
I
asking
apologize.
question.
You've never testified in court before?
This is my first time.
Okay. You indicated that you were under the mentorship of Mr. Abney. Were there others that you were under the mentorship of during this time?
At the time that I was...
Either through school or after?
Yes,
Mr. Abney?
yes.
Who would that be?
After Mr. Abney, and after I started at the University of Southern Mississippi, I completed another internship with Peace River Search and Rescue in Florida. That was 6 months, and I'm still with them to this day as part of their team. And it was an in-person as well as distance training. But that included as well classroom, field training with the dog, and certification.
Okay. Is cadaver dog searching more than just search and rescue? Or what are the other parts of cadaver dog searching, or what are you training them at other than search and rescue specifically?
There are lots of applications to it, lots of different scenarios. You could do historical searches where you're looking in an archaeological context. Could you clarify?
Strike that. I'll go on. Have you participated in investigations for law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Can you give me some examples of that?
Typically, I try to keep confidential with some, if it's not in the news or if it's not something that they published, I don't want to speak on it, but there is one example I included in my CV. Out of Forest County, Mississippi, they were able to identify the remains of an individual that one of my dogs was successful in finding.
Can you just tell me more about how that search started and how you came to a conclusion?
With the dog search?
Yes.
Okay. So a lot of what happens in Mississippi, we get cases where people will find part of remains, they'll find part of skeletal or tissue remains in the woods, and they'll call the university, or a coroner's office might email me, or even the sheriff's office. And so I will deploy to that area and with my dog and try to recover the rest of the remains. And a lot of times that involves scattered bone or scattered human tissue, and that involves environmental analysis. So I'll have to look at the conditions of the environment, and historically as well, has it rained there, and how might that move odor through the environment? Has it soaked into the ground? Is there elevation changes that might cause gravity to pull the odor away? And how that might affect the dog's search pattern or search behavior when I deploy it into that area. So these are things I have to consider before I even put the dog in there to search. When we brought the dog out, he was successful in locating several of her remains, and what I'll do is I'll also use a GPS device, and I'll mark points on the map where the dog alerts. And this is just my method of doing it in that specific context. And then I'll go back and recover the remains, or if I have other people with me, in this case the sheriff's department and the university anthropology department, we'll work on recovery at the same time. And we were successful in recovering the rest of her remains.
Can you tell me about just one more, and you don't have to name the law enforcement agency, if you want to keep that confidential?
Okay. There was another one in Louisiana where, you know what those pipelines are, they're just long stretches of open area, and they go on next to highways a lot of the time, and they have these cross trails that go across them. So long, open pipelines, and then there's lots of cross going across them. So I had a dog, same dog that I brought out there, and he's going along and meets one of these cross sections, makes like a T. And so he goes in there and he goes through the right cross section. There's nothing there, but he's catching odor where it intersects, right at the intersection. Goes in and there's nothing there. So he turned around and come out and he goes to the other side, but there's clearly nothing over there. So he's focused around this tree at that cross section. We look up and there's nothing there. He's not focused on any burial. He gets hung up on that tree and we stop. So if there's nothing there, nothing up, he loses odor. But based on the time of day, and earlier that day, we had both the detective and I had caught these little puffs of air, which you might consider residual odor, because there's nothing there that we can see, but we could kind of smell it and then it would dissipate. And when it heats up during the day, if you have a source, the heat will cause that odor to push up and breeze will blow it away. And over time, it'll do this. It'll go up, and then the breeze will blow it, and then it'll land farther away, and that's where the dog will catch it. Now, you think back to that trail intersecting, and that might be where that odor lands, and it'll push against that tree. So that trail intersecting and that breeze blowing in, it'll go into that trail, and it pushed against that tree, and so that's where my dog got caught up. He was caught up in that trail where the odor was pulling against the tree. So the day had ended, we had worked all day, and I had to leave. But I had suggested to the detective if he just searched a little bit longer, if he was going to check, and I couldn't confirm and I couldn't say you should keep going in this direction and just search a little bit longer, but if he did, the next day to just walk, I couldn't give him an exact estimation, but just keep walking on this trail, go a little bit farther, and you might find your victim. I think he probably died of exposure based on other information that we had, drug-induced along that trail, and he was found along that trail. He died of a drug overdose, and he just walked until he passed.
Okay, so you said that it was the same dog in both of those scenarios. How many dogs have you personally trained?
I don't, a lot. I have trained hundreds of dogs. For human remains detection, it's really hard for me to say because I've worked with so many people and so many handlers that I can't even estimate.
How many dogs have you, strike that, you own a dog now?
Yes, I own two.
Are they both trained in cadaver searches?
Yes.
And when you say who do you train other dogs for?
Private handlers mostly.
Okay. And
volunteers.
Do you know approximately how many people you've trained in cadaver dog searching?
So,
let's pull that back. How many people have you trained one-on-one in cadaver dog searches?
That's I'm trying to think because I teach at seminars quite often and I do private consulting. And I teach at classes that involve multiple handlers in a class. And it is hard for me to come up with an estimate of how many. And I've worked at a professional training kennel. So it's really hard for me to come up with an estimate off the spot.
Would you say that you've trained more than 100 dogs in cadaver scent detection?
I don't want to give an estimate. I'd say I can't estimate. I just don't want to give you a wrong answer.
Okay. Besides private entities, what other have you done training for dogs that are deployed by governmental agencies?
I know that at seminars, I have worked with handlers that were police officers or did work for emergency management agencies. And I have had police search advisors from as far as the United Kingdom come to learn from me.
Okay. And have you provided consulting services?
Yes.
And who do you provide consulting services to?
the same. Search and rescue organizations, emergency management, police, and those are the kind.
Can you give me an example of how you provide consulting services for your business?
It's private consulting. It's usually people will, or handlers will call, or they will email me with the training problem they have, and they need a solution. And so I will ask them what's their issue, and it's usually a behavioral problem. A lot of times their dog is come up, their dog starts off strongly in training, and they're doing very well. And then after a certain amount of time, it's either their dog has an inconsistent alert, or it stopped performing as well as it had before. And then it becomes a diagnostic issue behaviorally. Okay, what's changed in training or at home or in their lifestyle that maybe is the problem? And then we try to figure it out. It's a problem solving.
Okay, so what's your method of trying to fix the problem?
So usually, if it's in person or it could even be virtual, I'll have them send me a video of just a general training, put out a scent source, and just show me what it looks like or tell me about it. And they'll do that. And I can tell a lot just from their description of what's happening or from being able to see it. In person, it's the same way. And then I also have, from my research, being able to figure this out, series of exercises that can help pinpoint if there's a suspected issue. For example, a lot of dogs will track each other or handlers to the source because they will try to figure out the easiest way to get to their reward. And sometimes that is tracking each other or other people to the source. Because what happens when we're training is we go hide something for them. And we leave a scent trail behind us. Or if it's multiple dogs that are training behind each other on the same scent source that one person put out, well, the dogs get pretty good at figuring out they can just follow each other to that same hide. And they'll just do that. So what I'll like to do, because it works a lot, is figuring out if a dog is just alerting where other dogs have been, is I'll have a negative search area, which means there's nothing in there, there's no scent source, and I'll walk a dog into that negative search area, put it into a sit for 30 seconds to a minute, and then walk out the same way I walked in, and that is, you now have a negative search area, there's no source there. And then I will take that dog that we're trying to figure out what the problem here is, if it's got an issue with false alerts. And the handler is blind to this search, which means they don't know if I put something there or not. But then they'll deploy the dog as if this is just a regular training exercise. And if that dog follows the trail that I walked and alerts where I put that dog into a sit, I know we have a false alert problem with that dog. So that's one way to diagnose a false alert problem. And there are ways to fix it. It just takes time. So that's one example.
Okay. You said you currently, I'm going to show you what's, just for the witness, Exhibit 611, Defense Exhibit 611. Tell me when you can see that. Scroll through it. And we'll scroll through it real quick. And can you tell, Ms. Pescador, can you tell me what Exhibit 611 is?
It looks like my CV. You're scrolling through it.
Okay. You're under permission to publish this to the jury.
Can I just consult with Attorney Wolf for
Yes.
1 second, Your Honor? No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, 611 is admitted and you may publish.
Okay. Go down to the bottom of just page 1. Ms. Pescador, just for some clarification, I'm going to just show you the bottom of page 1. It says page 23 of 30, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this was just at the end of of a report that you provided to me, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this is 8 pages, correct?
Yes.
So it's basically pages 23 of 30 of that report. There wasn't more CV in front of this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You can scroll back up. Okay. And what did you prepare this CV did you prepare this CV in preparation for this trial?
I actually prepared this for another job as well. So I was updating my CV, and I also included it for this trial.
Okay. And just to, again, this is the first trial you've actually testified at, correct?
Yes.
Have you participated in other investigations, law enforcement investigations?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know approximately how many?
Like, you want me to give you a rough estimate?
You can give me a rough estimate on that one.
25.
Okay. And so in addition to your Bachelor in Science at Southern Mississippi, what other education do you have?
I've taken lots of training classes, a lot of, there's FEMA and there's TEACS, which is Texas Engineering Extension Service. A lot of those are computer-based training.
What's the CITI program?
City program those are courses I was required to take in order to conduct the research that I did at USM, which is the University of Southern Mississippi. Because of the type of research that I engaged in, and that included several projects besides my thesis. It involved both animal subjects research with the dogs, and it did not actually require the human research subjects because I did not involve living human subjects, but I still wanted to take that course. I volunteered to take it because even though it didn't involve living human subjects with the cadaver tissue, it covered things like institutional oversight for ethics and personal privacy, data control, and respect for human biological material, things that I felt were still a priority, things that I wanted to prioritize and be informed about, and informed consent was part of that. So I elected to take that course. Okay. The animal research subjects was required and involved animal welfare and care.
Okay, it says 2021 to the present. Are you still taking classes under that program?
No, but my certification is still valid.
When you say what do you mean certification?
The city program, when I completed it, it came with a certification for that training.
Okay. You mentioned TEACS. Again, what does that stand for?
The Texas Engineering Extension Service.
Okay, and that's an extension of what university? Texas
A&M.
And what exactly have you learned through those programs?
So those are more about the USNR, so that's more disaster-based search and recovery, search and rescue in a disaster scenario, which is not really something that I'm focused on, but is still useful technical information to know.
Okay. Have you been called out on search and rescues?
On search and rescue, yes, but I do not respond to disasters.
You've also done, it appears, some work directly under FEMA. Is that right?
That is training classes. So I've not worked for FEMA, to clarify.
Okay. Can you briefly describe your research, some of the research and special projects that you've been engaged in? So
the first one, comparative profile analysis of human decomposition odor, is one that is still under, I'm still completing that one. It is not complete. And that is just an analyzing odor comparison of human decomposition odor from different tissues and different individuals. And the basis of that one is coming off of my thesis research. And that one was the canine scent discrimination of human remains. And the basis of that research, just to go off of that, was to determine if a cadaver dog can discriminate between different individuals after they die. Because the scientific consensus at the time was that once we die, we all smell the same and the dog can't tell the difference. So my thesis essentially was to determine if a dog can tell the difference, if they can be individual specific, and I was able to determine that they can.
How did you do that?
It was a very involved project, and essentially I took specimens from different cadaveric donors, and I don't want to use, grotesque language, But from the same cadaveric donor, I had multiple specimens, and I had multiple donors. So I had those out in a search area, and from one cadaveric donor, I had a specimen, and I was able to train the dog to recognize one donor. And I asked the dog to please find other samples or other specimens from this individual in the search area. Tell me which samples in the search area match this individual, and basically put them back together again. So if in a mass casualty setting, in a mass graves situation, would it be possible to use a dog as a preliminary screening tool to very quickly collect casualties and help put them back together to match them back up? Because in those scenarios, DNA testing might be prohibitively expensive, very time-consuming, or inaccessible. This was a pilot study. It's not something that is readily operationally available, and it requires further research in order for that to be possible. So those are two examples of research I've completed.
Okay. Do you give? Do you know approximately how many presentations you've given to organizations?
Several.
Can you give me an example of 2 presentations that you've given to national organizations?
Okay. The Canine Scent Discrimination of Human Remains is one that I've given several presentations on. It's one that I've gotten awarded on, or at least was well received. False Alert is one that I've received good feedback on. It's a problem a lot of handlers want to receive information about.
Who have you given those presentations to?
Seminars, what do you? I'm asking for
What organizations? You said seminars. Who was presented? Who was providing those seminars, or who organized those seminars?
North Star International Canine Training Association.
Okay. For both of those?
Yes.
Okay. Have you done any training at governmental facilities?
Yes.
What have you done there?
What have I done there?
What did you do? What training or presentation did you give?
Okay. So that's in-person training. The facility was Muscatatuck Atterbury Urban Training Center.
Okay, so you need to spell that.
Okay. Muscatatuck, it'd be easier to MUTC. I can't recall how to spell Muscatatuck.
Okay. I'll get it for the court reporter afterward.
Thank you. It's in Indiana. It's the Department of Defense's largest scenario-based training facility.
Okay, and what did you do there?
I hosted a week-long, or not hosted, but I was an instructor and evaluator for a week-long cadaver dog seminar, which included certification testing for handlers that came from all over the United States.
When you say certification, what agency provided that certification?
That was for North Star International Canine Training Association.
While you're pausing, Muscatatuck is M-U-S-C-A-T-A-T-U-C-K. Not that I knew it, I Googled it.
Thank you.
Don't worry, I didn't have any impression that anybody thought I was smart. So.
613. Okay, if you could take down the screen, Madam Clerk. I'm learning. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 613. Let me know when that's on your screen.
It says no signal.
There we go. It should come up.
Okay.
Okay. We'll scroll through that really quick. Can you tell me what that document is?
It is a document of acronyms.
Okay. We're going to talk, and we're going to talk a little bit about certain organizations, and this is something you're familiar with, and it helps explain what it helps describe these acronyms, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not going to be any earth-shattering regarding this specific case,
No.
but it's going to help explain a lot of things that you're going to talk about next, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go, if we could, Your Honor, if you could indulge me and let me go through these acronyms with her, and I'd ask to publish this to the jury.
Go ahead. Any objection to that?
No objection.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we learned that Deputy Willis with the Racine County Sheriff's Department is a member of the NNDDA. What do you know about the NNDDA?
It is a national certifying organization for multiple detection dog disciplines.
Okay, and you're familiar with that organization?
I am familiar with it.
Have you ever worked with with members of that organization?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. What about NIST?
Yes, I'm familiar with NIST.
Okay. I know we've had other experts testify about it. What is the National Institute of Standards and Technology?
It's a federal agency.
What is another federal agency, but what are they charged with?
They're charged with developing standards for all kinds of things, including forensic sciences.
Okay. So would they, when we had the individuals from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab talk about how they come up with comparisons?
Yes.
Wait for my question.
Sorry.
They would follow certain NIST standards, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What about the next, what is OSAC?
So OSAC is organizations of scientific area committees, and they're under NIST. So NIST is responsible for overseeing OSAC, and OSAC is composed of different subcommittees which are charged with developing the specific standards for the different areas of forensic science. And those are usually developed from working groups. So you have under OSAC, SWIG-DOG is the short name for it, the Scientific Working Group of Dog and Orthogonal Detector Guidelines, which is a mouthful, and we're going to call it SWIG-DOG if that's okay.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, we heard, I believe it was a detective, and for the jury it was Detective Schrader. He said he follows the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence.
Yes.
So that would be another subgroup of under OSAC?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically what's the product, or why did SWIG-DOG, or what do they do? What did they do?
So all of these working groups, they help develop the standards that are adopted under OSAC. If there needs to be standards developed, it usually starts with a working group for different areas of forensic science. So if a question needs to be answered about developing standards, it usually starts with the working group, whether it be for digital evidence or dog evidence, and then those get developed into a subcommittee under OSAC.
Okay.
So with dogs and sensors, that's the subcommittee under OSAC, which develops the standards for forensic dog evidence.
Okay. And so, just so I'm clear, NIST doesn't develop standards, it's OSAC that does, correct?
NIST is the federal agency that publishes the standards and is in control of the development for them, essentially.
So okay. So OSAC is kind of under NIST, or is under NIST?
Yes.
Okay, just so I'm clear. And then we heard from several experts, including Crime Lab people, and they were a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. What is that?
It is a professional membership organization of forensic science.
Okay. Did they set standards?
No.
Okay. Do they? What about? What's the American Standards Board then?
So the American Academy of Forensic Science established the American Academy of Forensic Science Academy Standards Board, which is an SDO, standards development organization.
Okay,
so,
when you say SDO, what does SDO?
Standards Development Organization.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so what is the American, so what do they do?
So they do separately develop standards, and it does get kind of confusing because they do cross-publish from OSAC, and they also at the same time develop forensic standards. Like I said, it can be kind of confusing, but American Academy of Forensic Science, and then there's the American Academy of Forensic Science Academy Standards Board. Two
Okay.
separate organizations, but related.
Okay. And then just some terms we've heard in during dog searches and things. HRD, what does that stand for?
Human remains detection.
Okay, so when you talk about an HRD canine, that's the canine who does human remains detection.
Yes.
Okay. And then COB, we've heard a little bit about that. That again, can you explain what that is?
It's a change of behavior.
Okay, can you explain a little bit more about what you believe that is?
So whenever the dog does its searching and there's a difference in its behavior that the handler recognizes as being associated with detecting its target odor, and whether that be characteristic head snap or its tail starts wagging, and it is something that is consistent with the dog recognizing its target odor it's been trained to find.
Okay. And then VOC.
Volatile organic compounds. These are the odors that the dog is trained to find.
Okay. Thank you. Again, we're going to be talking about those a little bit more as we go through this. You had a chance to review Detective or Deputy Willis's qualifications, correct?
Yes.
And you went through, what did you, is that a part of, when conducting an evaluation, is it important to know the handler's background?
Yes.
Okay, why is that?
So that you understand the context and training and preparation that the handlers had with his dog.
Okay, if you're doing an evaluation, do you normally review training logs?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been, I just want to make sure I get the number right. It has been marked as Defense Exhibit 604. Actually, strike that. You looked over, so again, you looked over Deputy Willis's training log, correct?
Yes.
And you looked over his training summary?
Yes.
That talked about the blind accuracy, correct?
Yes.
And then you looked over his training notes, correct?
Yes.
In reviewing that documentation, what conclusions did you reach?
The training notes, the time logged in the training notes, and then the time documented in the log, these were different documents, were not the same.
Okay. What is the what do you believe is the standard for how often a handler should be training a dog?
So there are a few different standards, whether it is cadaver dog or human remains detection dog standard for maintenance training, but they are consistent with 16 hours of maintenance training per month, which is on average about 4 hours per week to train your dog to maintain the performance that it's at.
Okay, where does that standard come from?
It's multiple different standards, but SWIG dog is one of them. One of the standards we talked about before, and it's also referenced in some court precedents, which gives it some priority as far as its importance.
Okay, explain what should 16 hours a month.
Yes.
Okay, and what should be done during those 16? Can you give us some examples of what should be done during those 16 hours?
Yes.
Is that just walking the dog? Is it playing fetch? What is it?
So this is going to be actual training time with the handler and the dog, and this could be actual training with the odor. It could be rewarding the dog. So a lot of this is called the reward system, and it's getting the dog actually interested in the reward you're going to be using, whether that's a toy, whether it's treats, or petting and praise. This could be search time. There's a lot of different things that you could be working on with your dog, but whatever it is in the context of odor search training, it's actual time between the handler and the dog. It might be easier to explain what it's not. It's not the dog waiting in the crate while you set up and break down search scenarios. It's not waiting for your turn. It's not driving to and from search training.
I just thought, so it's not just nose time. I think we heard the term nose time from
Right.
Deputy Willis. Nose time would be doing an actual search, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but it's more than that. It's more face. I guess we could probably say it includes face time as well. In other words, the dog interacting directly with the handler.
Right.
In a training scenario.
Right.
Okay. It doesn't include time at home or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In reviewing Deputy Willis's training logs and his training notes, I'm going to show you. Let's go back out. And so I'm not going to publish this.
Okay.
I'm going to show you your Defense Exhibit number 12. Yep. Yes. 612. That's her.
Thank you.
Okay, and then scroll down. Keep going. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Pescador, tell me when you see that on the screen.
Yes.
And we'll scroll through it. It's 31 pages, though, correct?
Correct.
And I believe that includes your CV. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. We'll scroll through real quickly. We'll go through this. But can you tell me what that is?
This is my report.
Okay. So you took, so what else, in preparing for this report, what else did, and this is you looked at the canine search that was done by Detective Willis, correct?
Correct.
And you looked at the police reports and you looked at a whole bunch of sources and then put this report together, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and again, part of this report was you focused on the training that was done by Deputy Willis specifically.
That was part of it.
Okay. You went through you analyzed some of the specific training that he went through, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But part of your report focused on basically just the time he spent.
Yes.
And this was what's considered maintenance training, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm showing you what is basically table 1 of your report, correct?
Correct.
And again, it's did Deputy? Are you aware that Deputy Willis had some training standard that he was following?
Yes.
And what was that?
Well, let me correct that. I understand that he was using information from his mentor, Karen Corcoran, and he cited a 90% accuracy rate, blind accuracy rate figure.
Okay. Were there standards on the amount of time he should be training with the dog?
I don't recall him citing any standard he was using.
Okay. Did he cite any goal that he had for trying to get a certain number of hours for training?
Not that I recall.
Okay. But basically, your understanding, according to, I got to get the acronym right. SWIGDOG, which is under the Organization of Scientific Area Committees. Your understanding was 16 hours, correct?
Yes.
So you took that standard and then you reviewed his training log and his notes, correct?
Correct.
And is this table an accurate reflection of your analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Sue, can I publish this to the
Yes.
jury? Okay. I'd ask to if we could publish this table to the jury.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Again, Ms. Pescador, this is the table that you put together after analyzing Deputy Willis's training, correct?
Yes.
And what did you know? And this was, you didn't go back. He said he had the dog certified back to, I believe it was 2000, correct? It was longer than this, correct?
Yes.
But you only had information regarding the year that led up to the search involved in this incident, correct?
Yes, he had, this table included data from his log that was not in his notes. So I did not have all of the data I couldn't make a comprehensive picture. So a lot of it I had to rely on what he put in there.
Right.
So I couldn't make a comparison. And some of the data in here, for example, the audited hours might be the same as the logged minutes, and I left it that way because if it is what it is, then I'm not changing anything. I'm not adding or subtracting.
Okay, so in other words, you always gave him the benefit of the doubt. If there was a higher number, you used it.
Correct.
And if you had nothing to lower a number, you didn't lower the number.
Correct.
Okay, so when you give audited minutes or audited hours, those are only, again, you're the person who audited them, correct?
Correct.
And again, you only lowered them if you had specific information that allowed you to change it.
If he put something different, then I put what he put there, yes.
Okay. I guess to clear this up, so if his training log said a certain number of hours, but then his training notes said less, you put in the lower amount.
Correct.
But if there was nothing to refute it, you just kept the higher number.
Yes.
Okay. So again, this chart would err on the side of granting him more hours depending on the information.
Yes.
Okay. So can you give me an example of what you discovered when you were reviewing all his training logs and notes?
That his contemporaneous notes, the ones that he hand wrote, tended to have less hours than the exhibit numbers are different than the ones that I was provided for this than the ones that are here now.
Okay, for example, in October of 2021, that's one of the higher ones. Can you tell me how many hours, according to what you observed, how many hours he put in training the dog?
Oh, okay. So generally, the hours that he logged were much higher than what I audited.
Okay. But for example, let's go to February of 2022. Okay, you didn't audit any hours, correct?
Right.
And how many hours did he train the dog in that particular case?
So 8 hours.
Okay. And that was the highest one out of all the months that you reviewed?
Correct.
Okay. What about April of 2022?
In April of 2022, he did not conduct any training.
Okay. After February, were any amounts more than 8 hours?
No. So there were no months where he achieved 16 hours of training.
And 8 hours was the most that he had in that time period?
Correct.
Okay. What's important about what you see in this training log?
The most important thing of this was that there were no months where he achieved the minimum 16 hours of training, and there was really no consistency as well.
What do you mean by consistency?
That the 16-hour minimum standard, if you look month over month, it varied so much. It varied a lot. So this also signs inconsistency of training, of maintenance training.
So is cadaver dog training, isn't it something where I could just get 20 hours in 1 month and then not have to do it again for 6?
No, it's a perishable skill.
Okay, explain that.
It means that if the dog does not receive consistent training, it it can forget. It can start relying on other cues and clues to try to get to where it needs to go to get its reward. In the search context, if it does not receive consistent training, then it's going to start to look for other cues and clues in that situation that are more consistent and reliable. So if it's not exposed to its target odor consistently enough, it's going to look for something else that is more consistent in that search setting or context that it can rely on.
And what could that something different be?
It could be its handler. It could be anything else that is more consistent, but more likely handler cues, which could be nonverbal or verbal, body movements, or contextual.
Your Honor, I'm going to get into the actual search itself. I don't know if the court, which will take a while, I don't know if the court wants to stop now or keep going.
Do.
You want me to keep? I'm fine.
No, I want to stop now.
Okay.
All right. So it is 4:34. We've had a long day, folks, and I appreciate, again, your attentiveness. And let's come back. I don't have anything tomorrow, Mackenzie, right in the morning, and we'll start up again at 8:30. Okay? So follow the instructions, and again, don't look at anything, don't Google anything like I did for that name of that city. Don't try to find out about anybody here, please, and let's preserve the integrity of the trial process. Okay, follow Mike's instructions, please. Thank you.
All right,
Yeah.
For some reason, we don't have the public.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Mr. Wolf, too. All right, have a seat, everybody. All 14 jurors have left. Ma'am, you could step down. You can go sit back there if you'd like, okay?
Thank you.
You bet. But of course, they're going to expect you to come back tomorrow, okay? All right. So, anything before we break from the state?
No, Judge.
Anything, Mr. Wolf?
Your Honor, there may be an issue, and it's something Attorney Opper and I are working out about the publishing of the entire report. So if I can either provide a copy of what's on the screen right now and call it maybe 612A, and that way we know that for sure that's coming in, but we can deal with the rest of the report down the road.
I see that probably because the term expert is frequently in there. Is that the problem?
I thought it was taken out. Which one do you have? That might be your old report.
Expert witness report, I'm looking on page 11 of 30.
Correct. That's not what the word expert has been removed.
Okay, all right.
But I'm not.
I'll let you work on that.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, it's a different. We had it changed based on the court ruling that we had about a month ago to pick it up.
The content of the report is generally no problem. I always am concerned, even in the instructions that it says expert witnesses. I always take that out.
Understood.
So, all right. Anything else?
No. I just ask if it can still be captured, that we capture that and designate it as Exhibit 612A.
All right. We'll do that then, sure.
And then that be admitted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Judge,
Wait. Hang on a second.
It's still plugged in. Oh, Pablo, it's plugged in.
Yes.
That's it.
That's the training chart and her critique of it, correct? Right, this.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
that exactly.
612A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right.
I just wanted to inquire about timing. If this is the defense's last witness, would this court intend to go to closings tomorrow and jury instructions, or does the court have any thoughts on that?
I don't know. Mr. Wolford?
Your Honor, we'll have the conversation the necessary conversation with our client, and if he's able to make a decision, we'll let the court know in the morning.
So, if this is the last witness, Ms. Pescador, if she is the last witness, then, and if Mr. Pahl does not testify, then I expect that we would finish up. We're working on the final instructions. They seem to be pretty straightforward from the parties. You did a what? You have a draft? Yeah. We have a very rough draft, and we can give copies to the parties or send it to the
They've
parties.
already been tested.
Right? Again, very rough. It's just what you've given me, more or less, okay? And then we would take a break if we finish with this witness, and if this witness is the last witness. And then I would expect you could perhaps do a little closing in the afternoon. All right? It depends. And did you want a copy of the special instruction 28 about testifying or not testifying, Mr. Wolf?
Yes, if you could just put it in the, well, and again, we'll make a final decision when.
I'll give it to you. I'll give you a copy of it. And again, I'm just referencing the standard special material, number 28. We'll give you a copy, Mr. Wolf, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Anything else from the state?
No.
Defense? Mr. Wolf, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Judge,
You
here's
tell
one
me
thing.
what.
Can we get in a little bit early so we can discuss the testimony, whether he's gonna testify tomorrow or not? Like 8:15?
Give me 1 second. Let's leave, and you can talk to your.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, right.